1, 2, 3, make this look easy. On the highway and I'm feeling breezy. Going beast mode, yeah, another species. I'm the top one cause they cannot beat me. Foot on the gas in another gear. Can't slow me down, this is our year. I'ma say it loud, I'ma say it clear. We run the world, get a whole sphere. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Give me. Don't disappoint. Making the party jump. Time to make your body bump. Let's light the dance floor up and do it like we want. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Get busy.
Welcome back to another exciting month of the Brawl Stars Championship. This time, we're starting off the summer split. I can't wait for all the action that's to come in these next 3 months. But before that, let's do a quick recap of what happened during the Brawl Cup in May. Right off day 1, SK Gaming and Humble showed EMEA dominance by putting on 3-0s against Revan and X-Spark and Toxic Lotus respectively.
No matter what for Humble, and that is going to be it. Humble will secure it. They get the match.
However, it wasn't quite the case for the NA region, as Elevate lost 1-3 to Zeta Division, and in a shocking turn of events, Tribe Gaming losing to Loud 2-3.
Dives on in, he's able to find the one, he pushes through, Smooth's a little bit low, but Loud get the job done.
It was a fight for survival at this point for the losing teams, especially Toxic Lotus, who had yet to prove their region's prowess in Brawl Stars. However, with their backs against the wall, Toxic Lotus came back with the most unexpected victory of the tournament, a 3-1 scoreline against NA powerhouse Tribe Gaming.
Last call goes on the ground, and it's down to their final life. Shockwaves sent across North America.
This meant that Tribe Gaming and Revan and X-Spark were the first to be eliminated from the Brawl Cup. Moving on to day 2, the match between SK Gaming and Zeta Division was the highlight of the day, giving us a 3-2 scoreline, with SK Gaming taking the dub.
SK Gaming 99 and SK Gaming get it done!
Zeta Division was then pitted against NA's last hope of the event, but even Elevate couldn't hold their own against the mechanical geniuses of East Asia.
No means of escape, and flying into the wind, Zeta Division once again rise high.
It was business as usual for the Humble squad, taking a clean 3-0 against Loud.
This stage, and one more chance for today, but Humble silence their opposition.
And adding insult to injury, Loud also fumbled against the dark horses from the Chinese mainland, Toxic Lotus.
First, it was a set win, then a match taken LCQ, and now...
All that leads us to day 3, with SK Gaming, Zeta Division, Humble, and Toxic Lotus in our top 4. Toxic Lotus gave us an incredible showing in day 3, putting up a good fight, but still fell to SK Gaming 2-3.
Joker's bluffed it! This is just another bump in the road.
Humble further asserted EMEA's dominance by winning 3-1 to Zeta Division.
Names of this Battle League damage, and these three Humble guys still have a job to do in Dallas.
With an LCQ spot on the line, Zeta Division played their best against Toxic Lotus, winning 3-1.
Toxic Lotus pushing in, but Suzuku is good. The mechanical monsters are now master tacticians, bringing home an LCQ slot for East Asia.
And that leads us to the grand finals of the Brawl Cup. Two-time monthly finals winner SK Gaming versus 2024 World Finals champions Humble. The energy was electrifying, and the crowd was wild, as the highest level of gameplay was played on stage. But alas, there can only be one, and that was Humble.
Joker trying to be the hero that SK Gaming need. 510 HP, curveball gadget, not enough. The fog closing in, Semantic running it down, and the rebellion ends here.
Humble secured an extra slot in the World Finals for the EMEA region. SK Gaming, as well as Zeta Division, also secured their regional slots for the LCQ later this year. All that action, all that excitement, and we're only halfway through the season. I can't wait for what's in store for us this summer split.
We had a wild start to the year. First was the spring split that pushed every team to the limit, racing towards the Brawl Cup. Here, some regions surprised the world, while others fell short. But nothing's decided. Not yet. The next chapter begins now with the summer split. Starting now, the points are doubled. It's all or nothing. Every region, every match, every second counts.
Someone do it! His gadget won't be enough to get the kill! But
Who will qualify for the World Finals? Who will get a second chance in the last chance qualifiers? Here in the summer split is where you get those answers. So lock in, dial up, let's brawl!
At the Brawl Cup, EMEA didn't just make a statement, they closed the show. Every other region was sent packing, and the finals became an all-EMEA showdown. Humble claimed the extra World Finals slot with their win, and SK Gaming locked in an LCQ slot with a strong second place finish, adding to an already dominant season. But with no Humble in today's brackets and top teams neck and neck in points, this June monthly final could completely reshuffle the race. The double point split is officially on the way. One strong showing or one early exit could change everything. Helping me make sense of it all are the ever-brilliant Spoo, Ark, and Trev. And wow, you two look especially dashing today. Ark, with Humble out of the picture today, who do you see rising to seize the spotlight and challenge SK's hold in this region?
I mean, the doors are wide open for anyone. I mean, what a narrative coming into this month's monthly final. Absolute cinema. The champions of the World Cup not attending this month. Who could have seen that coming? With double points now, anything can happen.
That's certainly true. Spoo, on the other side, we have SK Gaming. They're as consistent as they come. Do you think this is their split to completely dominate now?
As long as they keep performing as well as they did at the Brawl Cup, I have no doubt that they will be the team to beat today. They were only felled by Humble at the Brawl Cup, and they put EMEA on top. Together, their might combined, Humble and SK achieving first and second place respectively. They got 2 more postseason spots, 1 for the World Finals and 1 for LCQ. EMEA has 5 spots for Worlds and 4 for LCQ now, which is starting to make me feel a bit nervous from someone who's not from EMEA, because I don't want to see the World or LCQ look like an EMEA monthly final. But hey, what do you know? EMEA is on top.
You're good, mate.
9 spots in total. The region can say thank you to Humble and SK Gaming for that. A lot of teams can also say thank you to Humble since they unfortunately didn't qualify for this month's monthly final. They did win the Brawl Cup arc, but it seems to be a curse that got laid upon them.
Yeah, certainly. It was not easy breezy for their qualifiers. I mean, to be fair to them, I've got to say as well, you know, after the Brawl Cup, you know, you've got to relax. You've got to let the whole thing wash over you. You're the best team in the world. It's not even, it's not denied at that point in time. They went away, had a break, took some time out, and coming back, it was not the results they were hoping for. I mean, it was a bit of a tough match against Team Heretics. They had to dig deep to win that one, and then Nova Esports, of course, were able to get an upset there.
Talking about upsets, the double point split has now officially started, and with that, every single thing can still change in the leaderboard. Humble is certainly going to drop down a little here, Spoo.
Yeah, missing out on qualifiers, not the thing that you really want to see. But fun fact though, out of all these teams here represented today, only SK, Novo, and Foot have managed to qualify for all 4 monthly finals. Nearly every single team has dropped a monthly final, somewhere failing to qualify. Nonetheless, the leaderboard still looks really, really close. And with the double point split, just achieving a single first place finish in the monthly final could catapult your ranking all the way from bottom straight into the top 5 and directly qualify into the World Finals.
See, like Reply Totem, for example, are exactly that. You know, if they come out on top today, and we see some of the other teams that are top of that leaderboard, SK Gaming, if they go out in the quarters, for example, and Reply Totem have a good week, have a good month, they could be in second place. I mean, that's kind of wild.
Isn't that also a fun look to a leaderboard? We have those little trophies indicating when you qualify for a World Finals or an LCQ slot. We see the top 8 teams, and with the EMEA now having 9 slots, every single slot on this leaderboard will make it to one of the 2 tournaments, or maybe both if you win in the LCQ as well. We want to have a look at which 8 teams are competing today, Spoo. We want to have a look at our quarterfinals.
Kicking things off, we're going to have Foot Esports going up against Bound by Oath, a newcomer. Reply Totem going up against Novo Esports, the Great Italian. Face Off, Papara Supermassive go up against Inner Circle. And finally, a banger to look for, Team Heretics go up against SK Gaming.
That match in particular as well for me is one to look out for. Team Heretics on the rise. You know, bringing in now Zard to the equation, a big roster change that really took us all by surprise. You know, I think that Team Heretics looked really good in their qualifiers. They had a crazy result. I think that they've never looked better, to be completely honest.
A little note there as well, Bound by Oath played as Schnitzel in the monthly qualifiers, and then we have Novo Esports that have won, I think, a monthly final before in March, and they were called Eclipsar, so just so there's no confusion. With one newcomer in this region as well, the predictions should be pretty clear here, no? Were they? Spoo? I'm looking at you here.
Whoops. I just gotta look out for the little guy, right? I mean, all of y'all are kind of aligned on the same page. I thought that, you know, one of us at the very least needs to, you know, put it out there and represent for the supposed underdog in every single match.
I'm just noticing the fact that we're all wearing shades, but I'm wearing something additional to shades. I think we need to get trapped in the same dress.
Thank you. Whoever didn't tune into yesterday's show in East Asia, I was asking production to please put a dress on Ark because he did say he would look beautiful in it, and honestly, you were right, Ark.
Well, now I need to try for the next one to be in a dress. I think over the course of this monthly final, I want all 4 of us in dresses.
I mean, I'm technically wearing a dress in that picture already, or a jumpsuit, but I did wear those sunglasses the best, just saying. If you also want to get your predictions in, make sure to head over to the event website, event.brawlstars.com. You can earn Pro Pass XP, and with that, a lot of rewards in-game by simply asking some trivia questions and vote for the MVP, and of course, your favorite team in the race. Now, without further ado, we want to kick things off right away with match number 1. It's a former world champion versus a complete newcomer. Schnitzel, now Bound by Oath, have never played in a monthly final before, Spoo. How are their chances?
If I'm gonna be completely honest, not great. We already saw such trial by fire happen yesterday, where it's the same story. A complete newcomer goes up against a former world champion. Now, the full might of Foot Esports is gonna be a really difficult one to overcome. They look so calm and collected. Yeah, smiles on Nawi's face. I mean, he knows that he's probably got this one in the bag, but it is my personal hope for any new team showing up on a monthly final that at least they take a game, at least they take a set, because it goes to show that they deserve it. Nonetheless, your first team is going to be Foot Esports, Meow, Gero, and Nawi. They need no introduction. They are once world champions.
And that is the ultimate prize in the game. You know, that is what it's all about. Every season, raising the trophy, lifting the belt, and Foot Esports have been there and done it. But this season, a 7-2-3 or 3-2 scorelines to my count. I mean, it's getting a little bit close.
I'm still, even for Esports, still remember though, when they first started off, when they hit their first monthly final ever, and that's the moment for Bound by Oath to prove what's in them, to really show off that they have the potential to not only make it to this month's monthly final, maybe make it to a semis, or also come back in the future arc.
Absolutely so. This is their first monthly final. They've been competing this year under different sort of team names along the way. And back in February, March, it was FA Tequila, and then Schnitzel this month, and now coming to the monthly final, Bound by Oath. For Bogdan and Adri, they have the kind of core of this roster throughout the season so far. And, you know, it's no easy task, isn't it? Even to get to this stage of qualifying for a monthly finals, but to have your first match against FUT Esports, you know, world champions, it's honestly, it blows my mind. It was a tough qualifier. They lost to Papara Supermassive to a 1-3, and they were able to get to a match point against XO3 Agents and then secure it. But I gotta be honest, that was a match in particular. They had to defend off 2 match points. It was almost not third time lucky for them in that regard. So they almost got reverse swept in the qualifiers.
So on one side, we have a pretty consistent team. They made it to 3 semi-finals every single month. For the Esports have been performing, but they never made it to a grand final yet this year. And then on the other side, we have a little bit of an underdog story here. They certainly get that newcomer boost, but
yeah, it's actually really surprising to me to hear that FUT Esports up till this point hasn't really made a grand final appearance. But I think that just really goes to underscore just how competitive EMEA has become. Being a world champion does not necessarily make you a favorite. Now in EMEA, you've got 2 world champions. And, you know, if this keeps up, we might see a 3rd in the region. Predictions come in, and shockingly, 59% of the community is with me.
I am shocked.
I'm going to chime in here and say that that's possibly to do with the event site showing the win rates. But again, I think that this is definitely much more sided. But Esports here are by far the favourites. Bound by Oath are the underdogs, to say the least, you know. I think that, to be honest, if this is a result which goes the way of Bound by Oath, then it will be one of the biggest, or I'll take that back, it will be the biggest upset this year so far in the EMEA region.
Absolutely. I don't think we've seen too many upsets per se in EMEA. Much monthly finals, we did see sort of signs of life come out from 2 sort of other teams that didn't really have many people supporting them. But after that, you know, they sort of started making their run. So maybe Bound by Oath is one of such teams as well. But going up against FUT Esports as their first opponent, a little bit difficult, if I'm going to be honest.
When you look at my predictions, I usually just look at the scrim results. I can let that shine through. Beforehand, I do want to say that my heart goes out to all the underdogs. I hope for Bound by Oath to win just because of that. They have a 23% win rate against FUT Esports. So in 100 matches, they only won 23 against FUT. Let's see how they will do. We're heading into our first map of the day. It's going to be Hard Rock Mine, FUT Esports versus Bound by Oath, the former world champion versus a newcomer. Kaze and Jaeyoung are going to be banned out. Those are actually our top banned out brawlers, also from yesterday's monthly final in East Asia, Spook.
And for good reason, right? Jaeyoung still at large, no real balance changes being made to him. His win rates aren't particularly fantastic, but I think that his teams just really like it just because it's a super duper versatile pick. Now Kaze though, it's the new brawler. Everyone's gotta ban it because of the fact that you either don't understand it enough or you just think that it's something you don't want to deal with in the draft. Bound by Oath gonna ban those things out. They go with the first pick selection of the Grey. We saw some of this yesterday already. It pairs really well with tanks, but revealing it as your first pick arc, I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah, it does speak a little bit of cheese, doesn't it, to be fair? I think for FUT Esports as well, Gus first pick, yeah, it's the 3rd most popular brawler in their scrims. I was tempted to consider Max, another mid that they tend to play here as well, but I want to chime in as well and say that FUT Esports are the 2nd highest win-rated team of the teams that qualified for this monthly final throughout the past 2 weeks in scrims, 59%. That's just 1% shy of Team Heretics, who are leading the pack. Jackie coming in, I mean, that's probably largely to take it away from the hands of Bound by Oath, to be completely honest. Jackie's their 2nd, sort of highest sort of pick, really, and combined with the Grey, it's quite dangerous on this map. I think that Jackie for me is not my favorite brawler, but combined with the Grey, it does speak volumes. I think that it might make them reconsider themselves a little bit here as well. I think, for themselves, for a mid, I'm not sure whether the Grey is the plan for the mid, or whether they want to kind of go over Gene, or maybe even something along the lines like a max 8-bit sort of pick. Control-based brawlers, Chester coming in. Yeah, I like that as well. It's very much kind of one of those big heavy tank counters. Going to be playing pretty well into the Jackie as well there too. So for esports, if they want to double down with something aggressive for those lane sides, I think that Chester's going to have its work cut out if it's just primarily focused on the Jackie. But again, the Bound by Oath, Frank doubling down, bringing in the tanks. It's definitely a risky pick on this particular map. It's going to break a lot of the bush, and that's going to leave Jackie less places to hide.
Yeah, this is leaving it wide open though. If FUT Esports want to capitalize on that wall break, use it against them, they could go for something like a Griff and really punish the fact that this Grey isn't supported well with the other two picks. FUT Esports just so intelligent. They know that Hank has already been banned out, Jackie being banned out as well, Tara at the other side a ban of themselves. So Bound by Oath, they don't have an instant sort of CC or big damage dealer coming in. And okay, FUT Esports, they borrow something out of the SK Gaming playbook. The Shelly is going to be the answer here for that Frank.
I swear, Hard Rock Mine is like the one map in our current rotation where the draft just goes from one idea to a completely different one by the end of it. It's always on Hard Rock Mine. They start with the Grey, which again is saying kind of like cheese comps, like TP in. Sometimes you see sort of Grey Rose, Grey Jackie kind of stuff coming in, and you got the hypercharge, of course, to be able to lay down a second TP to get even further and deeper into the map. But then by the end of it, you got Shelly coming in, Frank coming in. I mean, this map is going to be so wide open. The Frank's going to be exposed. The Jackie's going to be exposed, depending on how these two teams wish to play it. But I mean, this could be a very open map if they're not careful.
Yeah, first blood already going to be drawn by Norway here on the left side, answered by Bogdan immediately. But look at that right side, nice pinch coming out there from FUT Esports. It's going to be soon to be a total team wipe. Devastation has already begun as these former world champs dominate the center.
Yeah, Shelly now in a very advantageous position. Going to be laying into the Frank shortly. Nice Chester interception, but now low HP could knock back though from that Gus shield. Gary there, really on point to protect his teammates. Grey has got TP. Frank weary on his left-hand side. Let's see, nice there. Cookie Popper Gadget there just to secure it, and the hypercharge available for FUT Esports as well. They're looking really, really quite dominant here. Meow's low, he goes down, so Gary can't really contest his final gem.
One more gem is all it takes though for FUT. We are seeing Bound by Oath starting to have a little bit of signs of life here, but as Meow joins the fray once again, dodging out beautifully the Super 2, Hypercharge gonna be going out there, and now we're in the back just to clean up. It's total clinical perfection coming out here for FUT Esports. An easy game one. They just need to hold on for 7 seconds. Nice pull there from Dombe, but honestly, doesn't really matter. Just a celebratory sort of pick up there by him. Wonderful stuff coming out here from FUT Esports.
Yeah, like I said, clinical, very, very composed. And as you'd expect from a previous world champion of 2023 for esports, of course, I would say have been tested this season specifically. I feel like they're drifting a little bit away from their former glory, but so far this match looking well within their grasp. It's just the first game of the first set, so let's give Bound by Oath definitely some grace here, but I think they've been struggling a lot. The Shelly pick has been working out well for Meow. It's good to see as well for esports not breaking open too much of the map, so allowing Naui to get in position as well. So that mid push as well is quite a good position actually to see the crossover. So I quite like that from Bound by Oath there. Gadget's going to connect there from Dompe on that right hand side, but not too much more than that. And already, this is like 6 gems for esports.
Oh man, Bogdan having to pop dimensional doors in the back of the base as well. That's a critical resource that you really want to have if you're playing any kind of a Grey comp. At the very least though, Dompe in the back lines getting a nice stun. Doesn't finish up with the kill though, and with Meow barreling down into his face, bang! Just gonna be taken down here on the right side. Meow, Clay Pigeons sniping up Bogdan in the mid as well. Cookie Popper to follow. Team wipe for FUT Esports once again.
Dompe got so short-changed as well from that Gadget. This is like a little tiny pixel forcing the Jackie to stay put, but now Meow going in hypercharge there, straight onto the Frank, cycling it as well, and gets it taken care of. Honestly, FUT Esports for me in this set made it look so easy, but I would dare to say it was kind of already decided a little bit in the draft. The Frank pick was a little bit too wild for me at that stage of the draft, and it allowed a big, heavy counter off the Shelly. Again, a brawler that you'd never expect to see, but this is how FUT Esports are. They're playing the draft to what they see on the other side of the field, and it's working.
They had a nice reaction in the draft already, and they also reacted pretty well during the matches. We didn't really see a lot of moments where Bound by Oath seemed to be under control of that match, honestly, Spoo.
Completely agree there with Ark's assessment. As soon as I saw the gray pick, I already had my eyebrows raised, and we're gonna look at his impact here. He does have the most kills on his team, but you add that together and it's not even anywhere close to what Foot Esports pulled here. Meow, 8 kills to his name. Gero with the most amount of damage on his teams and all the gems in his pocket there.
Any stat with like 400 plus DPS is just honestly disgusting. 8 kills for the Shelly, and you'd expect to see it, you know, again, the way that Meow was playing it, cycling the hypercharge to perfection, and there was just nothing that really Dunpei could do. I mean, there was one moment in that bottom right hand corner where he was able to get a good gadget connection onto Naui, and potentially almost a takedown, but I mean, they were really kind of driving uphill, weren't they, from start to finish?
You could say that this kind of went as we expected. Foot has a lot more experience on the big stage. This is the first monthly final for Bound by Oath. And Foot Esports, despite not having the best run in the spring split so far, they historically always did better towards the end of the year. That could be the moment that this starts for them as well. The key point where they can turn things around here. Now, all that being said, we're heading over to Safe Zone now, and we talked about it yesterday already, Spoo. I feel like this is one of those maps that with the right comp, you can beat even the best team if you just, manage to win your 1v1s. It's a map where in the end, you just need to make your way to safe strategically. There's not that much experience needed.
Formula, the more formulaic the map I think is, then the more that you're sort of, as you said, relying on your mechanics, you're relying on your tactics. And unfortunately, same story as yesterday though. You could argue that in a sense that sort of evens the playing field, but you are going up against former champions Foot Esports that have just so much experience in the bans already. Foot, they've set their eyes out very clearly as the second pick. They don't want to deal with Chuck taking it out immediately, and that I think has shifted. It's gonna pivot for the rest of the draft by leaving out all the other sort of dive-based brawlers like Melody and Bonnie pretty much in the pool.
Our first pick is kind of wild. Bonnie is, for me, like the best first pick on this particular map. It's really risen to the meta, and going with Daryl is such an odd place to place him as well. I mean, Carl is going to be available here, and that's kind of what does the same, but a little bit better in my opinion. Got better variety of gadgets with him also. Moment here as well. Bell is still on the cards. I mean, that's a prime target to mark up the Daryl as well. And like I said, the Melody, it's a fantastic brawler pick to have in to go for those dives. So not too sure really. RT coming in, that's going to be fantastic on defense. Makes a lot of sense here. Wouldn't be necessarily what I'd be thinking prior to seeing that Daryl come through. Other brawlers as well, like Eve wouldn't be a bad shout, but are going to be tickling the Daryl somewhat as well. But let's see how they feel. We've seen a bit of a rise of Bo as well recently. I'm not the biggest fan of it in Heist, but it does have the ability to kind of like lay down the mines, trigger them, and then you kind of get that little extra on the side of things. You hit the stage of the safe, but then you get more beyond it. So Lily coming in as well. Odd stuff. I mean, the Lily's to me not as odd, but I'm just surprised that no one's picked up that Bonnie yet. We've seen it in pretty much every other region.
Yeah, East Asia really prioritized it, and I think it's just because after the balance changes, it's one of the most versatile brawlers that you can have. It fills nearly any single lane. It has decent matchups, good, consistent damage, and with the highest changes in tow as well, that layered shield, having to break through 3 layers of shielding, it really benefits brawlers that want to cycle and play it slow. Now, both these teams continue the trend of ignoring it. They're gonna be going with a little bit more old school style here with that 8-bit as their defender, but the thing about Lily is that the best sort of defense against the Lily is the RT, and Foot Esports have already padded up on their own team, which is forcing Bound by Oath into a corner this early in the draft.
8-bit, I'll be honest, I can't recall the last time I saw an 8-bit on Safe Zone. You know, it's historically very good on this mode. I no doubt about it. I kind of wouldn't necessarily though put it on this necessary map, but you know, it's very slow and sluggish. It's going to be relatively okay with the Lily to be able to have a turret to try to tank that first kind of shot and place it in front, but I mean, mobility wise, you're going to be struggling. Amber coming through again, that's probably my favorite pick on the side of Bound by Oath. Daryl is going to doing a good job for the most part, but it's just picked at such an early stage of the draft that I just wonder how much they're going to be able to get in terms of value off it, because they've given so much away to Foot Esports. Crow over Bonnie. I wouldn't ever hear myself saying those words really a couple of months ago, but that's kind of where the shift has lied. We've seen more Bonnie than we have Crow. It's just a simple fact, since the buff to be able to kind of get back into turret form, away from her feet form, then that's kind of been the way that people have been going. But now Crow, of course, the hypercharge did drift away a little bit since the introduction of those heist safe stages. So I do like it. I still always love Crow. In the hands of esports, I feel like their comp is looking far tastier to me.
We're gonna have to see if it does pay out for them. Shadow Realm popped by Naui there just to secure a little bit of early mid position. Didn't want to really over-aggress there. Jiro getting all the taps in the world, driving back the entire Bound by O's. More taps going out on Edril. Dompe gonna be the first one to fall there to the damage gear of Meow. And Bound by O, they're the ones with the range advantage, but somehow boxed inside the base.
Really aggressive start. Yeah, staying alive here as well, and might just get the upper hand. Lovely there, damage, defense booster. Don't tend to see it often with Crow, and I really do like it as a gadget, and that's the perfect implementation of it. Gary now forcing his way forwards. Everyone's so bunched up by Bound by Open. The RT just gets taken care of. Fortunately for them, honestly, Meow just getting so much value here as well, and staying alive again with another defense booster. Lovely stuff from him. And now that save continues to go down as well in the stages. That's the first stage down. Bound by Open, though, has still got a slight lead here.
Yeah, the Bomb actually were the ones that broke the initial shielding here. Hypercharge from Naui going to be going in. Assassinate one, get back into the Shadow Realm, leave the defense to his two teammates. But Jero is so far away from Dompe that he's not going to be able to defend this one. Second layer of shielding already being shredded here. Bogdan, you can just stay alive for a little bit longer and do a little bit more chip damage, allowing Adri to cycle back into the bit. Meow, interestingly, not popping that hypercharge, just wanted to get back central positioning. He drives back Adri, forcing the turret back in the base.
He also want his team just to get that safe down by 4% more before using the hypercharge to go in. That will give him the most amount of value. He's not too far away from super either, so it's really just down to Naui to be able to go into the realms, get that little bit of trickle damage on the safe down, and then if Meow can get his super, which he can't be too far away from now, they should be able to get a substantial amount of damage. Exactly that. That's exactly what Esports are doing. But in the meanwhile, Bound by are down to 25%. That's the final stage down. So any damage now onto the put Esports safe, it's just pure value, and they can just go in for the dive.
Both teams at critical health for their safe. It's going to come down to one roll or one crow jump, but not at the moment. Bound by popping that hypercharge onto mid. Naui dodging it beautifully just to try to go in the backline, but Dompe, the read is good. He predicted where Naui would end up, answering that first push. Now Meow trying to make a desperation play to get that super. That's going to buy time for Dompe to just get one shot in. Now Adri putting in the damage. Now he has no choice but to defend in the mid. It's not going to be enough. 1% as the differential. Can Meow do it? No, he can't. Bound by win by a single point of percentage.
By a sliver, just at that final moment, but Esports didn't have any players further up the field to be able to do much about it. So, a gift, honestly, and you don't get many of them against a team like Foot Esports. This is that one map and mode where I feel like it could even become a set if they're able to remain composed enough to get the damage they need. But Foot Esports were not really too defensive in the early outset of that last game. That needs to change this time around, unless they want to be able to rekindle things. Let's see. They'll be getting tapped up there by Gary. Nice amplified shot, and already it's the first sign of damage. Is this better so far here from Foot Esports? Let's see if they can recover from that, because it will be on their minds, no doubt about it.
Higuero changing up his positioning for this game now here as well, answering Dompe's roles. That's going to be the key to victory here for Foot Esports. They need to be able to defend all these pushes, and yeah, sending Meow in like that, perfectly fine. Get a little bit of that chip damage, fall back immediately. Look out for Dompe, look for his position. But Bound by Oath, they've got a secondary win condition. If you allow the 8-bit to pummel in on the safe like that, that's going to basically shred through most of your defense. It's absorbed by the shield at the moment, but they're going to be driving down already to 50%. And climbing.
It's not a base race that Foot Esports going to win, by the way. They've got to start taking down bodies now that Agi does fall, and that's quite important. But there's no more stages left on the Foot Esports safe. 42% down on the Bound by Oath safe means that there's one stage still left. They do need to whittle it down. Dompe's going to be getting super very shortly, and he'll be back on the offensive. Foot Esports are in dangerous territory now, and they do need to get themselves here together.
Yeah, they've got only one layer of shielding left on the base. Naui is going to go into back. He's trying to even the odds at putting at 34%. That's pretty unfortunate, if I'm going to be honest here. Another 10% and Meow could basically nuke it out of orbit. But now they're forced to play defensively. Gero already popping the legs in advance. That could be a blunder, maybe a misstep of sorts, because he's now no longer offering any long-range support. Yes, he can drive away Dompe, but now 8-Bit, he gets to reign supreme in the mid, firing off so many lasers, so many shots. Dompe finishes it off. Bound by Ove, they take a set in this series.
Absolutely wild. To be completely honest, I wasn't sold on the draft myself. Daryl first pick gave FUT Esports plenty of time to deal with it. And that 1% really came out to bite FUT Esports, didn't it, really?
I mean, again, I don't want to say I told you so, but this is a map where you can beat even a FUT Esports. Even if this is the first time we see this team in the monthly finals, they played phenomenally well. They had a super good draft and they played it to perfection. They never really let the Lily go through. Lily can't 1v3. So by holding back Meow and Gero, they did it perfectly. Bogdan with a whopping 13 kills. He was just the man to defend, while Stompe and Adri did all of the save damage. It was beautiful to see that, yeah, even the underdogs can show a big time arc.
Yeah, I feel like the Crow for me just isn't quite what it used to be. But at the same time, for me, for Esports, we're not able to just get the stages down and safe to make that hypercharge count. There is the one instance where they kind of did, but it wasn't perfect. They could have made that damage really count a lot more had they been able to get themselves a bit more coordinated. Again, the RT, good on defense, but definitely tough when he was in that kind of outside of leg form for so often of the game, as Spoo rightly pointed out. A tough set, no doubt about it, for Esports there.
We had two newcomers already in the East Asia region yesterday, and they did not do too well. Both of them got, unfortunately, kicked out of the quarterfinals in a 3-0. This time, we already are one set down for our newcomers, Bound by Ove, which is lovely to see. Again, always a heart for the underdogs. Heading over to Triple Dribble now, and Spoo, I do want to say here that because we have 9 spots here in EMEA for both Worlds and LCQ, if Bound by Ove end up winning this, they could steal the 9th place slot because we're in a double point season already.
Yeah, it would be awesome for them, you know, if you have a new team debut month and you end up winning a monthly final. That's obviously something that you're going to remember for the rest of your life, but they've got to ground themselves here. This is, after all, still only the 3rd set. And FUT Esports in that last set, if I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think they were really playing to their full potential there. It almost felt like they were intentionally picking the 2nd best pick every single time to just, you know, play with a little bit of extra difficulty. Maybe they're trying to hide their strats for the maps to come because they find that Bound by Ove perhaps is not a team that they would prep for necessarily. Nonetheless, though, coming back to the draft here, Hank has slipped through the bans, and FUT Esports this time, they immediately snatch it up.
Kind of wild, honestly. It's not a brawl which they ever really scrim with at all. It's one in the back pocket. It's kind of taking one away from Bound by Ove. It's kind of more their kind of pick. But Esports, for me, Shade's not banned here. That's their most played brawler in the scrims. Griff being banned is quite a smart one. They'd like to play it themselves. Barley coming through as well. Good thrower, but I quite like where Willow's at the moment. That's kind of where my mind would be at in terms of throwers. By far the most played as far as this map is concerned in that regard. But the Hank as well, they need to be able to counter that. B is available here. I would suggest that they go for that, or Chester. Kind of has to be at this stage of the draft, otherwise, you know, it gives the opportunity over to FUT Esports to be able to pair it themselves. That tank counter is needed. The Barley's not going to be doing much. It's going to be scratching the surface. Chester's what they go for. It had to be one of those two, so I'm kind of happier with that so far. But for FUT Esports now, a chance to really potentially combine some heals with this, because Barry's on the table too.
Bound by Ove with this Chester pick has introduced sort of a weakness in their draft though. They're boxed themselves in with sort of a mediocre answer, I think, to the Hank. I would have much preferred if Bound by Ove had revealed a tank of their own here. Hank, as a matchup as it goes, is not one of those tanks that fares that well into other tanks. Ashe, Primo, these kind of options are still very much available, and with all the wall break in the world banned out, you could really just fight Hank mano el mano. Now, FUT Esports though, they're revealing their trap card. Max finally makes an appearance. We didn't see it at all yesterday, and FUT Esports, they're reminding us that this brawler, as much as a lot of the meta has shifted, will always be relevant because of the speed and the utility it can provide, especially in a mode like Brawl Ball.
Yeah, Juju coming in for Foot Esports. I like that. They have to have a thrower of choice, and they're going with, again, one that can really handle tanks as well. So Bamboev might be considering that now. The Frank ban obviously deters that particular tank, but you know, Buster wouldn't be a bad shout for me. I really quite like where he's at, not really necessarily being picked up too much. Again, the Shade as well, I wouldn't mind them going with that. It's quite good into a lot of the brawlers that we're seeing and being able to go aggressive. The only reservation there is the Juju. Amber going to be coming in. I don't like it, to be completely honest. It's not really an Amber map. Okay, yes, the Dancing Flames gadget is going to get some value if your opposition is kind of left up against the boxes, but you know, it can push fiercely into the Hank, but it's just not really an Amber map for me. Not too much. Not up against other things that could be on the table here.
I'm with you. Bamboev, they have to play for overtime if they really want to see some big value coming out from the hypercharge of this Amber. Maybe it's something that they have prepared specially for this map, but we're going to have to wait and see if it works out. Throwers in the mid, tanks to the side, and Noe is uncontested at the moment.
Well, Meow needs to heal up on that right-hand side. Adri aggressing on to Gary now as well. Phase shift there as they dance themselves around. Let's go speed now from Meow, pushing further into the mid. It's a nice bit of range as well towards Adri, but not a connection. Bogdan doing pretty well so far to keep the burn onto Naui. Almost a trade. Oh, he gets it with a torpedo. Wow. Unbelievable stuff from Naui on the right-hand side. But meanwhile, they can't really push through. Dompe still staying put, as the Gree now pushing his way into that left-hand side. They've got a nice connection and a nice pinch coming on here. Bambo forcing out some heals. They're going to need it.
Layer by layer, they will be chipped away. Bamboev already forced back inside their goal. No other sort of defense there. Adri, though, getting really lucky there with the roll of the super. Manages to blow up Meow. That's going to buy some time for Foot Esports. But no, Speed coming out immediately. They want to seize the opportunity. One member down, but it doesn't matter for them. Hypercharge comes out from Noe. Is going to be using that super just to get the heals out. Torpedo, not going to be hitting anywhere. Now, Hypercharge by the Amber. It's clipping Noe at there, so it's forcing him to suicide there. Nowhere to go. Bogdan now is going to be aggressing for trying to get the ball. Can't believe I'm saying this, but Bamboev are actually managing to push Foot Esports back.
Yeah, now he's falling. Did give a little bit of an open door. And to be fair, Bogdan's playing this Amber pretty well. This is actually a better position for him as well on this particular pick. So being at this stage of the map, not going to be doing Naui many favors here. She's going to go behind cover and just got to be cautious again of those Dancing Flames gadgets that the Amber will surely be running. Now continuing the advance, and to be honest, but Esports has got to be so careful now because the clock is ticking down here. If a goal goes through, there might not be time for any kind of response, and Bamboev know that. They're trying to weight the game down and maybe even get to the overtime point, but Esports have got to get out of this, and Gary really is that kind of playmaker in that regard. He needs to get super and needs to get that speed over to his team.
Yeah, wasted speed earlier just now. Only 15 seconds left on the clock. They've opted to go for a lane swap. Now the speed finally comes out. Now he charges at the entirety of Bamboev. Deletes one. Tries to get another. Not enough. Hypercharge from Dope is going to come out. That's going to put an end to Foot Esports' attempt at this goal. Putting tempo in Bamboev, and overtime is here. This is where the Amber and the Chester really get to shine.
Yeah, it's not going to be a great overtime scenario here for Foot Esports unless Gary can get super yet again. There's one with a hypercharge connection as well. Meow there with the Grieger coming out as well. And now with his hypercharge, Foot Esports are exploding, but they've left a wide open net. And Meow does find it. There is time to get this further up. The respawn is going to be in the Foot Esports' favor here. Down goes Dompe. Can they get the ball in time? It's 1 versus 3. Bogdan there with a dream. Can he get down? He does. He defends it, but it's not enough. Gero and Meow can pass it through surely and walk this one in. Foot Esports stay in the mix. They get the game, but this one is a lot closer than we gave it credit for.
Really scrappy inside the early to the mid game then. Foot Esports, turns out they're the ones that sort of benefited from that overtime timing, using that max speed just to perfection, driving Noe forward into positions that he needed to be, and showing Bamboev that, you know, they can slip up too. Now going into game number 2. Let's see if Foot Esports decide to capitalize on the early to the mid game. Bogdan gonna be the first one to fall.
Yeah, good start for Esports, but I suggest that they just kind of take their time, get some utility. The aggressive approach hasn't really been working out too well, but now could be a prime opportunity for it. Now he gets some good positioning power on this right-hand side. Let's see how he will fare. He does need to heal, and choosing to continue those bubbles to be blown might not be the best approach. Meow, they're forcing himself forwards with the invisibility as well. Nicely done. Now goes the Great Reaper, taken quickly care of now as well. He's got the damage gear raining in from his low HP, but again, for Esports, they're not really healing enough for me.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, like, Noe just doesn't like to heal, and Meow now being punished for the lack of healing. That's gonna create opportunity for Bound by Oath to just clear the way. An easy open goal by them.
It's getting overzealous. You know, they were in a good spot. They just had to kind of sit back a little bit and take their time, but now the speed from Gero is making a mark, but these heals are so substantial from Dompe. This Barley pick really is showing its worth. Now he's repositioning himself, getting to that top right-hand side, which is working out pretty well, forcing Bagdan to rethink and go to the left-hand side. Gero aggressing onto the Chester as well. Fires actually gets him taken care of, and now is a great opportunity even for Esports if they can just get the players whistled down. Now he's got the hypercharge, could force it through. Just do it. Just go towards the goal. It'll be okay, but the Chester might get something here, not in the pocket. You've got to be really cautious there. If he had got a stun off the back of that super, that wouldn't have been a goal.
Nonetheless, the Foot there to get one goal off their own. Speed flies out immediately, comboing off with Noe. But Meow, he's gonna eat the hypercharge to the face. He knows he's dead here, just trying to get some damage in. Passes the ball over to Noe. No interest in picking it up. Hypercharge flies out, stunned up. Gero, he manages to find the pocket, shoots it in. 2-0 to Foot Esports. They are now 2-1 in the series.
I feel like, honestly, for Esports, they could be taking a bit of a sigh of relief there. That was almost a dwindle and a bit of a blunder, but they were able to force it through regardless. I just expected this one to look a bit cleaner. Do you know what I mean?
I was about to say, it's a 2-0 in the end. We didn't have to go all the way in this set, but clean is a different story here. Both of the times, Bound by Oath had some big chances, big opportunities. They scored in both of those matches. They looked pretty decent. Once again, Bogdan on that Amber, especially nice, at least for me. In the last round, he has the most kills, now the most DPS. This man on this brawler, I feel like Foot Esports almost has to pen out Amber from now on, Spoo.
That could be an option for them here, but I don't know. Like, I just feel Foot Esports, is it just me, or are they playing like they're nervous or something? Because this is not the Foot Esports that I remember from the World Finals that they won. They're not looking anywhere as clean. The team play just doesn't seem to be there. I mean, it's a win nonetheless, but I think all of us here were just really, really surprised to see a lot of sort of like lone wolf plays almost coming out from Foot Esports. Like, each of them is just trying to win off their own talent and not win as a team. On paper, this draft should be running Bound by Oath over, but we don't see that in the game.
Bound by Oath had a pretty clean run through the monthly qualifiers, so did Foot Esports. They did qualify through the upper bracket, but Boo, yes, World Finals 2023, they looked phenomenal, but ever since then, yes, they qualified for the World Finals. They have been in every single semi-final in this year's monthly finals as well, but in the end, it never was enough to reach the Grand Finals. They had a bit of a rough start arc.
Yeah, to put it lightly, I mean, the amount of 3-2s and 2-3s, like I was saying, on their score lines is just, it's just getting really worrying for me. Like, they're cutting it so fine, and to be honest, I mean, you look at their results this year so far, and they've been, you know, looking kind of consistent, losing in semis, but, you know, consistent nonetheless. But, I mean, only just. I mean, it could be very much the opposite way around here if some of these score lines didn't go their way. And this one, I'm surprised this isn't a sweep so far, because Foot Esports should really be, you know, taking this a lot more confidently, in my opinion.
We had one set going the way of our world champions from 2023, one set going the way of our newcomers this month, and then the third set could have went either way, honestly. We're heading into set number 3 now, number 4. First pick is going to be with Bound by Oath. Banning out to Rico here is a special one. I feel we did not see him in quite some time. Spoo, overall, I think it's safe to say that we see a lot of picks from Bound by Oath that have been showing up a lot in previous metas. Also, the bans now indicating that. Jae Young, however, is a fairly new brawler. One that we haven't seen a lot because he was banned out like 50% almost in the East Asian Monthly Finals yesterday.
I'm breathing a sigh of relief when I see this Jaeyoung and spot on there. I was starting to feel that Bound by Oath seemed to be playing a meta from 1 to 2 years ago, and if you're going up against the world champion from 1 to 2 years ago, I think the math doesn't really check out. So good that Bound by Oath, they spot that Jaeyoung is open. It's probably the most versatile pick here that you can go up here on Bell's Rock. For Esports, they intentionally left it in the pool though, and that kind of leads me to believe that they wanted this matchup. They're gonna pick up this Gus, just very stable mid and long range selection, with the RT being Vanguard. I think that being one of their more favored options. They just go for the second best thing here, and I think they can develop in a lot of directions here. It's a very versatile map strategically.
Yo ho 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 ho!
Jaeyoung is a great brawler. I mean, it's definitely a Novo Esports special here, but I just don't know whether it's the best brawler on this map. The Gus Daryl, I really do like that. I mean, with the kit open as well, it could be a kit final pick, and that could be really quite disastrous. And you know, let's be honest, Jaeyoung doesn't pack the biggest of punches. Yes, he's got a lot of utility, a lot of healing, and a lot of speed. But ultimately, against something which Esports could be cooking up here, it's a little bit scary. You know, it's going to have some good mobility, but it's kind of what you pair it with that really counts here. And Ollie is that flavor. Yeah, they're kind of taking a big leaf out of Novo Esports' book, because this is kind of drafting their style. They would also go with the Hank, which is banned in this occasion, but you know, there's others still available here. The Berry could be on their minds to allow that Ollie to have a bit more healing as well, and to have a bit more control on this kind of map. It goes a long way. But again, I still like the Foot Esports draft is kind of more what I'm kind of feeling. It's just like, they just, like you said, they just seem a bit nervous at the moment, which is very unusual for them. Mandy coming through for Bound by Oath. It's a great brawler. The hypercharge is devastating, but again, getting the opportunities to land your shots is where, you know, Mandy's got some issues, and being aggressed is not where she thrives. So what is this final pick from Foot? Because this is crucial here.
Two directions for Esports could go for. Opt for a thrower of their own because they don't have parity for Bound by Oath. That's going to buy them the late game but weaken the early game. They could answer against the Mandy, just pick up another sharpshooter and go very sharp. They might consider the kit. There we go. As you called out, they want to double down on just more synergistic types of plays, play for that late game. They're basically just saying that we don't think this Jaeyoung Ollie is big enough of an early game threat to really stop Kit from just building up that first 30 seconds, charge the super, and just run it down.
Question is now, did Bound by Oath read the Foot Esports book? Because, you know, you see a Daryl and a Gus, and you're thinking that it's got to be a kit coming in. And they didn't seem like they wanted to take it out of their hands or kind of prepare around it. I mean, to be honest, you don't pick a Mandy if you're expecting a kit follow-up. It's just kind of not what you do. So the idea is to rush it. You've got to kind of get to the mark before the Daryl's got roll, before the kick can kind of connect, and they're doing that onto Meow. Meow's going to go down here. That is a huge blunder. Foot Esports, what were you doing there? Get out of that, and that's another missed roll as well from Naui too. It's just like Foot Esports are not playing themselves. W Solo does find it there as well, so they should be able to take care of 2 versus 1 now, right?
Yeah, I think mistakes are coming out from both sides there. Jaeyoung, they're really trading out for the kit. That's the central piece of their mid to late game that they really needed. With him dying, there's just basically no damage output.
3 missed shots against the wall.
I mean, it's fine. It's just 2 versus 1. Without Naui pinching, this is honestly really, it's next to impossible to land the shot here. Adri's just going to cycle around, wait for the gas to come in, and then just run it over. He's going to give Naui a little bit of that hypercharge. Whoa, Adri actually just popping out his super there. A little bit of an interesting choice for me to burn it there.
I would be willing to put money on actually this Ollie being able to 2 versus 1. This Esports just do not look like themselves. The gas is going to be the helping hand here now, enforcing the hand of Adri, but yeah, I've really got some reservations here. There's a lot of blunders in this map already, but Esports, they get the round.
Yeah, but Esports not getting much love from either of us today. I think we expected more for them. Bogdan continuing his hyper aggression here inside the mid. He's looking for Meow, by the way, in case you guys are wondering why he seems to be shooting shots out of nowhere. Now I think they may not have spotted it, and that's going to be an opportunity for Meow to go and get 1 kill. Hypercharged by Noe, jumping in. There's just no counterplay for this Darrow. Rolling in, don't be even trying to get a Hail Mary super in, but completely rebuffed. Noe just hit him like a pinball machine.
I don't get how you can go from the previous round to that one and it be the same team. Don't get it. That was perfect from Foot Esports. The rolls were landing bang on. They really exploded to the mark and just looked much more composed. everything worked. I just don't see how, like, they're just not being consistent by any means at all. Nice flank there from Meow. They're going to find Andrew here as well, but he should probably go down himself. Actually, Bound both stay on their feet. So already at a 2 versus 3 scenario, now he's one shot away from going down himself. I mean, it's just a little bit all over the place. It's a little bit chaotic, and it's just not very calculated for me.
Yeah, and for Esports, they just don't feel that the round is lost. They're still going to over-aggress there, use all the resources. I think they felt they could have won the 2v3, but I think you need to land everything perfectly there. It's almost disrespectful to aggress onto Bound by Oath there at that point.
I mean, now Meow is taking a back seat, which I think is wise. And I don't think these early kind of like hit scenarios tend to help too much in games. From what I've kind of seen, it's more often than not, it fails. But they do have to kind of consider timing this right. And so far, Bound by Oath really all stacking up. Nice connection there from the Mandy. And the utility speaks for itself. Every single player from Bound by Oath has got super now.
Both teams have supers here. Jero has the hypercharger, which is going to be pretty relevant when you get into that end game with the smoke coming in. A shield boosted by that hypercharge can get so much damage. Cookie Popper's just going to pop out there. It's just harassment damage, honestly, going on to Bogdan here. Jero just continuing to pressure out the mid. Both teams are just basically, viewers, if you guys are wondering what's going on, why they're dancing here and doing absolutely nothing, that's basically a sign that they're saying we both want to play the late game. We're going to wait for the last 10 seconds. We're going to run at each other. We're going to play rock, paper, scissors and see who wins. Now it begins.
Wow, there's a good chance the Esports should be able to do this now as well. Beautiful stuff as everyone explodes into the scene, but there's a hypnosis there as well. Not going to be enough. That was a clean round from FUT Esports, and one more round and they will make the semi-finals today at least.
I don't get it. Bound by Oath, they don't respect the Kid Darrow late game. They for some reason think that Aldri on his Ollie with the hypnosis can do the entire thing. Now they're going hyper aggressive and Dompe fires off though with that Mandy hypercharge super, but doesn't actually blow up the majority of FUT Esports. It only gets one. What happened?
Esports take the glory, but it was far from clean. They'll win the match, but again, I think their faces say it all. Bit of a sigh of relief there, and it just was not looking clean, was it, Sonny?
Clean is definitely not the word I would use to describe those matches, yet still, it's a 3-1 in the end, just what FUT Esports wanted. I hope so, at least. That's what they got, and that's what they have to be happy with in the end. I was kind of scared heading into the draft, both of them picking up one of the support brawlers first, Jae Young, and then Gus, and after that, FUT Esports built their whole comp around this Daryl. Noe just had to stay alive, otherwise their comp would have not been able to do anything, I feel, but he did, and he got a lot of kills, Spoo.
6 kills to his name, a bunch of missed rolls. I think both Ark and I just completely dumbfounded by most of them there, but nonetheless he got the job done. He got the kills that he needed. 6 to his name, 5 onto his partner Kid. I don't know, Bound by, I felt that they had winning odds there, but they just seem to change their strategy every single round, which really puzzles me.
After such a match, the question is always, did FUT Esports maybe just not play to their full potential, or is Bound by Oath just really good? Honestly, I liked what we saw from them today. Their draft, in the first set, you could argue they didn't really have the best of drafts with the Frank in their comp. But other than that, I really liked it. I like their comp also in Bells Rock now. If they refine their playstyle a little bit more, I'm sure we're going to see them in the future again. And remember, it's double point season, so everything's still open. They still gain a couple of points by just being in the quarterfinals arc.
I mean, I'll be honest, from the start of today and this week, I've had a good feeling about Reply Totem. I could see them actually doing really well this month and being in that grand finals, maybe even winning the whole thing. After seeing that performance from FUT Esports, I won't be jinxing this because they're next up, but I feel like they have got a better chance now more than ever to be in the grand finals for the first time this year. And that, I mean, I don't know what to say for that performance for FUT Esports. If they're underestimating their opposition or taking it easy, they shouldn't. They've got to treat everyone the same and give it their all.
This Italian showdown is going to be up next. First up, though, FUT didn't play to their full potential, but one man still stood out, at least for the people that voted over on the website. It was Noe. He did play phenomenally, Spoo.
Yeah, throughout the entire series, I think he did make the most flashy type of plays across the board. We're going to look at some replays now of that final series here with that hypercharge play, landing perfect rolls onto Adri back to back. Another roll here, and I think, yeah, one more to boot here at that. He basically just put the team on his back here, and he was the only one positioned well against that end game of the Melody, allowing Meow to just come out there. His positioning, his gameplay, his rolls, his mechanics, just sublime.
And as we have already teased up, next is going to be the Italian showdown between Novo Esports and Reply Totem. You definitely want to stay tuned for that. Now you have a little bit of time to get your snacks, all your focaccias and your cannoli, panini, whatever you want for this banger. So tune in again after a quick break.
Io penso che a fine dello split SK sarà primo, perché sono qualificati anche a questa finale mensile, sono arrivati secondi della Brawl Cup e sono molto consistent e vinceranno anche questa finale mensile e guadagneranno un botto di punti. E secondo metterei Humble, anche se non si sono qualificati questo secondo split, sono comunque hanno vinto la Brawl Cup e quindi il prossimo mese ritorneranno e prenderanno buoni punti. E terzo team direi Foot, che ultimamente stanno arrivando molto bene nelle scrim e anche nei tornei, e secondo me anche in questa finale mensile faranno molto bene. E come quarto team, secondo me, se noi continuiamo con questo ritmo possiamo guadagnarcelo il quarto posto.
EMEA showed up big on the global stage. Now they're back to battle it out at home. And who's also back is Trev. Lovely to have you here.
Yeah, lovely to be here as well. And honestly, it was a bit of a close game to start things off. Maybe not a close game for the best reasons, but a close game nonetheless.
I do expect the next one to be very, very close as well. It's the Italian showdown between Reply Totem and Novo Esports, respectively. Eclipsar, who did not catch that they are now signed under a new name. We have Mauro Mauri and Angel Boy on the left-hand side, Spoo.
One of these players is not like the other. Angel Boy is the only non-Italian here in this great Italian showdown, but for good reason. And yeah, if you look at Reply Totem, they're playing from their new team house. I do believe it is the dungeon-esque there. Let's see if that has really changed their preparation, their style, their confidence going into this year. Because so far, Totem haven't really shown anything that was really impressive in terms of their results. Just yet they're 8th inside the region. And yeah, the great Italian rivalry.
Yeah, it's not been, too smooth sailing for Reply Totem against Novo this year, or at least Eclipsar for the most part of it, but obviously a bit of a change in the name going on. Yeah, 2-3, 2-3, 1-3. So I'm starting to maybe doubt my prediction a little bit, but I feel like both teams looked equally as good in the qualifiers. So no matter the results in the past,
Did they though? We're gonna talk about that in a second. First up though, maybe fourth time is the charm for Reply Totem. They did lose to Novo in the BSC so far every single time, but recently they picked up form. They did beat SK Gaming to qualify through the upper bracket. On the other side, we have Novo Esports, and I don't think they're the best of runs in the monthly qualifier, unlike they usually do. They did not qualify through the upper brackets. They dropped to Chrono Esports 3-0.
But
To
then
then
who did they
beat Humble.
Yeah, but then they beat Humble.
To then beat Humble 3-0.
Who did they beat though? They might have lost against someone. Who did they beat?
It's so crazy. They lost to Nanox, Alex, and Lucas, 3 players that we don't really know, to then beat Humble, the Brawl Cup champions, Boo.
Yeah, both these teams end up beating the best, really, and that really just goes to show Italy on top, I guess. Well, Reply Totem smashed SK 3-2, and Novo Esports in just, I mean, one of the most crazy monthly qualifiers that's ever happened, eliminate Humble 3-0.
Yeah, again, I disagree still with what Trev said, also with what Spoo says in their predictions. But Trev said they had a good run in the monthly qualifier. It was very inconsistent. I do want to see the Novo Esports back that has won a monthly final already. Novo do have some points in the bag already, but again, they lost to Chrono Esports. They barely edged KDS later on as well, and then 3-0'd Humble. I don't know what they did in the monthly qualifier, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit back and forward, but in the end, ended up qualifying. So that's kind of at least the main goal in my opinion. But the draft is rolling on in, and obviously we are Reply Totem against Novo Esports. We've already said it's the kind of Italian derby going on. So should be a very, very close game. As I said, I think about a 50-50 no matter who people kind of predicted. I think it's pretty much even. So I really don't blame you, Spill, on this one.
Finally, I see a Bonnie ban. Okay, the entirety of yesterday throughout all of these maps that we've seen, we didn't see Bonnie banned out at all. Finally, a team that does respect that. I think the rest of the bans pretty characteristic here. Interesting to see the RT taken out as well. Is that signaling that they want to pick up Lily or Miko? Okay, well, Novo Esports, they prepared quite the poisonous first pick. Borrowed there, obviously, from the Brawl Cup meta.
Yeah, it's a good one. I like the Miko here. Also being able to bounce about and kind of get so much damage on the safe with that star power is absolutely disgusting. And it's kind of brought in here and there in other regions, but as you said, kind of China at the Brawl Cup was a huge, huge selling point for this brawler in Heist specifically, but bans being the Lumi, Angelo, and Chuck. Kind of glad to see the Chuck out the way. It brings a bit more of a unstable kind of meta to the Heist kind of game mode, so I'm quite glad to see that out of the way. But then again, you know, so do brawlers like Melody, the Lilies, the Mikos as well. So Melody being brought in along with the E for Reply Totem.
Interesting. So Reply Totem, they've developed their main damage dealer, immediately go back with the Eve, get that old school sort of water control down the line. Novo Esports, immediately, they know Angelo's banned out, so they have sort of no choice there. They want to make sure that that water is still contested. They pick up a Juju of themselves. This is a brawler that I see a lot on Bridge Too Far, but not really to great success, if I'm gonna be honest here. And finally, that mech pickup, I think that's just the designated defender against the Melody, which together with that hypercharge, I think she can cycle it just so quickly. Should be a pretty good defensive tool here. Yeah, well, I think the Bell, great shot. I always say it's just one of those brawlers that's kind of really consistent. No matter what you put up against it on a map like this, it's going to be fairly competent, being able to mark up kind of more aggressive brawlers. Totem Dungeon, there you go. As you said, the Totem Dungeon always seems to return. And yeah, it's slightly questionable. I'd like to kind of know where they're going to be placed to be in a place like that with decent enough Wi-Fi to play in monthly finals. But nevertheless, we are into the game. Reply Totem versus Novo Esports, the Italian derby. And we start things off with Sabine over the left-hand side. Kind of just going to be beelining towards the safe, and Mori doing a really good job gaining his lane off the start. Just completely ignoring Angel Boy, just going straight for the save. This is the MO for the Miko. Just go in there, deal as much damage as you can. Unfortunately, he didn't get the last shot in, and now it's Totem's turn to do the hurt. They've broken already through that first layer of shielding.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good to get out of the way, and the Miko wasn't able to deal that kind of damage. Only 16% dealt by him, which, you know, isn't bad in the grand scheme, but didn't manage to correct that shield. Eventually get it done now, but he will be sent back to the spawn by a defending Mori. Really nice stuff there as the Juju and Grigri go down at the same time, leaving a bit of a gaping hole through the mid here. But Sabine just going to try and run up and get some work done towards the safe again. Good defense from the Melody, though, getting low, and he jumps straight onto a nest egg, and Mara will finish the kill.
Yeah, every push that fails here is going to hurt Novo Esports quite tremendously. Angel Boy, no super to his name as well, so no immediate threat to the safe. Angel Boy going to be aggressing forward there. He's charged up his hypercharge. Sublime going to be answered one more time here inside the back, and there we go. Hypercharge is online. Biso dies there as a result as well. 50%, now 37, 32. The last layer of shielding is left only for Novo Esports.
Yeah, Maru doing a really good job of these nest eggs as well, and Novo don't seem to be aware where they are and keep on tripping them, which is providing some real big issues for them. Bouncing now are those shots from the bell left and right. Sabine going to go for the safe, but it's going to be marked along the way, and a massive difference in percentage overall. Novo only 20% left on 19, make that 17 now. Angel Boy going in as well, should be able to finish this one off, pops the shield and gets it done in what was a very dominant first game from Totem.
This Miko pick not really working the way that they intended for it. So for all the teams that are picking it up in sort of this monthly finals that I'm seeing from yesterday as well, is this trend where they seem to think that Miko functions similar to a Chuck. And in theory, yes, you get like consistent damage and pushes, and then you draft 2 defensive picks to sort of buy time for it to win. But you have to understand that it doesn't really function well as the sole attacker.
Well, Mori already getting some 8% poke damage on the left-hand side and taking a bit of a different stance on it as well, swapping some of the lanes through this game, setting the Eve down the left early on instead of the right. Doing a really good job here. Marco getting pinched in, because Miko, you know, he's good for going for the safe, but he's going to leave some 2v1s on that defensive side. And that's exactly what's happening here. So low already again. Surely can't make it towards the safe. Mori will jump back. Sabine going to go in, get 1 jump on the safe, which dealt a whopping 7%, bear in mind. It took a while for him to go down, managed to get another one. But in goes Melody now, and that should add some equalizing damage over the other side.
Thankfully answered there by Biso. The swipe of the sword was enough to fell him. He is marked up though, and now gonna have to clean up all these Eve pets before he can really advance forward. Sabine, he's gonna be really careful of jumping inside the mid. There's so many nest eggs there. He's gonna pop one, pop another. Almost Maru just snipes him down. Sabine not really fulfilling the role there. Hypercharge from Maru gonna be getting a kill off the bank shot to the left, clearing out the lanes. All 3 members of Totem now ready to attack.
Yeah, Mori doing a wonderful job with these pets as well at the defense, and Maru helps him out where needs be as well. Angel Boy can go aggressive, but choosing not to at the moment, considering there's a Miko respawning, might have a better time to be able to do so. Hypercharge available from Mori, but no super in hand just yet. Still working on this defense, and Sabine can't get anywhere. Hypercharge thrown very high. Juju should be able to clean that up, which is a little bit questionable, but now Angel Boy going in with a Hypercharge of his own doesn't get too much done, but I believe that kind of shield was cracked and down to the last percentage now.
It's not looking good for Novo Esports. Now Sabine on Minesweeper duty inside the mid. He kind of knows there's another nest egg that jumps over it there. Gets only 1 hit there, 5,000 damage. It's still pretty decent. This is not too bad of an attack that's coming out there from Novo, but if I'm honest, it feels like they're grasping at straws here. It's just going to take 1 more push from Angel Boy or Maru, and there it is. It begins. Angel Boy flies in there. He's going to be answered immediately, but there's 2 more members of Totem he has to contend with. Bounces fly out. The last shot hits. Totem takes set number 1.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Miko has to go up, has to go aggressive to get damage on the safe. He's not a defensive brawler by all means, but kind of forced to leave the killing push there, and really couldn't do too much about it. Meg's not going to be able to defend 3 on her own, so real tough stuff there from Novo. Not the first set they would have wanted coming into the monthly finals, and Reply Totem feeling pretty good, I'm sure.
We talked about how Totem finally wants revenge 3 times, and 3 times they faced and 3 times Novo Esports won. Now maybe 4th time's the charm for Reply Totem. Certainly looks that way after that set number 1. We do have the Miko come out once again. A lot of save damage, not really going for kills here. It's something that's what kind of came over from the Brawl Cup. Everybody now seems to take that over. But the defense was just too strong, especially looking at Maru there. Most DPS and most kills, he just tapped away at those Nova guys.
Yeah, I don't know. As I mentioned, I feel a lot of teams are experimenting with this Miko idea, but it really just goes to show that you can't just blindly copy someone's homework, right? China understands the Miko really, really well. In all 3 of the games that she was picked up, it was always picked in a structure where you had maybe something overwhelmingly strong like a Lumi paired up with another damage deal like a Colt, and then you go for the Miko last pick. You reveal it as your first pick. Yeah, you got all the pans in the world, but that's a super easy draft to counter.
That's exactly the thing. You can't just copy someone else's homework, as you said. And Novo picked up the Miko. It did work for Toxic Lotus. It did not work for them. Now let's see if they come up with something on their own, maybe showing us a new pick also on Shooting Star. Now remember, we did look at the leaderboard at the start of this show. Eclipse Star, or now Novo, are sitting at the 3rd spot right now. Reply Totem is 8th. So they're coming for that slot, Trav. They want the World Final slot, not just an LCQ slot.
Yeah, I mean, with you know, a few vacant teams here and there, it's a huge opportunity for kind of mid-pack teams like Novo to move up, and like lower teams like Reply Totem at the moment to really get a bounce up that leaderboard. So influential for these guys. These monthly finals should be getting the bans in very, very shortly. But as you said, Sonny, we are on the bounty Shooting Star, so should expect some long range. But nonetheless, we have had some mid-range, more aggressive brawlers coming through recently.
I would like to see that on this one as well. Most of the aggressive brawlers that we have seen a lot are banned out there. Kaze, one of them, had some great showings yesterday, even though a lot of people are talking about how maybe she's not the strongest of the new brawlers usually coming into the game. She still worked phenomenally well in Zeta Division's hands. Lumi is going to be the first pick here. Also a brawler that has received a recent nerf, but has still been popping off. The only thing they nerfed about her was her star power sprue, and that doesn't seem to be what makes her so strong.
It puzzles me, really, because we've had an entire day of Lumi yesterday. I think Semantic was the one that tweeted out that it still remains 100% win rate, right? Or something along those lines of a really, really, really high percentage in wins. And yet here coming into the EMEA, I guess preparation has already been locked in. I hope Reply Totem, I really, really hope that they have something poisonous planned, because you cannot just leave the best brawler in the game in the pool without strategizing an answer in advance.
Well, the Gus and Gray are going to come in for Reply Totem. Lumi was obviously the first from Novo Esports as well. On the flip side, we are back to them for their last two picks off this draft on Shooting Star. But so far, I like what Reply Totem have brought to the table. You can never say anything bad about Lumi, no matter what map or mode she's going to be on at the moment. And Ollie will come in as well. So clearly wanting to go for a bit more of an aggressive route. Jay Young to go along with it as well. Can add some heals, some speed to the mix as well with those slipstreams. I can't say it's something I've personally seen on Shooting Star. I would have maybe gone that route and gone with the Byron along with the Ollie, but we'll see. We'll see if it works. I'm not 100% convinced on the Jay Young, but I guess it can work.
Just seems like they want to pick up a consistent, you know, the speed boost and the heals, just keep them topped up here. They already revealed the Ollie and the Lumi. They don't have the greatest of ranges here, so Novo Esports, they're just basically saying we have to play hyper aggressive, try to use the entirety of the map, play together. And Reply Totem, the Byron last pick, it kind of shuts a lot of that down. If you clump up, you're just easy pickings for all those supers that you can charge as a Byron.
Well, little walking cane there did get rid of all of that grass, so can't hide now from the pinch either. And Lumi just waiting here to reclaim these Morning Stars. Did use the ice there as well. Didn't find any connections whatsoever on Mori though, so he's gonna be pretty happy about that situation, being able to bait out the early gadget from the Lumi. Still some good positioning so far, but the blue star remains with Novo.
I'm really puzzled. You get the blue star here and then you retreat all the way back into the base. You're not even letting your mechanical skills shine whatsoever. Novo Esports, they just want to play for the objective. I don't know if they can sustain just defensive gameplay the entire game, because it's a shooting range now for Reply Totem. Angel Boy already has a TP which he can commit at any time if he needs to get cleanup. Maru and Mari though, they're the ones with the heavy damage dealing that can come in. Sabim is just hiding in the corner. Angel Boy now goes for the first assassination play, and there's no way that they can clean up after him getting out.
Yeah, I mean, just goes straight in and walks back. Didn't even need the TP to get away from the Jay Young there, with the complete lack of damage that he brings to the table. And I feel like that's, you know, the same can be said for Ollie as well. The damage on this roster really isn't that heavy. Nothing for Totem to be scared about, and especially at this range as well, when you've got the Gusses, the Byrons on your team who can just keep Novo Esports back now.
They're just playing so passively. They're just waiting for some kind of late game timing. There's the speed gonna be coming out. Now aggressing forward. Sabim goes in there, gets the hypnotize there, but Angel Boy with the TP there to tank some shots there and some reverse fire of his own. Novo Esports, they make an attempt, but felt they lost 2 members as a result.
I mean, Totem are looking much better than they have done in previous months and overall throughout this year. This might be the strongest version of them we've seen. Angel Boy doing a real good job, and Maru will pick up that on the left-hand side. Soup comes through from Biso on the right. Still, 1 more kill's needed, and it's just more they need. They got the control onto him and get the kill. Can they get the trade, the TP behind? But he can't find it. And Novo Esports have robbed that from Reply Totem. And beautiful plays towards the end is all that's needed for them to get the win.
Great capitalization. A slight misstep there from Angel Boy, just being 1 tile too far forward, getting caught by those icicles at the Morning Star. And then the Gus hypercharge there. It was used, but not to push back the Ollie. It was used a little bit too early there, and not enough health to sustain Novo Esports. They find the 1 winning play, and they get it.
Well, the Blue Star again, thanks to the slipstreams and just Ollie's vast HP pool. But they were pinned in this exact same position in the previous one and couldn't really do too much for the majority of the game. Maybe got, I'm not going to say lucky towards the end of the last one to get that win, but definitely helped out by some of Totem's mispositioning, as he said. Walking Kane goes through, but finds no connections. Gets a shot on Biso on the right, and Angel Boy just going to be working for this super, and then maybe Totem will be able to do something.
Novo back in the same position as game number 1. They seem to be perfectly comfortable with what they have at the Blue Star at the moment. Now with the speed boost and the icicles, not real connections going out here. They back off immediately back into the spawn. They're just trying to not feed too much to Totem.
Yeah, Jaeyoung just sitting at the back, not able to do too much. Splash comes through, misses, doesn't even Calypso beam there with just the left-hand side of it. Biso doing a good job, but the walls are broken now on the right-hand side, so less area for her to hide. Marco will try and move forward with the speed boost from that super. Unable to get anything done from it. Totem kind of standing right in between these two Morning Stars, so need to be careful about the slowing effect, and there's the ice as well. Maru shield on the left, so might be able to make some plays towards the late game. And it seems Totem are taking a bit of a different approach. They went in a bit earlier, got the lead, and then retreated. Then maybe they'll just go towards the end, but now Totem is going to go in. Angel Boy might be able to get this TP back out, just going to wait on it, and will be able to escape, gets a heal along with it as well, and 26 seconds for them to survive this time.
Great calculations from Angel Boy, knowing the 3 shots are enough to kill him, though. Now it's Novo Esports time to strike, though. Goes in there. The flying hook. It flies out. The Hypnosis still connects, though. I don't know how that hit Novo Esports. Mari, a little bit too mispositioned there. It's going to force Totem to have to make a Hail Mary play. Now Angel Boy, he's still got 1 teleport. The target should be Biso, the lowest target there. But Novo in the corner. They're going to dive with everything. It's not going to be enough. Novo Esports, they steal this game away from Totem and take a set for themselves.
I mean, it seemed to me like the Walking Cane kind of dragged the Hypnotize onto him in the mid there. I'm not sure if he was going to be able to evade it anyway, but you kind of see him hiding behind the wall, trying to avoid it. And then the Walking Cane comes through, and it kind of seemed to drag him towards his own teammate, in my opinion. Not sure if that's kind of the reason why he got hypnotized, or if he'd have been unable to avoid it anyway, but it did seem like that to me.
It did look like that, certainly. In that second set, it was a photo finish. It could have been going either way, for me at least. With that, Novo Esports does manage to equalize the score here. It's 1-1 overall, and we would have wanted to see nothing else here. A close match between those two Italian powerhouses. Biso here, the star player on the side of Novo Esports, with a whopping 4 kills here. The only one with range, so makes a lot of sense that he is confirming those kills whenever their opponents are low. And honestly, coming into the draft, I did not think that we would see 3 or 2.5 support brawlers on the side of Reply Totem. They don't really have the damage to deal with that Ollie specifically, with Marco in the back even more so. So I felt like as soon as Novo Esports had an opening, as soon as they were able to close the gap between themselves and their opponent, Reply Totem couldn't really get the kills back, not really refrag.
Yeah, I mean, just in my opinion, like, Totem shouldn't be losing that, should they really? Like, it's overall pretty poor from them towards the late game in here. They've dominated the entirety of it, have control for massive amounts of the game, and still just unable to get the job done in either of those 2 games. Very disappointing for Reply Totem. I'm pretty sure they know that they should have won that one as well, and they're going to have to come back and be a bit more, I'm not going to say, better, because they didn't play bad at all, but a bit more careful towards the late game.
They have to come back now in Hot Zone. Spoo, what do we expect to see here? Which brawlers do you want to see?
I think coming off the high of the Brawl Cup, the throwers definitely have to be talked about. Tanks as well. Barry is the star of the show, so 100% I think this brawler has to be banned. But we did see a new star emerge yesterday. Kaze did slip through in Hot Zone, and Dampo piloted it to an obscene level. So here in the Italian sort of gambit between these 2 teams, will they leave it out for the taking, or will they take it themselves?
In scrims, Reply Totem really like to play those aggressive brawlers. I have Chester, Kenji, Max, Kaze, and Stu here. So Kaze showing up here, and he's also not banned. So maybe Spoo, you're right, and they're gonna pick her up. But I also don't see banned out is Barry though, and Spoo seems to think he's mighty good here, Trev.
Yeah, I quite like the Berry. I mean, we saw, I think it was Lukey playing it at the Brawl Cup to a disgusting level, and Humble, used that brawler so much, and it works very often for them, but Lumia is going to be the first selection here for Novo Esports, and it worked for them in the last, so why not go it again? And it's going to be very good here, don't get me wrong. It's kind of like bringing that same ice, not stunning effect, but slippering effect, where they're going to be a bit unsure of where they're going to end up, as the Lu would do, and that being banned out, maybe Lumia is the next best option at getting that done. But Reply Totem are going to have the next 2 follow-up picks.
A poor man's Lu, but nonetheless still good enough. You banned it out yourself. Lumi slipping through the pool again. Very surprising to me. Now, Totem, they've banned out Draco and Frank, and then now they pick up Gray, but they haven't revealed the tank selection just yet. They opt to go for the Finks instead. I don't know if this is overthinking on the Reply Totem part. The structure of the draft seems a little bit bizarre to me. I think Novo Esports, they have an excellent opportunity to round out their draft in a very, very concrete way that can punish this Gray.
Yeah, well, I don't mind it really from Reply Totem, but they are going to have to do a pretty good job of getting probably a tank coming in the later seconds. Berry is going to come in, and as Sonny said, you seem to like that quite a lot and think it's very good, so I would be inclined to agree with you. We'll see what they do bring it in with, probably a tank. I would imagine just to have that aggression and usually paired quite well with the Berry.
Yeah, absolutely. With Hank, Frank, Draco banned out, they've only got a few options. They opt for the Assassin tank of all options. They like this Ollie pick. I think they spy the fact that Reply Totem at the moment, they don't have massive damage in their pocket. Novo Esports, on the other hand, they don't want to go up with like a hyper-aggressive type of tank, maybe something like an Ashe or a Primo, because I think they spy with the Lumi, they already have all the damage in the world. They're not really concerned about that.
I really like this Novo comp, I won't lie. And as you said, so far, Reply Totem don't have much DPS at all. They're going to go with the Jackie and try just run it down. But yeah, I like what Novo Esports have brought to the table. They've managed to get the Lumi as a first pick, wasn't banned out. And then Berry in a tank is a good combination, in my opinion.
I'm very curious to see if Biso takes the second gadget here. I think it's got some great synergies with that Lumi pickup. You get the hypnosis from a far distance. You combo up with that Lumi Morning Stars, the slowing. You put them in a position where they literally cannot attack. They can't walk. They can't do anything. I don't know if the jump is what he's thinking of. We're going to have to wait and see here. But yeah, I don't know. I feel Grey Jackie a little bit too overrated for me. And Novo Esports, their comp just seems a lot more modern.
Yeah, Walking Cane comes through and doesn't connect, so no walls are going to go down so far, and that massively helps what Novo Esports have got. Nice hypnotize there, and Jackie gets taken down, and a lockdown Angel Boy on the left-hand side can't do too much. Gets his TP now. Needs to try and set that up for the Jackie to have easy access to the mid. Mori just going to slow things, and Super comes out there. Not going to make any connections for the Lumi. There's the TP from Angel Boy. He's accepting defeat just to set that up.
Subeam's using that second gadget as talked about, that hypnosis coming in there. It's going to prevent Jackie from using any kind of CC the moment he flies in. But Totem, they've not given up just yet. With Dimensional Doors set up, that's the key piece of utility that they need. Biso flying in a second time, the heal not really being on the mark there. Maru trading it out there nicely with Subeam. But when all's said and done, it's the percentage that's really starting to count out for Novo Esports.
Yeah, and a hypercharge is there as well, which Angel Boy's now set up. Going to get them a shield upon entry, straight off spawn too. So Reply Totem couldn't ask for a better setup at the moment. Maru's going to need to heal up, though. It's very low, almost dies to that berry shots in the end, but does narrowly survive. Now the hypercharge comes through, and Novo have a bit of control back. And they don't even have that Jackie coming through the TP at the moment to prove a big threat. Will be now, considering he got sent back to spawn. So expect him to come in quite quickly. The Walking Cane was there, but couldn't quite time it with the Jackie coming in. But the pullback is brilliant, and Biso just holding on, trying to get in the zone, but Maru denies him that as well. But the percent is only 9 needed, and they've got quite a lot of supers on the Novo side.
Marco's going to open up with a Son of N. Subeam now flies to on the left side. Hypnosis dodged out by Angel Boy. A scuffle goes out in the mid, and Novo Esports, they just got too much health to go through. 9% was all they needed, and it's what they got.
I mean, that was really nice from Novo Esports. Totem just need to not have a... I know it's difficult, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, oh, it's so easy, just go and get a better start. But I'm well aware they're probably going to be losing until they get those TPs set up. But try just lose a little less, please, Totem, before you get it set.
You're asking an awful lot for them trapped in. Just look at this early game. Look at the amount of denial inside the mid. We are seeing Totem aggress a little bit more. I like the positioning coming out. Maru finally getting that time zone online. That's gonna basically neuter the offensive from Novo Esports. Hey, Trav, you asked for a better early game? You got it.
Yeah, don't doubt it. Don't doubt it, Spoo. My advice is always so good. But yeah, it's better and actually in the lead at the moment, but starting to dwindle now. Angel Boy's just going to set this TP up, and yet again, he's aware he's going to die. He knows he's just going to go in, try and get some stuff done, and set that TP up. But Hypercharge is being used here by Berry, and the super by Marco as well, so it doesn't have that lockdown effect anymore, but Ollie has one of his own. Angel Boy gets another super, can't be too far from a Hypercharge as well. And it is a lot better. They might still be losing, but it's better than last time, and the Hypercharge is up too.
Absolutely agree here. I like the fighting spirit coming out there from Novo. Maru now coming in with another push of his own, but the Hypnosis is on the mark. Couldn't fire off any of the shots. He's only going to get one Biso as a result, but that's kind of Biso's own undoing there, flying in. Now, Cyclone Super coming in from Maru, instantly answered by the damage of Marco.
Yeah, and a good kill as well by the Lumi Super. Jackie will be coming in again, but might be neutralized once more. Nice Hypercharge there as well, but gets hypnotized. Can't do too much now. Gets another one, and the slow is so impactful in that moment. Nice little TP back there from Mori as well, and kills coming in, but it's the same as last time. Almost the exact same percentage when getting this control and getting to this point, that 12% might be too hard to deny Novo Esports.
Yeah, Angel Boy even had to commit the dimensional doors now. There's a nice slow there from Marco. The team fight is perfectly stun flies into onto Maru. There's nothing that Angel Boy can do by himself. Totem concede another set. Novo Esports surge into the lead.
Yeah, real nice stuff. And now Reply Totem are going to be regretting not winning that bounty set even more. They've fallen behind 2 sets down to 1. So not out of it just yet, but not in a good position by any means, because Novo Esports are looking like the better roster at the moment. And that was a very good draft from them as well.
The draft was phenomenal. I don't really know why they got to Berry and to Lumi, both those brawlers. We kind of asked for both those brawlers with an insane win rate on open business, even more so. And then on the other side, it's an okay draft, I guess, but it's a comp that Reply Totem never even scrimmed. I looked up all of their scrims. From what I can see, they never played this comp, nor those brawlers, and they decide to just bring out something completely new, struggle to face up against this Berry Lumi comp, and yeah, it didn't pay off. To me, honestly, Reply Totem has been playing mechanically super well. They're playing all together. The synergy is there, even more so than on the other side, but they're just getting out-drafted, Spoo.
It's not even the sort of most brilliant of outdrafts, right? Reply Totem, they seem to have this obsession around this gray pick. They picked it once in the bounty, didn't work out. They're saying this time it will work. But guess what? They forgot to ban Lumi or something along those lines. They pick up gray without any proper support, forced to lock in the Jackie in the last pick. They're just making it so difficult for them to find the wins. And Novo Esports, on the other hand, they're just seeing a very simple equation. We pick the strongest brawlers on the map. We know it's good, and we win.
And this is the thing as well, like, by no means is Angel Boy a bad grade, probably one of the best grades in the world, but there's just certain instances where you can't be bringing it in. And, you know, as you said, you can't be getting a Berry and a Lumi in a draft on this map. Surprising to see both of them even slip through the draft, never mind go to the same team.
I mean, yeah, we have seen not that good of a draft in the first set from Novo Esports with the Maker that we didn't love from them. And after that, it was just Totem picking up the Grey twice, Gus and Byron and Shooting Star, 2 healers without anything to heal really. And then in open business, they just gave them the Lumi and the Berry for free without having anything on their own side to really go up against that with a lot of damage output that was just lacking. So I really feel like Totem can win this one. Synergy-wise, they're playing a lot better. Novo Esports is not playing as a unit today. They're kind of all just doing their own thing, but it works because they have the better drafts. Now heading into our 4th set here. It could be the last one if Novo Esports is winning that one, but Totem certainly wants to prolong a little bit longer. This time around, I looked up Novo's scrims. They do like to play things here themselves. They bring out the bow sometimes. Ark's favorite pick, we played that yesterday, and they like to play the Grey here. So let's see if Totem gets Grey for the 3rd time in a row, or if they finally come away from that brawler because it just did not work out for them, Spoo.
Grey being open could be a trap late. Totem this time not gonna lead out with it. Good shout by them. I think if they had just straight up picked Grey again, Trav and I would just basically just completely lose our minds, because Novo Esports, they've displayed that they most certainly absolutely know how to deal with it. But as you said, it's one of their favorite picks here as well, and with Chester already sort of coming out, that's one of the nice pairings that you can have with the Grey. I don't know if either of these teams will be opting to go for that strategy.
Yeah, I mean, The thing is, listen, I don't like the grey hair at the best of times. I think it's a very cheesy strategy, and the same on a lot of other game modes as well. Pretty cheesy strategy on the other side. But, you know, I was going to say, if Reply Totem pick it up, I'll probably just break down and cry, considering how many times they picked it up and it not work. But Novo Esports getting it, they're going to take a crack at this brawler and see if they can get it to work.
Yeah, first pick. Not my biggest fan, but if it's 2-3, wow. Novo Esports, this is some next level psychology. You just saw this exact pickup in Hot Zone, didn't work out, and then Novo Esports, you're like, you know what, guys? That's because you had it on the wrong map. It works if you pick it in double swoosh. Maybe that's the statement that they're trying to make. I don't know if Totem are gonna see the same level of irony in that. They're gonna have to answer with 2 more picks of their own. Finks is one of the best laners on this map, as shown at the Brawl Cup, as shown in the East Asian Monthly Finals just yesterday. They're gonna have to probably answer it with a really, really strong laner of their own, but with Amber already being banned out, I don't know what's left in the pool to deal with that.
Yeah, well, they're bringing in the Gene here. Honestly, it's not going to be the most, you know, incredible gem carrier when it comes to defending off against these probably TPing in brawlers that Novo Esports are going to go for, but could go a different route. We see the Hank being selected as the last pick from Reply Totem, so might be a waiting over kind of a TP with a big bubble and a super. It is a great way of kind of defending against these the onslaught from the oncoming aggression of Novo Esports. But we'll see if that's even the route they go. They might have to just pivot away from something like that, considering the chest is going to be pretty decent against tanks. The Hank can do some good stuff, but Ash is going to come in here for the Novo Esports side. The robotic rats can be cleaned up by Hank, but Ash overall is a pretty decent matchup.
Very sharp counter there to the Hank there. It's not, I say it's sharp in the sense that you do have to pilot it pretty well. That's a unique interaction that if you're basically too close to the Hank, Semantic does this really well. You get inside the Ash, you press that super button, you take 8,000 damage, you just get deleted off the face of the earth. It's not easy to do, it's mechanical, but that's the one sort of way that Hank can win the matchup. Otherwise, if Ash just runs you down, it's pretty much GG on that lane. So that's the lane setup that Novo are going to be looking for.
Well, Reply Totem can stay in this game, or if Novo Esports will get their ticket to the semi-finals. Mori picks up 2 gems here nice and early on. Might have been able to go for the 3rd there over Novo's side, but we do see his Chester going down on the left, so not the best of starts for Reply Totem again. Biso trying to go over there and grab that from the opposing side, and literally just 1 gem like that can make a huge difference in a matchup like this.
Yeah, both teams just trading the gems on their sides right now. They're farming up the individual utility, but Biso most likely going to be getting his dimensional doors long before Maru gets his hook there. Walking Cane, sorry, comes out there once again. It doesn't connect onto Maru. That's going to allow him to go in, but Subib, this is the interaction we talked about. You get 1 bubble on him, and then he gets full rage, and then he runs you down.
Yeah, nice stuff from Marco there. Has this kind of time warp as well. Gets the kill, and robotic rats coming forwards as well. Mori in spawn has a pull, but who's he going to use it on? Only Marco's within range, and that would be a huge waste and allow Biso to have free roam over this mid portion of the map. Robotic rats go down and will be cleaned up by 1 bubble, but Sabine's around the right-hand side being ignored. There's the pull. Biso is forced to TP out, but was stunned in there as well from the Chester. Gets another good shot in. Won't have been the desired use of the TP, but I mean, who's not going to use it there?
Yeah, he had to spam it out there. Angel Boy actually got the stun off, but just didn't have the damage to follow up with it there. Now Maru with the hypercharge going to be going in, trying to get Subeam there. The torpedoes don't really connect. They're just all heading into the wall. 1 more bubble should really do the trick. The Walking Cane to pull him in, and Subeam gets to clean him up. Left side, once again, Marco and Angel Boy just mutually trading it out. 1 more gem to be collected. It's on the left. Not even needed to run in the center. Totem, mathematically, can't tie.
Massively beneficial to have that left-hand gem there being provided to them by Angel Boy, because that means he doesn't have to risk it against Mori. The robotic rats coming in. Chester has to eat all of them to give them a chance at this gene pull, but there's just not enough time, and Novo Esports are going to be heading straight to match point in what seemed like another comfortable game.
The draft's just looking so confident. Sunny called it out so brilliantly, knowing that in the scrims, they probably prepared this in advance. This is just so poisonous. And if you Reply Totem, what do? The entirety of the game, they're just sticking on the same lanes. They're just insisting that putting this Chester will work. Now we see the lane swap. Maru is going up against the Finks. This is a matchup that they don't want, but it's a compromise that they have to take because they want Angel Boy on that favorable Ash matchup.
Yeah, well, it seems like the Italian derby once again is going Novo's way so far. And that would be pretty much 4 in a row if Totem don't manage to get this back. But Maru trying to get at this left-hand side. Change things around a bit, moving him there and having the Ashe face off against him on the left instead of the right, which did not go in his way at all in the last. But 4 gems are over Novo's head, so although they don't have the mid-control at the moment, they do have a bit of a gem lead to buy them some time. Maru uses those torpedoes to get a heal off, but will be taken down nonetheless. Marco evading these shots nicely thanks to the time warp. In come the robotic rats and the kills there as well, and had no control, and now they have it all.
Yeah, Biso now with the dimensional doors as well. That's the key resource. He needs to dodge out those pulls. It's Sublime here on the left side. They're just so dominant. Robotic Rats powered by the hypercharge going to be coming online. Ooh, Biso tried to go for the cheeky long pull. They're not really going to be connecting here. This Ashe is just such a menace on the left side. They can't even scout him out. It looks so desperate for Reply Totem.
Yeah, that's a waste of a couple of bits of unnecessary utility there as he went for the TP and the pull with his gadgets, so none of that now. Marco accidentally TPs up, or maybe does it on purpose, puts himself a bit out of position and gets killed. 5 gems to 8, so still a lead. Oh, Angel Boy gets pulled through there by the Walking Cane, doesn't manage to get secure. Sabine gets the rats round the back, and now control flipping back to Novo as quick as that.
Yeah, Maru needs to land up the pull of his lifetime if he wants the chance here. He gets the push, but Robotic Rats are gonna consume him from the inside out. No support from the Hank to save him. Angel Boy gets a hypercharge, not gonna be enough. He blows up Subin, but what does it matter? Biso's already in the back with dimensional doors at the ready. Hypercharge just to celebrate. Novo, no, they've won the Italian Gambit. They know that they've defeated Reply Totem. Code GVHEX on the screen. Use it, ladies and gentlemen, because that is Novo Esports taking the win.
Great stuff there. Really, really nice from Novo. After a really disappointing first set, and honestly a pretty disappointing second set overall, they managed to get the win in that one. But then after the first, a straight sweep, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Big turnaround for Novo Esports, and were definitely the deserving team in this series.
I thought today was the day we see the rise of Totem again. After not even qualifying for the first monthly final, they have now qualified every single time. They looked phenomenally in the monthly qualifiers, but it was not the day we would see them rise again. They really need to start doing their homework. They're playing so well, but they're getting outdrafted every single set. Sabine here with 11 kills, and this exact comp is exactly what I called out as well. It's Finks, Grey, and Ashe. Novo Esports scrimped this comp every single time they played this map. So Totem just had to know what's coming, no? They had to know exactly which comp is coming, and yet still, I don't know, they let them have the perfect comp, the comp that they wanted. I'm so mad, actually. Like, they played so well, but do your homework.
I'm sorry, guys. I got the prediction right. I feel a little bad for calling them the underdog in this match. Guys, they beat Humble. The math is there. If they beat Humble, they're better than Humble. If they're better than Humble, they're the best in EMEA. Enough said, guys. Enough said.
Yeah, Trev.
Yeah, I've got no comments on it. I've got no comments on it. I'm as mad as you are. They should have won the second set. They didn't do any homework on the third set. As you said, they've literally given Novo what they've been scrimming. They should have won the second set. They won the first one. Should have been done. Should have been done. Should have been Totem's way. But Novo Esports, they were the rightful winners of this Italian derby once more, and as I said, I'm pretty sure that's 4 in a row now looking at the graphics, so it's just not Reply Totem's match at this at all. Novo might be their kryptonite.
At least they make me look very clever because I predicted the draft through.
I'm gonna run, Sonny. I feel scared now that I have 3 people that predicted the wrong team. You know, you guys are all Totem fanboys in the chat as well. Probably, yeah, I'm gonna hide now.
I see. Okay, well, we're gonna see you soon again, I'm sure. First up though, let's have a look at the brackets here. We still have the MVP vote going on as well, so you still have to stay around for a little bit here. For the Esports versus Novo in the semi-finals now, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big semi-finals, and for Esports are going to have to play a lot better than they did in the first quarter-final if they're going to beat that Novo team who seem to draft and play very, very well. But we do have Papara Supermassive versus Inner Circle for our next game, and then we round things out with a banger quarter-final number 4 again with SK Gaming versus Team Heretics. And it's the same as East Asia. That quarter-final number 4 this month has just been absolutely incredible.
Let's see if that's going to be the case for every single monthly final next week. And we also still have 2 going on. First up now, we have the MVP of Novo Esports. And who could it be other than Marco. I think this guy has gotten the most of the MVPs in this region here, at least whenever Nova won Spoo.
There has to be a correlation between the MVP and the amount of screen time that they get. Because, well, if I'm gonna be honest here, I had a different MVP in mind. I think Biso and Subim, they just did so well on the side lanes here and just really brought it home for them. Not to say that Marco was a bad player, but anyway, maybe he's the captain. If he's the mastermind behind all these comms, then most certainly this guy MVP, well deserved.
The Italian Derby is over. Trev, next up is going to be Papara Supermassive versus Inner Circle. Any thoughts on that one? Who do you think is going to take it?
I mean, I've said Papara Supermassive, but it's another 50-50. All of the kind of quarterfinals in this month are absolutely incredible, and other than the first, 2, 3, and 4, I think are really hard to decide.
So for everybody watching right now, you still have some time to get your predictions in. Head over to event.brawlstars.com to get your Pro Pass XP. Do it now or never. You have 1 minute until we're back from the break.
I think maybe our team could grab the 5th world spot, and I think the 9th LCQ spot will be up to like one of Schnitzel, KDS, NXT, or another team that might qualify the next 2 months. I think Schnitzel could take it because they might qualify the next month if they make another upset, because a lot of their players are unknown, but they're definitely coming up on the scene. But likewise, NXT and like KDS also have very strong players on their rosters as well.
Welcome back in EMEA's monthly finals, and also welcome back, Ark. I'm sure you watched that previous match. Are you as mad as me?
Oh, I was screaming for it, yeah. I mean, they just love Grey. They just love Grey, and just they can make it a lot easier on themselves by just kind of drafting the things that kind of Berry Tank is quite straightforward to play, and it gets results. Just kind of go with what works rather than trying to be too fancy is my kind of drafting advice.
It still was a nice match to watch. The first set was taken by Totem, so we got a close match, which we usually want to see. I hope this one is gonna be just as close here. Papara Supermassive versus Inner Circle, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, a very colourful selection of flags there. 6 different flags, 6 different nationalities. I feel like pretty rare we see that these days. But it is Papara Supermassive versus Inner Circle. Big matchup. I think this is another 50-50, both kind of competing for these, well, they're both within the kind of world's LCQ spot area. So they're both going to be wanting to get in the semis, get towards the finals, get some points on the board, and with double points, it's another one of those kind of, making the gap bigger or bridging the gap between these two teams, depending on who wins it.
They kind of had a curse going on, Ark. They did not perform that well since they signed with Inner Circle. Team Electros got 2nd in the grand finals. It's the same roster, but then they didn't even qualify for April.
Yeah, April was definitely not a good result. Not really losing to the biggest of teams really either. Not really anyone that stood out massively to me, and this qualifier wasn't too smooth either.
We wanted to hear from them what they had to say about each other as well, so let's hear it from the teams themselves.
I think Inner Circle, a very interesting team. I think a lot of people don't really understand how they play and stuff, but they can definitely cause big upsets.
Papara Massive, For me, Hank Merchants and Lily Merchants, in my opinion, like tier A maximum.
Hank Merchants and Lily Merchants. Do you care to elaborate what you meant, Rev?
I really don't know. I really don't know, to be honest with you. I mean, he's kind of just spouting words at this point, but I really don't have a clue what he's talking about. But it's going to be a close game, predictions wise. It is Spoo again, trying to be different, has to be different always, doesn't he? But I can't blame him for it. I do feel like it's a 50-50, to be honest with you. As I said, for the quarterfinals 2, 3, and 4, all very close, also so hard to predict, and I could have quite easily have just gone in a circle as well.
It is a close one. Once again, I just looked at the scrim results and also at the monthly qualifier where Paparum was super massive. They qualified through the upper bracket, so they're looking a little bit stronger at the moment. They did also qualify for April, whereas Inner Circle did not. Once again, it was kind of the curse. As soon as they got signed, they just didn't find any success anymore. And now both of them not looking the most consistent overall, though, Arc. Since, both of them had some great runs in the monthly finals, and then for the next month, they didn't even qualify. Papar Supermassive also didn't qualify for March, for example.
Yeah, and prior to the last match, only 2 instances have been all season where an upper bracket team have left in the quarterfinals. So, like, that's pretty firm, stats. I mean, more often than not, qualifying for the upper bracket does set a bit of a standard going forwards into the monthly finals. But let's see how things will fare. I'm with Trap. I feel like this is a bit of a 50-50 one for me, honestly, between these two teams. Both having kind of yet to really kind of shine through and show what their worth is. So, as the draft kind of flies through, certainly I want to see a bit more from both of these two teams here today.
Yeah, well, the draft obviously being a Hank first pick, Lumi, Gus, and Gene banned out by Para Supermassive, and Jae Young picked first. Seemingly, I don't really see anything bad about the brawler when it's in play. It never seems like it's doing massive amounts, but it doesn't always seem to get completely battered. This is the thing. So bit of a question one in my eyes. Not saying it's bad, but I'm just still waiting for it to be really proved to me in competitive play. Bands over the other side were the Bell, the Grey, and the Lou. I quite like the way we're kind of getting Grey out of the way after absolute torture that we just had in the previous series. I'm quite happy to see it banned for all 5 sets here if we go all the way. Pearl going to come in as a second one as well from Papara Supermassive to pair along with that Jae Young.
Yeah, Inner Circle do love to combine a Byron here as well, so I'm kind of curious to see whether they do find that pick, and it's quite a good one, to be honest, for this exact reason. Ollie available here as well would be a solid Inner Circle pick here as well. I quite kind of feel like the Grey ban is directly aimed at Papara Supermassive. That was the highest pick brawler in scrims as well, and the highest win rate brawlers, so no surprises there really for me. Angelo is available, but going to be a tough brawler to play into the Hank at the moment, so there is our combination, yeah. And if they follow it with the Ollie, you're looking at 2 tanks with a heavy heal behind it, and that's a solid draft for me. I wouldn't mind that at all. Max as well, it's going to be actually what they go for, so I quite like that. You know, it's kind of giving them a lot of options. The aggression, the heals, the tankiness. It's a good draft. Papara Supermassive now, a chance to counter. They will experimenting with Kaze in their scrims. I don't know whether they're going to bring it in here today. It's a bit risky, and Angelo's going to struggle against the Max now too, so little option now for them.
Yeah, I think the Max is a good shout for Inner Circle. If they'd have got another tank with Pearl's wall break and a possible another wall break, it probably would have just fallen apart. We see the kit come in. Not what I would have expected, to be honest with you, but it's honestly been working quite well in a lot of different matchups. Can't say I've seen it massive amounts on Bounty. It's usually sliding in modes like Knockout, but the ability to turn into thrower on a map like this, if you're choosing when and where to break up the walls, which they are because they're the ones with the Pearl, then it can work pretty well, I'd say.
Well, in we go. For Papara Supermassive, I feel like they've got a lot of healthy support behind them. We see a lot on socials as well around that very thing, and they're definitely feeling amped coming into this monthly final. But Inner Circle, you know, a squad that have got a lot of history, a great amount of synergy between these 3 players, and certainly it's been an interesting year to not hear so much from Rama. He does tend to get a bit mouthy when they start to win, so if that happens today, we'll definitely see, I'm sure, some action from him on socials too. So far, so good for Inner Circle, pushing their way forwards and putting Papara Supermassive into that bottom left-hand side. Salty staying just above the field of action in case the flank was needed, but both sides sort of sitting back, and it's just the blue star so far for Supermassive.
Yeah, Tomsy setting up some slipstreams, but Salty and Filippo not really using them too much. Inner Circle forced to back off here as Kit jumps on the Pearl's back and starts to have a bit more range with his throwing ability. Now, jumping off it is still the blue star that's making the difference. Filippo going in towards Rama there will jump back on the back of his teammate and kind of just wait for another opportunity to try and make some difference.
Again, just waiting time out. Both sides playing it slow and steady, which I do not mind. But Inner Circle, they just need one single takedown. He'll be able to find something here. This could be it here. Rama finds a connection to Salty. Hills coming through, but Tomsy's low as well. Down goes the Kit. That's going to be Stars over to Inner Circle. They're not done yet. And there is the double from Rama I was waiting for. Lovely stuff. Inner Circle retreating back with 6 stars to their name. And nothing to be said for Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that coming a mile off when pinned in spawn against a Hank, and he's even got a hypercharge and a super now, so didn't really use any of his kit to be able to get that done either. All it took was that one pop of the big bubble. Salty is coming forward, so if he can charge up, he gets the hypercharge now. Super is available there, and Salty jumps straight on top of him. Now the hypercharge come in. Wants to get Mebius and maybe Eradicate. Great burn there. Blake gets through the wall as well, but down he goes. Now they still need more kills, and I just don't think that's a possibility. Heals coming through. Filippo trying to get the work done, but Rama stands tall and too strong for the Papara Supermassive roster.
So little you can do when you've got a Hank being healed by a Byron. It's just not going to go your way, is it? Let's be completely honest. But a valiant attempt towards the end there. Got to be said from Papara Supermassive, but Inner Circle, stay firm and make it count. I loved that from them. Playing really, really cautiously into their spawn, holding position, then getting the vital takedowns, which gave them the stars to go towards the end. But Papara Supermassive now, I feel like they won't be sitting back too much. They'll be a bit more aggressive this time around, maybe try to get themselves into some different spots, try to play a few mind games with the kit and see what they can make happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I completely love the fact that he's kind of just playing defensively and jumping on his teammates' backs. Might need to go aggressive at certain points and try stun some people out, kind of accept death, and know that his teammates are going to be able to get that refrag. But the slipstreams did get Tomsy the blue star again, so in a certain way they are in the lead, but I don't know how much that means against this composition that Inner Circle have brought to the table, because inevitably they're going to be pushed back at some point unless they get some kills.
Not there, low. Tomsy popping there, the Weekend Warrior. It's a very strong gadget there. Filippo finds the connection to Rama. The Rama stays standing now. He falls, but Salty doesn't then stay on his feet either. And the Byron ticks him down. 4 stars each side for that blue, still with Papara Supermassive. They are struggling. It must be set between this Byron and this Hank combo. Speed now from Tomsy there, popping then the work mode on the Jaeyong as well, and finding a nice splash connection there. Lovely connection from Filippo. Will he stay standing? No, he falls. And that's going to be stars handed over to Inner Circle. Can they find Rama through this? Can get some shielding. Salty's popping there, the hypercharge as well. But a missed shot from Tomsy keeps Rama in the mix. Inner Circle alone, but they are staying standing.
Yeah, well, they only need one person. They've got that blue star. Now the speed comes through from Tomsy, throwing down some slipstreams, but nobody using them at the moment. Filippo can just go in and try get a kill. But every time he's done that, as I said, he kind of sacrifices himself and waits for his team to get a refrag. But in the previous one, they just couldn't get the damage in with the Byron healing up the teammates. Cardboard box was used, but not getting anything from it. Now he's jumping on his teammates' back, and pretty much only leaves 2 of them on the map at the moment. Maybe it's just using a hypercharge, trying to run up Tomsy solo, having to just sit back and provide some heals for his teammates. Just not enough just yet. Get another kill, and Filippo and Tomsy haven't got the health pool to get close and personal with the Hank, and Inner Circle are going to take the first set.
Yeah, very clean from Inner Circle there for me. They just seen, yeah, and thumbs up as well, yeah. I mean, and the shame of realizing that it did get out on live. Love to see it, but yeah, a solid start. What more can you say?
Yeah, I liked both of the drafts, honestly. It's something that we see now very often. You can note that down for your ranked games as well. You play one of the heavy brawlers, the tanky brawler, or someone with a lot of damage output like the Hank and the Pearl, and then you play some brawlers that are just supporting that one. With the Byron and the Max, the Hank had both the speed and the heals in the back to pop off here. Rama on a whopping 6 kills. That's because he, just never really had to worry about damage coming in, never really had to worry about closing the gap between himself and his opponents because he had those 2 support brawlers at his side, Trev.
Yeah, it's a bit worrying that your support's the only one getting kills, and only getting 2 at that across the entirety of both of those games. Total for the team is really not what they will have wanted, I'm sure. Yeah, Inner Circle just were firmly in control of the map for the entirety of the set. When they got pushed back, they dealt with it well. Really can't fault them for it. And as I said, both of the drafts weren't bad at all, but in the end, Inner Circle do come out on top, and I think so far so good for them. Haven't really made any mistakes.
Also, something I still don't really understand here, the whole Hank and Lily Merchant call out from Rama. Papar Supermassive are just Hank and Lily Merchants, and now they picked Hank themselves. Does that make them Hank Merchants as well, or did Papar Supermassive trade them the Hank, or I don't really get that work.
Let's be honest, it's Rama. When does he ever really make sense?
Oh, yeah,
you know, I mean, what comes out of his mouth these days is honestly, I mean, at one point we all thought that his social media was actually taken on board and hacked by someone else because of all the outrageous stuff he was saying. So at this point, take everything that he says with a pinch of salt, really. But certainly the draft there, not really one that favoured Papara Supermassive in my opinion. I think the kit was an interesting idea. It could have worked, especially with the Pearl. But I mean, too many times people are just jumping into 3 people. You can't do that. So they need to come back down to earth a little bit going into Ring of Fire and start to play things a little bit more straightforward.
Now, Papar Supermassive on Ring of Fire likes to play the Grey, so I'm sure Trev is going to be super happy to hear that. Chester and Byron, so once again, something with a lot of damage output, and then a healer in the back. All 3 of those brawlers I just named are still left open. Lumi's going to be banned out here. Kaze technically open, one of those new strong brawlers. And then on the side of Inner Circle, they like to play the Barry comp that we talked about before today, Trev.
Yeah, well, the Hank, Griff and Bo bans there for Papara Supermassive, Lumi, Lou and Finks on the other side. I think it was fair to see who had that first pick just looking at those. I'm quite pleased to see this Lumia actually getting banned out quite a lot in this matchup. B going to come in as the first. I do like it. It's pretty much the main brawler on Ring of Fire in terms of being able to play at range against sharpshooters if that's what they face you off with, being able to play against tanks, being fine against mid-range. It's just so versatile on this map.
Heavy deterrent as well, the Kenji as well as the Draco, so I quite like this from Papara Supermassive, a safe early first pick. The deter from the tanks it's quite a solid idea. Inner Circle would love to have got their hands on the Finks. Pam, we saw this a lot yesterday in Southeast Asia, and I really liked it. Whether it works on this particular map being so open, I'm not too sure of myself. Bell combo makes a lot of sense to get away from Papara Supermassive. Those shots can ricochet between the Pam and the healing station, so I like that combo. Not necessarily one of the strongest brawlers though picked on this particular map, so let's see. There is still an Amber available here, which wouldn't be a bad or terrible shout in my opinion here. Or the Draco combo. Again, pairing it with the B makes a lot of sense. Add the berries to the equation. Makes a ton of sense. That's a great comp in my opinion. Will they go for it? That is the question. Lily as well. That's a good brawler on this map, and Kaze as well. As we've seen yesterday, it is one that they were experimenting in their scrims with. Mikal coming in, Papara Supermassive, and not really necessarily a brawler that I would see necessarily in their favor in that regard. Probably more an Inner Circle pick actually, to be fair. Let's see what they want to pair this with. Are they going to be going tank or something else for control?
Yeah, I mean, they might have been leaning for the Draco to start with, but after you see a Pam on the opposing side, it's just not, I feel like it's not a viable pick anymore. They're going to go for the Lily instead. We saw Draco multiple times yesterday being picked, and Pam just being slid into it as that counter because the Scrap Sucker is so disgusting against that Dragon form. So nice stuff here from Inner Circle to have that. I like these two picks, as you said. We saw a lot of Pam in East Asia, and it just works. At the moment, it's kind of the brawler of June, deciding games, and it did decide the Grand Finals yesterday as well, being a really suppressive brawler. So I like this from Inner Circle. I'm not saying Papara Supermassive comp's bad by any means. If it was me playing it, I'd much prefer to be playing theirs. But Inner Circle have a very good composition. I just find Papara Supermassive is a bit more fun, you know?
I think I speak for all of us when I say that I'm glad that you're not the one playing it, Trav.
That's what I'm saying, but you know, I just like a fun comp arc. Give me a card, give me a Lily, something aggressive, you know?
Maybe we've got like a September spectacle that we don't know about where the casters are going to actually have a match. I mean, I'm so down for that, by the way. I'd love to see like a little caster show match come into the BSC equation. I
think I'm a bit too washed to put my skills on display at the moment, to be honest with you.
I'm glad you said it. normally you're the first to endorse yourself. Anyway, I quite like this from Papara Supermassive, but I feel like the Inner Circle comp It's a better draft, in my opinion, and I think the PAM is still so early to the table that teams haven't really necessarily tried it out as much as they probably should have done in scrims based upon what we saw in East Asia. Filippo dancing around this mid, but what's he going to do? Go into, again, 3 players? He does that. He's got to stop doing that. We need to see more team chemistry from Papara Supermassive in a circle, and not a team that you can just overthrow by going straight into the eye of the storm.
Tomsy will throw out a little heat ejector. Nice stuff here, and Filippo gets another super. Doesn't use it, stays alive nicely, and has a hypercharge in the bag for the next one. Nice rattled hive, and Salty will get the kill, but it's him against Nob. And Nob has a bit more HP, so can just slide on the zone and extend this lead even further for Inner Circle.
Hypercharge for Filippo, does find Rama as well, and that healing station is not going to be in the realm either. And now Nob is there for dessert, but Salty's got to start to land these shots, and Mark there as well. He's not connecting. It is noticeable on this B. You've got to bring in the value for your team, and so far, Inner Circle, by far the most aggressive. What has Spoo done this month? Has he just written the script for EMEA? Because it does seem a little bit suspicious at this point when it comes to our predictions always being me, you, and Sunny on the same page, and then Spoo always being a little bit radical.
Yeah, and the radicalness is really paying off as well so far.
Paying off!
Tomsy getting taken down on the right-hand side as well. Percentage-wise, it is Papara Supermassive at the moment, but within the circle slotting back onto it now. Filippo providing some good back-end pressure. Has the hypercharge well. That means he should beat the PAM, and there's him taking down Nob 2. Nice play from him. And Mebius needs to die. He's got this bush control. Tomsy should be able to sweep him up with this hypercharge at the moment, but he's just not going for it. Gets the burn down damage there. Slow comes in as well. Filippo in the realm. Should be able to take down Nob here with the super, but doesn't get it off in time. It is close, 15% between them.
Yeah, Tomsy playing a great game. Hypercharge now as well. He's going to be finding some nice connections onto Mavis. It's just himself versus 2 players who are low, though. He does enough work to allow Filippo to get onto the zone, and then they get the game. Lovely stuff there from Papara Supermassive, but definitely not the cleanest. A lot of missed shots along the way, and that, for me, could have very easily been an Inner Circle game there. And if they don't iron those mistakes out, they might lose this set still. It was better, much better than in the previous set, that must be said, and confidence therefore growing. I'm just a little bit concerned with Filippo, but those takedowns were good on his side of things, so let's see whether he can keep that up and keep these trades alive for his team.
Yeah, I mean, it's the start that was the issue last time. Good burn there from the heat ejector. Nob might actually go down because of it staying very low, narrowly alive, and maybe slowed down by Salty here, not finding the killing blow, and Carl coming back up as well. It was Filippo towards the end of the game when he started chaining supers, started to have a bit more of a better time, but Tomsy getting a shot in there onto the PAM, trying to find this turret, but unable to just yet, now sweeping across it.
I think Thomas has been playing a fantastic game so far. Let's see now as the Rattle Tide pushing everyone back. Filippo low though. Also the left-hand side, Rubber healing up as well behind that wall coverage, so maybe it's low on the right-hand side. We'll be cautious. Tomsy low, can't really use the super there, just using a bit for a bit of shielding from the protective pirouettes, but maybe better served waiting. Filippo a nice double there as well, and that's going to provide a lot of space. Maybe it's able to take advantage here with the low HP, forcing his way through the bottom of the map and staying on the zone. He's unshaken. Filippo's distracted by the PAM. In the meanwhile, maybe this is getting all the capture zone of that objective.
I mean, nice work from Filippo at the end of the day. It's his kind of 2 teammates who should be dealing with this Mebius at this point if he's getting 2 in the spawn of the opposing side, but they weren't able to. Filippo has a super again, so he can realm himself shortly when the gadget comes back and might go into the back lines once more. It's close in terms of percentage, has a super of his own. Nob might be his target, but he chooses to go for Mebius. Nice prediction from him, though, dropping that slow down. Tomsy swooping in with the hypercharge in the back lines and survives it out narrowly as well, as does Filippo. Oh, I was waiting for him to get killed there, but he's obviously running the other star power, getting the heals in instead. And it is a Papara Supermassive lead now.
Yeah, Tomsy did well there to ensure it. But now look at that capture zone again, 73% now, 80 for Inner Circle, and Tomsy couldn't really come out with the goods, but that was a very important pickup from Salty. A hypercharge there as well, we're not going to find too much other than a slow on some Mavis, but Filippo's dangerous, but he's marked! He goes down instantaneously, and now it's down to Tomsy to be able to take the lead, and he can't contest against the PAM and the Chester, and it's 90% and climbing for Papara Supermassive, but it's neck and neck now, and it's Inner Circle, they're all over the zone. Tomsy falls, and then Inner Circle stay on that zone, and danger now for Papara Supermassive, because they are 1 game away from being 2 sets down. If they get to that stage, there might not be any coming back.
Yeah, both teams playing it really, really well here. 90 to 100 in the end, but Inner Circle do just edge the game. And now this one, as you say, influential. It's the set to Supermassive and it's even, or Inner Circle go 2-0 up, and that is a very difficult scoreline for Papara Supermassive to come back from. Filippo will be sweeping around the right this time, doesn't get the best start, but it's usually in that mid-game he starts to pick up.
Really has got to be a game here, but that's not the best of starts here for Papara Supermassive. Already, Rama and Nob getting very comfortable on that zone. Taps from Salty. The shielding there as well for good measure, but no follow-up really as well. These shots do need to land a little bit better, especially before that Pam healing station comes into the mix. Filippo's marked yet again from Nob, and now is Salty left alone. Good slow, but just before the healing station, the stand corrected. I was going to say, he's got back nothing from it, but that was very important as well. But look at the objective. It's 50% already for Inner Circle, a flying start. And so far, Papara Supermassive are nowhere to be seen. This is from Tomsy. He's going in so low. He's got to be full HP to get the real cold value in that respect.
Yeah, just trying to use it to stay alive for the most part rather than get these kills. Going in once more, Filippo can't get anything back again, and this is all in the circle here. Slow comes through, only connects with Nob, which means Nebius might be able to slot back onto this zone, but being very cautious about it. Tomsy being cut off. Salty must be close to a super, pops that hypercharge, tries to push them off, but no slow acquired in time to get the real value out of that.
Papara Supermassive are floundering here. A good start to Rama. Filippo takes advantage, but again, these trades are not favorable. It's staying firm in the zone. Full HP. Rama healing up at the back of the healing station, and Nob has got the hypercharge too. Thomas has got the flank, but there's no time whatsoever. And this one was a bit of a stomp, surely, as the final 2% from Nob will be there to just 22% on such an important game for Papara Supermassive. And Nob has got every right to smile, because this is becoming a walkover.
Much better from Inner Circle in that last game. 100% to 22. And Tomsy and Filippo just couldn't do anything, couldn't aggress. Too much defensive presence there from the side of Inner Circle. And kind of Salty did his parts at some points. Some points he didn't really. And when he wasn't doing his parts, the other two were, and vice versa. Never really a cohesive unit that really managed to push onto that zone. So you got to feel for Papara Supermassive, but Inner Circle yet again, the deserving team to take the set.
Maybe their grand final finish, their second place finish in March wasn't just a fluke. It's starting to look like it, but maybe this is the month where they finally come back here, not with a whopping 12 kills here. They were, well, you mentioned it during the cast as well, Ark. The Pam that they bring in, a brawler that we haven't seen in a while, and they seem to surprise Papara Supermassive with that pick.
It's, again, I wouldn't be at all surprised to see a pick like that from Inner Circle just based upon yesterday's show. They are a team which are just like a little bit, less supported in that regard, I would say, in the behind the scenes. They just tend to kind of do their own thing, and a lot of the time it works. The last company final where they really kind of catalyst themselves forwards, I was polling for them in the predictions, and now I'm regretting it. Papara Supermassive have not had the closest of games except for the April monthly finals, 2-3 score lines there to be seen, but we've got to see a turnaround. They need to reverse sweep this, and that's not going to be an easy thing.
I mean, ever since I've been working with you two, you're voting for Papara Supermassive anyways because of the Brit in that team, right, Trev?
Hey, let's not just say because of that. Listen, I love myself a British player. They're dwindling year by year, month on month at this point. We're getting less and less, but it's not the reason I picked Supermassive. I just felt like Inner Circle were on such a big downswing, and not that Supermassive aren't either, but that's why I said it was a 50-50. It's so close, this matchup, but the scoreline's really not showing it. We have had some incredibly close games, but it goes in Inner Circle's way just narrowly every single time, except for that last one, which was 122. But let's not talk about that. But I'd like to say no, it's not because of my British bias.
I don't feel like Papara Supermassive got out-drafted, yet still Inner Circle had some phenomenal drafts. In both those sets we've watched so far, with the Byron comp, healing the Hank, Rama was allowed to pop off on that brawler, and now with the Pam, that was a little bit of a surprise and worked out wonderfully. We have the bans in now. Finks, one of the best brawlers at the moment, is going to be out of the way. Lumi as well, so two of those are out of the calculation here. We do still have Kaze open technically, but Inner Circle is going to come in with the Crow, and I know someone who's going to be happy about that, Ark.
I like Crow. Yeah, sure. Well, I don't mind it. It's the third highest pick on the Inner Circle side on the draft. I like Kenji combo with that as well, which is an interesting choice. But Supermassive, like, they like their aggressive brawlers, the Lilies, the Mortises, the Kenjis. So at this stage of the draft, the question is just, do they go for it? Pearl here as well, another great brawler on this map, as well as Lola. Those kind of lane scouters and Janet alongside that in that kind of like free pairing there. I think that would be a good shout. Jean for the mid, Papara Supermassive, then just laying down that mid, and then a lane side now to follow. I'm kind of curious where Inner Circle are thinking of the Crow, if they want that to be lane or mid. It's got a choice between the two. I'd imagine probably on the lane side, to be completely honest. Pam as well was not a bad shout here on this particular map. Inner Circle might be opposed to picking that one up for the lane side also. It has a great time on this map, and again, it's that kind of brawler that's just kind of being rediscovered currently.
Well, Lola is going to be the pick. It's another one of the kind of main picks that only comes in on this map, really, on the last stop in Gem Grab. And God, this is flying through. I can't even keep up with the draft. Hank comes in there for Inner Circle as their third and final, and then the second for them was the Max. I like this. I like this from Inner Circle. I really do. Supermassive comp isn't bad by any means either. And what I was saying, Lola really only comes in on this map, I feel, these days. And it is very, very good on this map.
Yeah, it's a great brawler to have. Very versatile, good healing qualities as well with the gadget. Let's see how they want to finalize this draft. I mean, Ash, it's going to be their choice into the Hank. Not the worst of things. The Rats do give it a tough time. So let's see how it fares. Looking from their faces, though, it doesn't really feel like there's much confidence there to be seen. A lot of their kind of favorited brawlers were out of the mix, and that's purely based upon Inner Circle's drafting. It's just not kind of catering to the brawlers they want to get their hands on. In the data too, Inner Circle, they never play Hank because they just know that they're going to be too good with it. Like, people just don't necessarily see it coming from them. And maybe that's what Rama's kind of alluding to in that kind of interview where he's talking about it. I think that is a brawler which they are very savvy with, and it's just playable everywhere at this current meta.
I don't know what you want them to look like, Ark, to be honest with you. Like, they're 2-0 down. You want them to be, like, beaming smiles or what? I'm not sure if
gotta have confidence, Trav.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'd be, like, just as confident as I'd be if I was smiling at 2-0 down. I might be questioning myself a little bit, but we'll see if they're able to get back into this game. Obviously, 2-0 at the moment to Inner Circle is a good start, though, as they get Rama down, but not benefiting massively from it. They haven't got a gem lead. They haven't really got that much control, and in comes Rama swooping to get one kill, but unable to get Tomsy.
Yeah, again, floundering is the word, isn't it, for Papara Supermassive so far. They're just kind of a bit all over the place, but that was a nice beam there from Salty. Gets the gems dropped, not balls as well. It's just Rama on his own in 1 versus 3. These gems can't be reached. Now the respawns are there, but good signs of aggression. It's like their inner ear is starting to prick up as we're talking trash about them on the casting desk, isn't it? But they are starting to get some momentum. But they've got to maintain it. They've got to hold it. They've got to stay firm in this spot. Tomsy's got the hypercharge, needs the Rats. Rama then popping the hypercharge on the right-hand side, coming in thick and fast on this right-hand side lane there as well. Felipe with the pull! Cancels it out! 6 gems to 5, and finally, the Papara Supermassive explode onto the map.
Yeah, still very close. We know how fast this can change. It is Supermassive in the lead with 8 at the moment to 5 of Inner Circle. The bubble unable to connect, and Tomsy doing a great job on this left-hand side. Gets sniped by one of those torpedoes, though. Might bring him quite low and almost take him down. Pulls there, and a hypercharge from Salty as well. Not able to get this 10th gem just yet. Filippo will go to the right-hand side and use his pull through that wall. And if they are unable to get the game done now, that feels like a bit of a waste, in my opinion.
Huge waste! They could have pinched it with a bit of communication. You need that pull for times like this where you want to be able to get that final gem. Maybe it's low there using the speed as well, and now Rama in a prime opportunity spot there on that right hand side behind the wall, and they just took him out. They're just giving him back the positioning power already. Maybe it's with the phase shift away, just stays alive, but Nob has got the hypercharge and now jumping in straight onto Salty, and that piercing damage is to go straight through the ego. Inner Circle with all the gems and no sign of a reset. Felipe's got so much time to have to heal up now, and Salty's slowed. Look at this beautiful stuff. Inner Circle are just absolutely stomping this series all the way back to the spawn, and no sign of a reset from the mid. Egg on the face for Papara Supermassive, who've got to full reverse sweep. It's now or never, literally.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really nice bait and switch there from Inner Circle, I will say. Kind of the Max goes in for it, dashes away, Crow goes in for them, Gem jumps away, and he ends up with nobody. No pull, no gems, no kills, and that's a nail in the coffin. That's the game going Inner Circle's way. Match point is here for them now, and although they weren't in control for the majority of it, it's who ends up with the gems at the end.
This comp can work. We saw it working, and Inner Circle struggled when we saw the chemistry of Papara Supermassive coming in full force. So I'm still hopeful for this draft. It's one that can work. But again, it's just not the confidence that you'd expect from Papara Supermassive. Good pull from Filippo and a swift takedown. We need that from Filippo. Targeting the Hank, having Tomsy there for support, this is better. But again, it's the consistency that's just not there currently. They're not able to stay firm for long enough, and this max speed from Mavis is quite key to that very idea.
Well, now, Supermassive getting some gems back. It is 5-3. And similar situation in the last game when Inner Circle were pinned in the spawn and Supermassive started to take the lead. Tomsy coming in, hypercharge now. Rama has the torpedoes as well. Doesn't get any connections, and the heal's not going to keep him alive in this situation. A cycle of the robotic rats from Tomsy as well. Great moves from him, and a pull available from Filippo along with the hypercharge is a great position to be in when you're 8-3 up as well. Oh,
nice
maybe
hyper charge there from Rama. Beautiful. Oh my word. Yes, just jinxing everything you're saying, Trav. Get a pull. Filippo onto Mavis if you can, but the phase shift was available. So now he's baited it out. It could be a prime chance for either him or Nob, and some gems much needed handed over. Salt goes with the hypercharge, gets some good damage onto Nob, but Mavis comes in for a helping hand. There's still time, but it's going against Nob, low HP, just to jump Salty. Should be able to get this. Surely he does, but Rama too low to contest it from the right hand side. Filippo's going to be cautious. He finds the pull, and 2 gems there. It should be enough. They've got to hold on for 10 seconds to remain in this series.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them to get anywhere near. Never mind get the damage required to get this flipped around. Inner Circle are going to drop this one. Still a long way to go for Papara Supermassive. They need this one to keep them in the game, and then 2 more sets on top of that as well. So a lot to ask for them, but they're starting. They got this game on the board at Inner Circle. They're not going to start panicking just yet, but they're going to want to get this done in a 3-0.
It's so tense. You can see there that when they come together on the side of Papara Supermassive, it's working. And it's much to do with that Filippo Tomsy pairing, in my opinion, that Gene and the Ash focusing Rama, who's actually swapped lanes this time around, and that's really great observation there from Papara Supermassive to preempt that very action by double laning that left-hand side and expecting him to do just that. So I love that Papara Supermassive. That's a really smart and great insight coming into this next game. But look at that from Rama. He's already just cleared up one. Filippo's got the pulls, cancelled the bubble, but Rama is that stone in that left-hand side standing. 156 HP finally taken care of, but it's that kind of survivor ability that allows 6 gems in the meanwhile to go into the Inner Circle pockets.
Yeah, the healing from the Gene keeps Salty in the mix, but now a bursting speed from Mebius here, and the 7th gem to go along with it as well. Salty's going to die, and Supermassive pinned in spawn, seeming like this might be a good pull from Filippo, but now he's really got no way of flipping this game. They're going to have to go for control.
Hypercharge and the speed from Rama, who is so dangerous on this Hank pick when he's got all those things combined. Tomsy falls, a hypercharge connection onto Filippo, who's now slowed as well. Salty falls, and it is just sheer dominance from Inner Circle. Rama in the spawn, making a mockery of this very series as Papara Supermassive are slow to the punch. Inner Circle steamroll it in to the semi-finals in one of the most convincing matches this season.
Brilliant from Inner Circle, it really is. A lot of really good plays overall. Massively in control of that last game as well. Flipped it around on the last 2. Little thumbs up there as well from Nob. Feeling good about that game, clearly. And even the winning team's really not providing that many smiles, Ark, in the end.
I really like what Inner Circle was showing us today. A lot of nice drafts, a lot of new ideas that worked out perfectly. That max pick as well didn't really show up in Brawl Cup at all, was banned out once in the whole tournament. It almost seemed like they're bringing her back into the meta. They brought the Pam back into the meta. I like their Hank Byron comp in the first one. Overall, just perfect draft from Inner Circle. Yeah, really liked it. On the other side, with that Ash pick is lost, they did do a double lane in that last and final round of Last Stop because the Ash was just feeding Crow way too much. And coming into draft, it already looked like they could have picked something a little bit better with a bit more range. The Ash pick was not what I was looking out for, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not great from Papara Supermassive overall. I don't feel like they really had, any massively good plays. They weren't consistent. They didn't really play together that well. But yeah, someone take this off the screen. Take it off the screen. We don't want to see this. This is 2 in a row where Spoo's just came to our region and outsmarted us in terms of these predictions. But I'm not saying it's just to back myself up and make myself feel better, but these quarterfinals, they are very 50-50, very close, and I think that continues into the next one as well.
I mean, yes, not even to take it away from Spoo in that one, but it just shows how every single month things can change very quickly, and the double points that we are in right now, the double point split, seem to really motivate those teams that are a bit further down in the bracket or in the leaderboard at the moment. Spoo, you can't say he knows the region as much as us that have been casting it all season long already. He had a good feeling for that one, it seems. We just went with the teams that usually do well, but they're not this month, Ark.
Yeah, and you know, two teams that were not in Brawl Cup, of course, having a much longer period of time to be able to really devote their preparation to today. And you just see the difference. Inner Circle just leaps and bounds ahead of Papara Supermassive there. Team Heretics up next versus SK Gaming as well. One of those teams, of course, making Brawl Cup, coming second, in fact, at Brawl Cup. And the other team really have not gone off the mark, but with a new team substitution of Czar coming in from the North America region into EMEA. This is a spicy one up next.
It's going to reshuffle the whole leaderboard, it seems. It did not yesterday in East Asia. EMEA certainly is going to change quite a bit, with Humble not even being in the bracket at all today. Now, one thing is still left to do. It's the MVP. People at home got to vote. And, of course, Trev, it's going to be Rama for Inner Circle.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's deserved. Any members of that Inner Circle roster could have had it. I think all of them played very, very well, especially in that last set. But yeah, the Hank, difference maker in quite a lot of occasions, especially this, stayed alive for so long, allowed his team to kind of get the pinch, get gems, stuff like that. So yeah, Rama, it deserves it. Played a very good Hank overall, and great gameplay throughout.
He always gets the final say, doesn't he? I mean, in every single scenario. When does he not get the final say? But yeah, and the biceps, yeah, he's got the whole package, you know. But I mean, a tough game for sure today for Papara Supermassive. I don't want to single someone out, but Felipe had particularly quite a poor showing. Hopefully, we see more from them next month.
They can say thank you also to Humble. Inner Circle sitting on the 5th spot at the moment in the leaderboard only, but because EMEA now has 5 World Finals slots, they are strong contenders for that one. So yeah, they just made sure it stays that way. Next up, we're gonna have another banger, so make sure to tune in once again. Get your snacks out. It's gonna be Team Heretics versus SK Gaming, coming fresh from the global stage. Now they're here to prove that you can make it to a monthly final, even though you did play in the grand final of the Brawl Cup. Sorry for the punch, Humble. EMEA did so well in the global stage. Now they're back in their home region fighting it out. Especially SK Gaming is doing so. Got second in Brawl Cup. Can they also make it to the semis here in the monthly finals? We also got Spoo back here. Your predictions have been doing so well, Spoo. Yeah, kind of surprising, not gonna lie.
Aside from the bound by Opal, yeah, I'm on a roll. Let's see if that roll continues, because once again, I'm the different one. I'm the one that's gotta vote for Heretics, all of y'all SK fanboys. But I get it though. SK, they just look so dominant at the Brawl Cup, only falling to Humble. And mathematically coming here, that's without their kryptonite in tow, there's no one to stop them.
It's going to be quite interesting, this one, because we saw, didn't we, Humble really did not make it through the qualifiers in any kind of state that we would expect from them, and SK Gaming were very similar to being that very thing. I mean, losing to Reply Totem in a reverse sweep, it was not clean. For Team Heretics, quite the opposite way to be said, and they were able to beat Humble and in the upper bracket space to get to this stage with Zar coming in now as well. Team Heretics honestly have never looked better in my opinion.
Heretics has added 2 new members to the roster, reunited CBES with Chaos. And yeah, with that new coach and the new player, they're looking very, very strong right now. Also beat Humble in the monthly qualifiers. So certainly a team to look out for. We wanted to hear it from that new man coming all the way from NA.
I'm feeling great. As many people know, I moved to Europe, so it's a fresh start for me, and I have a lot of motivation to represent such an org like it is Team Heretics. So I'm pretty excited. I'm so motivated. The team's also pretty motivated. I'm very happy with my joining on Team Heretics. So yeah, it's pretty fresh. So for our synergy, I think it's been pretty good. Everyone has their own role, which is also pretty comfortable. Something I didn't have at the start of the year with my old team. So right now the vibes are good. The team is putting a lot of effort, and we have a good synergy so far. Everyone's comfortable with their role.
Team Heretics had a bit of an underwhelming spring split, but now they have a major roster change and have some support from NA arc.
I mean, I don't want to be the elephant in the room, but NA didn't do the greatest at Brawl Cup. Zara was, with Revenant X-Spark in that respect, who didn't also do very well in Brawl Cup. So how this is going to go, we'll see. But what we do know is that EMEA were 1 and 2, right? But Heretics needed a change. There's no doubt about that. They needed to make a change, and this is their change, and it worked out really well in qualifiers. Again, this is the best we've seen them. So I'm just going to leave aside the fact that it's someone from North America, because they've come to the best region, right? Let's just say that.
They certainly did well at the Brawl Cup. Humble got first spot. SK Gaming takes second, wins an LCQ slot with it. Spoo. Now, this is a team that I would usually put my money on, but they did not have the best of qualifiers. They got reverse swept by Totem in the qualifiers coming into this one.
Very peculiar coming out from SK Gaming, but hey, maybe that's just the nature of coming back from the World Cup. Maybe the curse is partially in effect for them. Something that we discuss time and time again is the fact that both SK and Humble had to prepare for the Brawl Cup, which has just given such a tremendous amount of time for the rest of the region to study their gameplay, study the scrims, prepare for this next monthly finals. And because of the fact that we haven't really seen too big of a meta shakeup in terms of balance changes, that just gives a golden opportunity to take down these titans, even if they look so strong.
We want to see a team challenge SK's hold on the region. They've been doing so well, winning 2 monthly finals, and now this could be the first month where, somebody is shaking them up a little bit. There was 1 month where neither Humble nor SK Gaming even made it into the finals. Could be the case today again, since, again, Humble's not even here, Ark.
I'm distracted by the predictions yet again, as there's Spoo seemingly the odd one out, but not so much when you look at the results that we've had today. The right one in, it seems, is the case, as 13% is all that is siding with him on Heretics, who were the upper bracket team, by the way, but of course, SK Gaming, second place finish at Brawl Cup, 87% on event.brawlstars.com siding with them. But I've got to say, we've already had 2 teams from the upper bracket today fall in quarters. That's as many as we've had all season long fail at that stage from the upper bracket in quarters this season. And it was Team Heretics that were the upper bracket team in this series. Make from that what you will. But nonetheless, I think that's a very unfortunate poll that is much closer to a 60-40 at best. More like a 55-45 in my opinion.
A lot of changes since the Brawl Cup. Let's see if SK Gaming kept up with them. We got some balance changes. Kenji and Lumi got a little tiny nerf. We see Lumi come in a lot more often, a lot less banned out now. But this time around. He's going to be banned out alongside Ollie and Jean on the side of SK Gaming, and then with Piper, Jae Young, and Buster banned out from Team Heretics. They do have the first pick here. What I'm looking out for, Inner Circle just brought back Max into the meta, and this is usually the brawler that SK Gaming likes to play. Angela is coming in here, makes a lot of sense. Out in the open is the map for those brawlers that can walk over water just to get into mid a bit more efficiently. Spook.
There's a few ways you can do that. Angela is one of them. SK Gaming gonna stash up the other more traditional way. Just pick up something like the Brock, long range artillery, rocket fuel to blow up the mid, open up that third lane. You don't need to compete on the water if you can just walk out as a team onto the mid. That wall break utility is gonna be coming in really handy to tear up the bushes as the game goes on. Now that we're in Gadget Stars and there's no longer a restriction on the number of rocket fuel that you can put on in the game, the end game of Out in the Open is gonna look like a very open map.
Well, interesting. Daryl, the Heretics. Secure the Angelo, that's their top pick in scrims with a 62% win rate. So kind of left on a plate as it wasn't banned out. Still, Meeple kind of dropped up a little bit off in this map, but not as played so much. Can definitely just eradicate so much of the push early on. But for the Daryl, do they want to combine anything with it that's going to help elevate it slightly more? Kit wouldn't be the worst of ideas, but I think for me, more control based is where I'm kind of feeling. Byron for the hills, yeah, it makes better sense to me from Heretics. SK Gaming now, they've got two of the most picked brawlers that have been scrimmed all the past 2 weeks. Teams in this monthly final. Pearl being the third one that's not picked just yet. Could be one on their minds, maybe even a Hank just trying to overthrow this comp. But Daryl got to be answered as well on the defensive side. The Gus will have the knockback for sure, and the shielding wouldn't be the worst of ideas to keep on the back pocket. Gene is a potential that was banned out by SK Gaming, but they would have liked to have maybe considered that at this time around. Let's see, it is going to be that Pearl pick, yeah. And then they kind of had to, in my opinion. They got to have something that packs a punch to the Daryl, and although it's not the biggest and hardest of counters to the Daryl, it's definitely going to have something to be wary of. It's going to have that super as well, which is going to be devastating, and that overcooked the gadget is so strong.
You love to see it. We end up with sort of a 50-50 comp. Both teams have the matchups that they're looking for. They have vulnerabilities in the draft. They'll be playing for different timings. It's gonna be a banger to watch. I love it when two teams actually have close to a 50-50 typing comp. Not sure if you will agree with me on that, Ark, but in this case, I'm looking forward to see what Team Heretics bring to the table.
I know for sure that they've got the draft that they were looking for. Daryl Byron's an interesting pairing, which can definitely work. Oh, nice break there from Joker. Almost found Zara as well in the process. And Team Heretics are pushed firmly back. Of course, Chaos has got flexibility on the left-hand side, but the same can't be said for Lanan and Zara until Lanan has got the roll. She can't be too far away from now. There it is. And the overcooked from OPE on that Pearl pick is now the problem. He can just sit his time out. Maximum damage awaiting the gadget as well. Will be ready under those fingers and thumbs. So SK got them exactly where they want them so far, and the gas can't be too far away now either. It's Team Heretics that have got to make the play.
Yeah, they've managed to charge up 2 supers on themselves, though Lanan's target's going to be going on to Joker, who's not being covered by Opus. Slight mispositioning coming there from SK. Second roll, the Lanan special is in the house, and it takes round number 1.
Pitch perfect for me. Positioning was key there from Team Heretics. Certainly it was SK Gaming that made the blunder, but the move was all there to be seen, and it was SK Gaming that did not respond to it. Poisoned down for IKaos, just find a connection onto Joker there. Everyone quite clustered for SK Gaming, another connection there as well. Onto Yoshi this time round, he's got to heal. These taps from Chaos are fierce, and the hypercharge from Lanan is available to the splash. The heals of the Byron. SK are pinched into this corner. The rocket fuel from the Byron not going to be doing too much there from that Brock. And a splash from Zar might have been best reserved for that Daryl pick, but nonetheless trying to find a little bit of an opportunity to get more low HP onto SK, who are now all healed up, I must say. And it's Team Heretics that got to reconsider their position now.
The timing is good. SK, they are bunched up a little bit closer together. OP leading the Charge Boys team, but he's got to be careful. Can't go too far out. He's going to be taking so much damage. And now, with the main counter of the Daryl being taken out of the fray, it's left 2 members left on SK. And I don't think that they can stop this one. 3 versus 1. Team Heretics sweep SK off their feet in game number 1.
Could be a good time to say as well, by the way, that Heretics has got the best scrim rate in the past 2 weeks, by the way, of every team in this monthly final. Just throwing that out there, just on the first set. It was convincing, you know, it really was. But I've got to say, you know, we can talk about scrim rates all we like, but it's only a 2% differential between them and SK Gaming. So it is very, very minor. Everyone's been putting in the work this month, as again, double points makes such a huge difference. But Team Heretics did play that really, really well. And I want to see this time around a bit more protection from OPE onto his teammates, who actually goes down, but gets the trade nonetheless. The Pearl, though, is one of those brawls that you do want to have at the later stage of the game. The Brock and the Gus, it's going to be a tough thing now, but they ready to focus their time a little bit onto iChaos. He's been a real thorn in the side of SK Gaming so far.
It's a complete skill-based matchup now. Now with those two sort of brawlers traded out here, it's kind of ideal for both teams here. Let's just see if the matchups go. Joker fires off the rocket fuel early on, just trying to do some harassment damage onto Zar. His shots are the easiest to dodge. Meanwhile, on the other side, iChaos, his movement speed is the highest, and certainly
beautiful.
2 taps onto Yoshi. Now 1 more onto Joker, doubling up on the poison. The 2 versus 1 is just absolutely going into Team Heretics' way. Absolutely beautiful stuff from them.
So I'm saying, Chaos is just, you know, just running rings around SK Gaming right now. Tapping in the dark and then following up, just completely connecting with every single arrow. Love to see it. And so far, SK Gaming, really nothing to say so far. A bit of a break of the push. That mid area is still intact, of course, as they want to continue to keep Team Heretics behind it. But so far, SK Gaming have struggled to hold this mid big time. And Chaos, again, having that left-hand side just completely available for him to be able to work to his advantage is helping Team Heretics massively here. Lenan has the roll, Zar has the heals, and down goes the poison for Chaos, forcing SK to have to make a decision. Do we go back from this to avoid the poison and give up control?
SK seem to be kind of not sure now whether they want to play for the early game or play for this sort of mid to end game position. There is a timing I think they could capitalize on right when the smoke spawns. If they can position OP right to stop Lenan's roar, that could be the prime target that they get. But nonetheless, here's the timing. There we go. Smoke coming in, pushing Team Heretics out of the base. Lenan's forced to spend one of the rolls on the right side. Now Joker with the hypercharge tries to shoot onto Zar. Doesn't connect. OP fighting out with Lenan on the left. It's good so far. SK Gaming 3 versus 1 onto iChaos. OP almost falls there, but a nice super to clean things up.
Better, much better, but is it too little too late? It's only 1 round away for Heretics to get this set. I like the way that OP is trying to shadow iChaos on this left-hand side. It worked out far better. It forced iChaos to the right when the gas came in. So if he can stay there and be that rock and not allow Lana and Zar to get the upper hand on this right-hand side, the SK can just hold this mid from start to finish and keep iChaos away from being able to tap. That really has been the key to the last success. They've got to continue to retain it. And so far, Heretics have been slimy at getting out of this spawn.
It's good to put Yoshi on Lenan as well. But Gus, with that shielding, it's one of the few defensive resources that you can have to stop Lenan's rampage. And that's where you're seeing, yeah, Team Heretics. They understand that. They want to make a slightly earlier move. Lenan with the dodges coming out. He wants to find Joker. But Yoshi, look at that. Shield and the hypercharge at the ready. Not the easiest target for Lenan to find. Nonetheless, Team Heretics, they aggress forward. But Zar falling already.
Beautiful connection. iChaos in the gas. Gonna be ticking down, but Lenar is such a beast on these tags. Oh, Yoshi there with a hypercharge straight to the gas and out of existence. It's 1 game in peace now, as it seems that SK have joined the party.
Finally showing up in this round. They're not going to be taking the 2-0 to their name. Love the adaptations coming out from SK Gaming. All those minor adjustments, minor movements. Team Heretics, they're the ones now that have to answer with some adaptations of their own.
Can we talk about Zar though as well a little bit here, because I've got to say, like, already it just feels like Team Heretics are much more reformed and, you know, just working much better as a unit. The chemistry, it seems, he's kind of found his place. It really does feel that way so far for me. It's got the EMEA buff, it feels, off the back of the Brawl Cup. The region itself just elevating players into the forefront, but he's always been a fantastic, unbelievable player from North America, but I'm really liking where he stands. It feels like his playstyle as well sits nicely into this comp.
Yeah, he is a playmaker coming from the North American region, now standing atop with Giants. Can he keep up with them though? Lenan, he's got the role active, and in game number 1, we saw it was really useful, particularly when he targeted Joker. But now we look at SK Gaming. They've got Yoshi on the right, Ope on the left. Lenan, no real angles. He's still gonna try to go for Joker. This is the one opportunity he has before Yoshi gets the shield. Nice execution there, all according to plan so far. Now they just need to bring it home.
Huge heals there from Zar. Finds Yoshi there as well with a tap, and Chaos on the left as well. Allows Lenan just to creep forwards and forces the hand of Yoshi. It's going to make it mighty easy there to roll bang onto OPE. And a solid round for Team Heretics right when they needed it most. SK Gaming got some momentum, which they're being shut down now, accordingly so.
Let's see if SK Gaming decides to change up their strategies. 2 arrows, Poison Tip not coming in on to OPE. That's going to be giving a huge tempo lead on the IKOS. Barely slips away there from those shots. You can see Team Heretics creeping forward here. Poison is onto Ope. He's taking quite a fair bit of damage, but at the very least, they've taken back that left side of the map.
Yeah, huge start there for Chaos. He was going crazy, I dare say. Now this tapping is just honestly scary. But he almost overextended. Now Lenan going the hypercharge. Is a big beefy boy on the right-hand side. And they do find the Brock. It's now a 2 versus 3. And all of Team Heretics are full HP. OP trying to use the barrel as that one single turl for defense. It's surely not going to be enough now. As the final nail in the coffin for this set is there. Team Heretics starts off with a flying start.
Absolute cinema and masterclass from all 3 of our Team Heretics players. IKOS, how many Angelo gadgets did he land that game? That is a new record. And Lenan, picture perfect execution on the Darrow. He saw just the slightest, misposition in the SK Gaming formation. He was like, you know what? That's enough for me. I'm going in. And Zao at the heals as well. Amazing from Team Heretics.
That's exactly what we expected to see from them coming into this year. It was a super good roster with Lenan and Chaos on the team. Now with the addition of Zara, they finally seem to find their stride. They're doing phenomenally well, not only in draft, but also with their gameplay. They have the brawlers that they need. Lenan on the tank, of course. Chaos tapping it away with the Angelo. Yeah, everything seems to fall in place. This match is actually such an important one for the both of them. This quarterfinal number 4 yesterday already, today again shapes up to be a very interesting one, a very close one. If SK comes out on top today, they're mathematically already qualified for Worlds with those 5 spots we have. Thank you, Humble. And then for Heretics, they are aiming to climb into World's contention, and this month is kind of make or break for them. They're sitting on 7th in the leaderboard right now, Spook.
I want them to have it. I'm not just saying it because of the predictions. I love it when a team makes roster changes, reforms their sort of identity, just comes back with this new form. At the start of this year, when we saw the roster for Team Heretics, we thought we had 3 superstars and, potentially a top 4 in the region. Didn't really achieve that in the spring split, but now with support from NA, they might just do it.
That switch coming up thick and fast then. One thing also with Heretics though is they did have a smashing qualifier, no doubt about it. They beat Humble to stay in that upper bracket and qualify, but prior to Humble, they always didn't make it to see Humble. It was a match point versus Experience in NXT. Things can drift and wander with Team Heretics depending upon the draft. You really got to get Lenan on those brawlers which he can thrive on. If you're able to deprive him of those brawlers, then it can be a different story. Double Switch is a big tank heavy map, no doubt about it, but brawlers like Amber can really make those tanks susceptible to being seen. So it's going to come down to draft here for me, and I think that is the man that you got to shut down.
And they do have a new coach now. Team Heretics with Seabass. They have a coach that has already worked with Chaos before, so he does know well what Chaos likes to play. Those long-range brawlers like the Angelo. Giving Lenan those tanks always comes in handy too. We saw it last year already when he was in the SK roster. Now playing against his former teammates, Lenan tries to pop off one more time on Double Swoosh, our second map of this series. And once again, the quarterfinals number 4 this month seem to be our best ones. The first set already looked promising, Spook.
Looking at the bans immediately though, Team Heretics, there's one ban that stands out to me. It's going to be that Sandy ban, which is not a brawler that I think we particularly think is a huge threat. And that seems to signal to me that Team Heretics, they've really come into this match more prepared than ever. This might just be where they they've parked 99.9% of all their draft prep into, and rightly so, because it is a big one that they have to win. They've picked up the Finks, which has been the flavor of Brawl Cup, a very, very stable first pick, not showing any of their cards left, and now they're going to let SK Gaming lead in to whether they want to pick up, you know, maybe perhaps something like the Jae-Yong, which still left in the pool, or lean back into a newer pick, maybe like the Kaze.
Problem is, you can't let Heretics get the Kenji. Lenan is too dangerous with that very brawl on this very map, and I'm fearful if SK don't pick it up. I mean, yeah, sure, Jean is safe. Lily, aggressive, is their third highest pick in scrims. You know, Griff had a substantial play rate for SK Gaming as well in that regard, and one that they're holding back on currently. But I mean, Kenji into Chester now, do they want to really dare to do that? I mean, Lenan is slimy. I don't think it's going to deter them too much, but it is a good counter for SK Gaming. It's a very safe pick as well. I like your Jae-Yong shout as well here as well. Kaze could have a place on this particular map too, as well as others, maybe even Pearl. Well, they've already championed that on the side of SK. It didn't work today, but his map has been experimented with those brawlers. Stu for Heretics. Of course, the aggression, the speed zone, of course, in that mid allows so much mobility for your squad, but with the potential of just various brawlers that can overthrow it. It's not got the biggest of DPS. That's the problem. Let's see what they want to finalize this draft with. But I think the ban of that Buster was really quite key, because that's the brawler that OPE would thrive on for SK.
Yeah, OPE used that at the Brawl Cup to just really well, like a crazy amount of precision, and it's a brawler that, wow, yeah, you're right, Kenji is coming in for Lenan. But that Buster pickup for OPE would have been the ultimate counter, I think, to this Kenji. It's what they've been traditionally used to doing. And SK Gaming, they've left me scratching my head, because they had the opportunity to ban this out, and they prioritized the Grey ban over this Kenji ban, showing no respect to Lana here.
I really hope this is SK Gaming going, do you know what, we're not going to ban Kenji, we're going to let you walk into the trap because we've got something prepared for it. Sometimes SK Gaming will bring out the Shelly, it's going to be a surge. I don't think it's the pick. Of course, you know, the ability to jump away during those, you know, sashimi slices, it could be a thing, but it's not my preferred thing. Surge here as well. You know, if you don't get off the mark, you're really just a sitting duck. I mean, Lenan there with a little hint of a smile, because I don't think he feels like it's too scary a prospect to play into. I'm really surprised that Kenji wasn't banned. I really am. It's, you know, a brawler which I said coming in, you've got to deprive Lenan of the brawlers that he's best with. That is how you beat a squad like Heretics. Lenan is the playmaker. He always has been, always will be, probably, for that matter. And he's so aggressive on brawlers like this. I don't think the nerf to Kenji was too substantial. Certainly not in his mind, because they picked it. So let's see how it fares. But I really hope that SK have thought this through.
Time to wait and see, because as we saw, both playmakers of the team got deleted at the start of the game. Lenan and Joker took turns to just feed off one death. That Joker getting the super, but immediately whiffing it onto Za, who didn't even have to super to sidestep it. That's going to create weakness in their position. Lenan saving the sashimi slice there. He knew that there was no value to be gained. Just dropping it there and letting Team Heretics claim this very forward position.
Yeah, I mean, just Joker just like retreating back there. I mean, just like no juking at all. I mean, it's just easy pickings, to be completely honest. Nice stun there from OP, but it was a lucky super to have in the back pocket, right? That could have been anything. So it's just the right thing at just the right time, and that's kind of how Chester works. You've sure got the reroll gadget to be able to try and get a super to your favor, but even then, you're not guaranteed to have those sort of things to hand. If they can get lucky, as Chester's very nature depends on, to get that, you know, Kenji taken care of. Joker just trying to work around this. Hypercharge, but look at Lenan there. Instant takedown. He's just too dangerous.
Joker was just trying to get a kill that was nigh impossible, committing there over. That's just, once again, these playmakers on both teams. Lenan just seems to be doing a lot more consistently, a lot better. Za now in the mid, now already holding up to 8 gems. They're finally SK getting some kills on the board, but it hasn't been looking clean from them.
Saving grace that Yoshi is on full stacks with the surge. That is a dangerous prospect for sure, and possibly near a hypercharge too. Joker going straight to the eye of the storm. Might not come out, gets some good value though, keeps the now kind of low, but 8 gems to 9, really quite neck and neck, really, for me. But Team Heretics have looked definitely the more strong, the more sure of themselves, and the more assertive. Hypercharge, Lenan goes in, gets the slash there as well. OPE does find a bomb, but it's not going to be enough. Joker's got some gems, but IKaos is there. It's really looking quite clean for the most part from Heretics. Heretics, they've got all the gems, 20-0. Time for a reset, but they've got to find both Lenar and Chaos here, or maybe just get the gems in their side. OPE's got one going in. Lenar is low, but it is just Joker hiding behind the wall. It's not going to be enough. Heretics are starting to gain so much momentum. SK are dwindling.
Chaos understands the geometry of the bounce there. There was no chance for a reset. Even if you got one gem carrier down, Lenal had scooped up all of SK's gems on the other side. So really, there was just no way for SK to come back. I need to see Joker do a lot more in this game. All his assassinations attempts kind of fell flat in that game number 1.
He's in the realm now. Gonna find Chaos on the way out, who TPs backwards. He's got the higher HP, and SK Gaming get full control. Let's see though whether they can keep it. That's been the issue so far here today. OP is some area denial, but not really in the best of places. You can just see there, just Lenar scooting around it. Not the best from SK. Just Sashimi now going in. It's not gonna come out. SK firmly together, but Yoshi's holding 4 gems. I mean, it's how often do you ever see a Surge gem carrier, but I mean, why not? He is playing it pretty well. I did say coming in that, if you're not bringing in value for your team, you are a sitting duck with that Surge pick, and to his credit, he's staying healthy in terms of his abilities.
Hypercharge now charged up by Joker. That's going to be a huge resource for them to use. As mentioned, Yoshi, he's hit at that coveted level 4. Very, very important for him in this matchup, getting that maximum range. He could pop Hypercharge at any time if he wants to split his shots and just do massive, massive damage. So Simish that's going to be coming out. He catches out Ope, trades out with the Hypercharge, but Joker, the man of the hour, pops the Hypercharge, executes Czar at the altar. That's going to buy SK Gaming 12 gems to boot and counting. They just need to defend this one against the Heretic Insurgents here coming in, but there's nothing that they can do. Ope throws out a bomb, doesn't even need it to connect. SK Gaming tie game number 2 in set number 1.
Great stuff. I mean, I said that I really hope that SK had a plan for the Kenji. The Surge was a bit of a head scratcher, but Yoshi's getting really to max stacks very, very quickly in these games. But if the tides turn, if Team Heretics start to have a better, more swift control that early outset and suppress Yoshi in the back spawn area, it's a risky brawler pick for sure. Joker's not having the best of games, but that last game was better. A key moment there, sealing the gems and bringing them back for his team. If he makes steals like that again, SK Gaming could get a set here, but it's dangerous territory. We saw this already in the last series with Papara Supermassive versus Inner Circle, and it went the way of Inner Circle. We know how that went. It just escaped away from Papara. So for SK, they really need this game.
Yeah, they don't want to be 2-0 down in sets. Joker making a second offense now. Good read. Straight up onto Czar. He fires off every single super, tries to create the distance. Not enough. And now Chaos going to be picked off by Yoshi as well.
Yoshi!
6 gems to boot. Incredible play by Yoshi.
He's the glue right now for me, keeping SK in the mix. I mean, this Lily pick is risky. Joker's getting 2 gems at the back of that. That's going to be 8 now. They can just get more from the mid here as one spawning in. Lenar, pushed in the round by Joker. He's going to be susceptible, cannot use it. Super lovely stuff. I'm eating my words and I love it. Joker is springing into action. 9 gems to 2. Heretics are falling vastly behind now. Speed zone down and a bit ditched attempt now. A final one at that. For Heretics to stop this inevitable. It seems like the inevitable. Sashimi coming in. Joker into the realm! Just the nick of time! SK has started to make some moves.
Lanan's getting closer and closer to the hypercharge though. That's the key resource that they need if they want to turn this game around. Offensive position being taken up, but Ope is the one with the nuke. He comes in, he deletes most of Heretics. Only Chaos left standing. Yoshi now surges back in the mid, just scoops up that final gem, and now on the retreat.
12 seconds, and Team Heretics need these gems. Ope goes on the aggressive. Oh, but their gems are dropped as well. Joker into the realm. He's going to come out with the gems. Regardless, believing Yoshi's a dangerous idea. He's staying alive. Bizarre is going to get the burn. All the gems are dropped, and now Joker does have to come in just the nick of time. 16, but the burn is trickling him down. 15 HP, and the gems fall again. These resets are quite key here for Heretics. Just gaining that middle ground, getting everyone together for a final push to try to retake.
Crucial timing for that Joker going on the back line. Not sure where he's going to be headed. That's going to give Lenan his crucial hypercharge. Joker, what are you doing? Now going to the back lane. Lenan scoops up the gems, uses his hypercharge to secure it, gets out. Joker, the only man standing. He does fall. Now, SK Gaming, how did this happen? How did you let Lenan get away with this? The Oni Kenji hiding in the base. Yoshi staring at a blank, shooting the wall. Zar hypercharges just to defend it. It's all of a sudden all Heretics and no SK. 2-0, Lenan, a smile across his face.
Heretics is the candy, SK Gaming is the baby. And that was taken straight out the mouth. Love it. Heretics have never looked better. SK, what is going on this month? I mean, what a way to flip the script. First, you got the first place Brawl Cup winners of Humble not in the monthly final. Second place winners, struggling at this stage of the competition to a team that have been, for the most part, not present this season. What is this script?
I don't know who was writing the script for this month, but they seem to have a lot of fun with it. Everything is just upside down. That was daylight robbery. We don't see a Kenji use his hypercharge to escape too often. Lena escaped with the gems, and they win it all in the end, even though SK had 3 countdowns. They got reset every single time. They were 1 match away from lifting the Brawl Cup trophy, and now they're falling short in their own backyard. You have to wonder if SK poured so much into the Brawl Cup that there's just not much gas left in the tank, Spoo.
Completely possible. The Brawl Cup curse, it hit Humble hard, knocked them out in the qualifiers. Could this happen here in the monthly final as well? I don't think it's over just yet. SK Gaming, it's not as if the drafts have been completely nonsensical. It just seems to be that Team Heretics, they're playing on a completely different level. Look at this play by Lenan. He just calculated perfectly. He had hypercharge, popped it, ran in, hit 1 more slash to get barely the super, jumps out, then turns like, hey Joker, what up? And slaps him in the face.
It is something we do see in esports sometimes, in sports in general. After a big global tournament, you're exhausted, you come home, maybe you're a bit burnt out, you have been focusing on that global stage. We know that Humble also had a little bit of a holiday. Maybe they got back into the season a little too late to prepare for the monthly qualifiers. And of course, every other team in your region that didn't go to the Brawl Cup will take this opportunity and fight back. SK's finally challenged. They're not even making it out of the quarterfinal, it seems, if Heretics wins just 1 more set. And this potential lost set is gonna be Sneaky Fields, which, Ark, we know how strong Lena and Chaos are on Blue Ball.
This is the thing as well. The bans are in, and the Rika ban is our direct one at Chaos. At Chaos. But the problem is they're not shutting down Lena. I said that going to the last game, and they just didn't consider it highly enough. In the last game, he got 14 kills. We got to actually just not gloss over Joker's blood because he got 16 kills in that last game as well. But in this one, it really has to go the way of SK Gaming, and they've not banned the Kenji. And I really hope that's because they're going to pick it, because it's going to be Heretics' top pick. It's their second highest in scrims. The first was the Rika, which is banned, but I mean, for SK as well, the first was the Prima, which is banned by Heretics. So they really are playing to the script. But Lenan has played for SK. They know what he's like. They, of all teams, should be shutting him down better, and they're not.
They seem to be prioritizing sort of their own draft a little bit more, just wanting to make sure that they balance it out. At least they lead with this Sphinx pick, sort of at this point, kind of an obvious first pick. It's just not really showing too much, and it's a decent mid. Team Heretics, they could pick up a B of themselves if they want to just, go with the formula of Sneaky Fields. But at this point, after watching so much of EMEA, I am convinced that you guys invent the formula. There is no formula for any given map until it's been through EMEA. And Team Heretics, they go with the non-traditional mid. It's gonna start off with this Gus. I think it's got a slightly better matchup against the Finks. And wow, already the spike. No tanks on SK Gaming, mind you, and they're leading with the spike.
Spike is just a brawler which is just so unexciting, isn't it? I mean, it's always been a solid brawler in the meta. Always. It's just always been presently good. But is it flashy? Absolutely not for Heretics. But again, I mean, it's their 4th highest pick. The Gus is their 3rd highest pick, and the Kenji's the 2nd, which is still not picked yet. I feel like they're waiting on it. Thank you, SK. You kind of have to. You did kind of have to, because they can't afford to leave that for Heretics as their 3rd and final. Now, the Finks and the Kenji, I'm liking what SK are cooking. see what they come up with on their minds. I mean, there are still some options to say. The Jae Young's not taken yet. Could be up their sleeve as a bit of a healer to combine with the Kenji, but let's see. Sometimes people bring in Jackie here, not my favorite brawler, and especially not at this stage of the draft, but you know, I'm just going to mention it. Chester, playing it safe. Again, if Team Heretics want to bring in a tank, which is what, again, that very man likes to play best. He's not looking like he's too happy to see it because he knows that either way, he's not got his favorite brawler on this map. Chester's the counter to a potential tank that SK might finally be listening.
Team Heretics, they've still got one more pick up their sleeves. There's a lot of options that they could go for, but the checks from SK are there. I like the way SK drafted and rounded out their comps here. They don't really have any glaring weaknesses. There's no real last pick here that would completely break the comp. And yeah, Team Heretics, they're looking for a Lanam brawler, and there it is. The Carl is in play. It's decent, to say the least, in terms of the lanes here, but in terms of the matchups that he has to go into, not particularly the best.
Yeah, it's definitely a dangerous brawler, no doubt about it, but Carl is susceptible to a lot of things, and Lanar knows it. It's always a good brawler, I think, in many of the maps and modes that we have in the current rotation, for sure, but it's no Kenji, let's be honest. The heat ejector can get some good results, and already we see just that. Zar having to seal it off the line, OP trying to get to Joker and potentially push this ball forwards. They're going to play it slow and steady, and again, not a bad shout. But nothing really to break this grass is going to be favoring Joker massively so here as he comes in with the aggression, evaded, but does find Zara on the way out there. Nice super there from Chaos, going to find Yoshi surely, but the curveball couldn't quite get the angle. But now Team Heretics do take that mid control. Nice heat ejector yet again, and Lanan gets the upper hand. Joker coming out, goes down.
The Kenji Master himself now playing for Team Heretics on the car, understands what Joker is trying to do. Both these players at such a crazy high level. Shield flying onto Lanan, now a hypercharge spin, gonna be committed onto Yoshi, deleting him out here. Ikeos retrieves the ball, now lobs the super across, an open goal. Team Heretics are on fire today.
It's looking so bleak, and this is just not the SK gaming that we know. So far, very little to say or show. And now coming in yet again. Shashimi does find Denzar. But SK, who for all intents and purposes should be really mastering this mode, as we've seen all the time. Nice from OP there. Beautiful display. The ball pocketed as SK know only too well. Hypercharge from Zar as he's got to go on the defensive. Shield as well popped, and SK are pushed back. 1 minute left on the clock to make a stand. If nothing changes, Heretics is going to be on a match point.
Joker made a gamble there, I think really close to super, wanted to get it. He needs his hypercharge so desperately, but no good targets to charge it off of. Now going onto Lana with that hypercharge, gets one last slash, retrieves the ball. Open goal for him, just an easy walk-in. They tie this one up.
Hypercharge for Lanan is going to be quite key here, especially with that shielding from Zar. If they combine and pair it, Lanan is going to be ever more dangerous. Nice TP there from Yoshi, not taking any chances at all. And SK have got some hope in overtime. There's a lot of range on the side of Team Heretics that I do not like the odds for SK Gaming. Joker needs to go now. Gets a nice takedown there of Chaos, but doesn't stand on his own 2 feet. Coming back out. 2v2. Both sides here going to probably play it slow instead and try and hold the mid-ground. But Zar going on the aggressive and finds Yoshi as well. This is a key moment as well. Lanan pops the heat ejector, finds and predicts Joker perfectly. And this ball, perilous, and it's not cleared off the line. Yoshi just in the nick of time. Going to pocket it, but surely no. It's going to be Team Heretics for a super pass as quickly as that. Heretics are on match point. And SK Gaming, you need to wake up.
Wake up, SK! Wake up, Pedro! Do something! I don't know what they can do if I'm gonna be honest here, though. Team Heretics, this is a different beast from what we've seen throughout the entirety of the spring split. With Summer coming in, with a new player from NA, with drafts coming from Sebas, it's all coming together. And now just one game away. Joker making the plays down the mid, pushed back already. Ball now transferred to the left side. It's just down to Ikeos to win his lane. The map is split up though. SK Gaming, they could pinch from 2 directions. Joker with a nice double kill, but a wasted sashimi slash. Some of the nerves you can see that SK have, they know they only have one more chance at this.
Dangerous times, really is. Second place of Brawl Cup, about to exit in the quarterfinal stages of the monthly finals. A wild, wild script, but that is what we are seeing drama, cinema. SK Gaming 3 versus 1, but now Lenan comes back to join things. And Joker struggling again. Protects the pirouette for Lenan. He's going to be able to cycle, but no. Just in the nick of time there, Yoshi comes in to helping hand things. And 3 supers for the side of SK Gaming. But they've got to equal a goal. That's the thing. Zopi got the wall break. That's the question now. He's getting to a prime spot for it. No. But he's got a nice amount of area control. Slowed on to Lenan, the very person that you need to keep suppressed. And Chaos is low. And he's not going to get the healing off the back of that either. And Yoshi scores it. It's 1 minute 20 now for Team Heretics to show SK Gaming what they've been doing all this season long, all this series long rather, is keeping them back and suppressed.
Joker's holding on to his hypercharge. He's got that key ability in tow. No super just yet though. Now scouted out by Za. Lenan is a bit cautious. He knows he shouldn't feed this. Now it's Chaos. He doesn't spy the Joker rotation in time. Gonna be taken down here, but that's created vulnerability in the side of SK Gaming. Both Team Heretics members now barreling down the center. It's Ope left to defend the pass across the wall, and Za catches it. An immediate goal for Team Heretics.
Joker's miles away, completely out of position. I mean, I know that there was super down from Chaos and it was all a bit tough for him, but like you got to stay with your team, you know, and give them the best chance to defend. And he's going on the aggressive, but he's got to remember that he's got to be able to support them and get those goals and not concede them. Goes down now from 1 HP. But again, going into potential overtime. I don't like Team SK Gaming's odds.
Yeah, without that hypercharged Sashimi slash from Joker, the key resource that they've been sort of carried by the entire game, they're at a severe disadvantage here. Lenan now picks up the shield, gonna go with the tailspin here, tries to bring Joker down, but Joker immediately flying back. Now OPE with his nuke of his own, gonna be able to delete Chaos, but the ball is looking mighty scary now on that right side. Yoshi gonna pop the time zone, now gonna be slowing Lenan's attack. No attacks for him for the time being, but Za is at large. Hypercharge flies out, it clips Joker as well. The hypercharge from Lenan is going forward. Yoshi is just trying so desperately to defend it. A super pass across the Za. He tries to slot it in, not gonna find it.
Beautiful, but it is sloppy. And SK Gaming is hanging on by the skin of their teeth. 30 seconds now, and Joker not choosing to pocket the ball or bring it back, just leaving it there, trying to dance around it. Keep the shield flowing. Nice jukes around things. That's better. That was way too close for me. Zar has the shield. Yoshi low HP as well. TP back. And I think at this point, SK will take the draw, in all honesty, because overtime is not where they want to be. They are creeping it forwards. Got to give them credit for that. 5 seconds on the clock. No super side, but OP has found his, but they cannot get the ball out of his corner. 2 seconds, 1. Joker goes into the hands of Lenan. And it's going to be played out again. It is still Team Heretics very much in command. SK really so close there to exiting, and they know it.
Team Heretics not looking too pleased as well at the result. I think they felt that they fumbled the end game a little bit. Perhaps even that first goal there, Chaos getting caught by Joker, not what he wanted as planned. Now Joker once again rotating to the mid. He's looking for an early pick, not gonna find a cookie popper onto 2. Yoshi's the first one to fall.
Good aggression from Joker, but I need to see that team awareness this time round and not just going into the eye of the storm. And now there, the heat ejector forcing both players down. He's going to be 2 versus 1 in a good spot. And it's Yoshi again, who for me has been the best player in SK Gaming here today. OPE is not really showing too much from me. Joker's getting the aggression, but again, making some mistakes, some quite catastrophic ones along the way. But a good spot now. Good aggression onto Zara as well, who's low HP. Chaos falling as well on that left-hand side down to 1,400. The Heretics staying alive, regrouping, healing up. And that's what you love to see. You know, they're playing so much better than we've ever seen them play before.
Hypercharge now from Lenan, gonna be going in. The target is Yoshi, but too much damage there. He soaked a little bit too much. Za now taking the Sashimi slash, not gonna fall here though. The ball control remains in the hands of SK Gaming. Za forced to retreat now just to heal up. He has the hypercharge on Joker. He's the one that you have to watch out for. The hypercharge and the super in his name. He's gonna pop in here to secure the first goal. 1 kill, 2 to his name. Open goal. Opened up for Ope.
It might not be too late, but more often than not, we've seen Team Heretics create a response. And they are still 1 game ahead here, and SK have got nothing yet to show. Nice time warp there from Yoshi, and back to the fixture away. Zarlo here, and this could be a key moment to strike. Get this game. Joker going in. They're not going to find anything with the sashimi. Gets to Lenar, most importantly, though, as well. IK's going to put the ball to safety. Zar going to be able to heal up in this time as SK Gaming are just not pushing in.
Team Heretics, they cornered the ball. Despite the fact that they're one goal down, they recognize that they need to get some kind of map control before they can make plays. But Joker, though, gonna be gambling, going straight for IKOS. That's a gamble that pays off. With IKOS falling, there's nothing stopping Joker. It's gonna force Lenan onto defense here now. With Hyper just trying to desperately save the game, he does successfully do so. But Oped's done the damage as well. They've only got 15 seconds left on the clock to get a goal. I don't think that's enough time.
Yoshi passing to OP, and it should be straightforward here to be able to secure it from SK Gaming. Go for a little trick shot, but that could be a disaster. I don't think there's enough time for Chaos, and Joker ensures it. SK will get the game, but again, Team Heretics have been so consistent. Is this enough? Is this the fork in the road now, which will see SK fight back in this series? We need to see it. They can dig deep. We've seen it before. They're so resourceful as a squad. They've been on top of this year, without question, no doubt. Team Heretics have just different gravy this month, and it really is showing. But can we go the distance to another set? Do SK have enough left in the tank from that securing of the ball from the line to now a very swift goal in the first 15 seconds? That opening statement seems to be a yes.
Joker, the man of the hour here, goes straight for Lanada, finally wins that Kenji versus Carl matchup. He just seems to be popping out there now. Sashimi slash onto one, cuts into two. Za almost a fall next. This is what we expected to see, but no, Lanan, he's not giving up just yet. Yoshi, he saw the goal opportunity. He didn't take it, didn't expect Lanan to go for the desperation play. And Lanan saves this game for Team Heretics.
You can't let him keep getting away with it. He's just too good. Leonardo, an insane defense, wiping everyone from SK out. OP now falls as well. It's Yoshi on the defense, and he's just going to go straight to the corner. He knows there's only one place that ball is going, and he preferred to not handle them more utility. Unreal scenes. SK again on the ropes here, and they need to get an early goal. They cannot afford another overtime scenario. Joker trying to make the play. Lenan has the hypercharge yet again, and he's popped it now, but holding back to use it, trying to choose his target and let his teammates ride him forwards. Joker has got hypercharge himself, didn't go for the ball. Now collecting with his teammates yet again, waiting for Yoshi to join things back in this mid. There's still life here for SK. If it goes to overtime, I'm not hopeful on their chances.
It's going to come down to one hypercharge, either by Joker or by Lenan or by Ope. But nonetheless, the purple button may decide the fate of this series. Joker inching forward. He's looking for Lenan. He knows he's really close to that super. He already has the hypercharge in tow. Now, cornering the ball. He's yielding control of the ball over to Team Heretics, opting to play a little bit patiently. He wants to search for a better target. There it is. He found one. It's going to be Za. Gets the Super Bazaar with the return kill. Not sure if it was worth it. This is a crucial timing that Team Heretics must capitalize on.
Zar, you cheeky boy. I love it. Coming in now, though, Joker has the hypercharge, and we may see a little bit of TP for the goal, but no. Zar still staying firm, goes down now. Now, will SK get Joker into position? Pass from Yoshi. No, going back to the defensive. They're too scared of Lenan. I can understand why, but that was a key moment to try and go for a shot on goal, surely. 3 members of SK stay standing as OP now healing up, but 2 members of Heretics, now 3, have got super, and SK, again, back on the ropes.
Joker's gonna be the one that has to carry this on his back. Such a difficult task for him now that the walls are down. Za is at large. All the shots connecting. Lenan scoops up the ball, passes it up to Za, but no, position is good. Time zone is down from Yoshi, who can just defend all the way. Ope has respawned. The ball's gonna be passed across. The shot flies across, doesn't connect the first time. Lenan gonna be stunned up by the jawbreaker last second. Joker with hypercharge super of his own. Can't pick up the ball though because of the residual spike in the mix.
If SK Gaming do this, they might just be whittling down the stamina of Team Heretics in a beautiful way. But it is, again, far from clean. They will take the draw 100%, but if they can get the goal and just get out of this game mode, they'll take it. The pass to Joker is there. Back to OPE, 1 second off the line. Unreal. It's another draw. SK couldn't seal it. And what do they have to do to secure this win? Just a set win versus Heretics.
Heretics have come to bargain, sending us to a game number 5 on this Brawl Ball set. I mean, I'm enjoying this, but as a player, what do? At some point, you've really tried all, and Joker, he's working his magic once again, gets an early pick. This almost feels like deja vu. I think I've seen this game before, Ark.
I think you're right, but that's a better start for SK. OPE, though, again, going to struggle on his matchup, but Joker comes in. Then the Sashimi again, down and out by the help of a Cookie Popper gadget from Zar, who again has been playing fantastically well today. He really has. And let's see, SK trying to open up some doors. No connections onto Lanam, but the flank around from Yoshi tried to find Chaos. A nice TP back. Now, Team Heretics collecting themselves. Full HP, Joker going in very aggressively here. Protected pirouette from Lanam will seal it. And both Yoshi and OPE are low. This could be an opportunity.
It's looking good for Team Heretics there, SK. They've gambled quite a lot on Joker, trying to just let Joker do the offensive moves because he really desperately needs that hypercharge to come online if they want any opportunities. Now Heat Ejector coming out, it connects onto Yoshi. Once again, Joker looks like he's feeding. He's not. He's really desperate to get that sashimi / get that hypercharge.
Chaos throwing a super straight into the mid there. The pass to Lanan, and what can Joker do here to defend it? Nothing. It's a walk-in. It's 1 minute 10 on the clock, and again, SK need a goal. The pressure continues to mount, and they're going to ask themselves now, are we going to be able to get out of this position? It's continuing so much. Joker for a little desperate dash, and he goes down immediately so. And Team Heretics getting very cozy in this mid.
The confidence is building up for Team Heretics. They smell blood. They know that they have it. They pass it over to Lanan. The sashimi / flies in the air. It doesn't matter. Team Heretics have done the unthinkable. They eliminate SK Gaming from the June monthly finals.
By far, the most important match of the year for Team Heretics to get it right. And possibly one of the best celebrations I've ever seen, because that's Drage.
Do it for Drage.
I need to go quite quickly off this chair to find some bleach. Oh, what have I just seen? My eyes.
Well, I thought this would be one of the closest matches today. It wasn't really. Still, it was almost grand finals worth, I have to say. EMEA is really delivering this month. It was a 3-0 in the end, a sweep. And yeah, SK goes out of this monthly final in the same fashion Humble left the monthly qualifiers in the end. Both of our Brawl Cup teams are out. The same team that made EMEA proud on the global stage now face the harsh reality of just how competitive their home turf truly is, Ark.
I'm still reeling off the back of that one. That was just like, I mean, what a Brawl Ball set. I mean, you know, if SK Gaming were able to come out of that one alive, I would love to have seen that matchup continue to go the distance. That was absolute cinema. But a 3-0 sweep, and just that does not do it justice in my opinion, but that is the best performance from Heretics that I've ever seen. They could go the whole distance here today. I really do feel like that inner circle matchup now versus Team Heretics is going to be all eyes on, because both those two teams have excelled. For Esports and Nova Esports, don't get me wrong, that will still being a banger, but I mean, I'm just so intrigued by this month. EMEA just continues to surprise.
Truly the gift that keeps on giving. Team Heretics, they've won my hearts today. Predictions across the board. Yep.
Yeah,
look at me, guys.
No, it's nice.
I do want to say to that one, we talked about it coming into today about the predictions, and Spoo was like, oh, maybe I just predict against all the teams I believe that will win. You did say that.
Yeah, I'm a witness. That was what you said. Don't think like, oh, I'm so smart, I'm so clever. You did say you were going to predict all the teams you thought were going to lose, mate.
He tried to anti-jinx. That did not work out for you, Spoo. Anyways,
exposed,
Heretics had to win today. It was make or break for them to still be in contention for World Finals. Well, now they did it. On the other side, SK Gaming could have already mathematically qualified for the World Finals for sure in June. That would have been writing history for them, but yeah, 3-0. I mean, that was a clean answer from Heretics, Spoo.
I wonder if that's all that they have in the tank, though, if I'm gonna be honest. Imagine that they come back, they prepare the entirety of their arsenal just for this quarterfinals. We saw something like that happen in East Asia. I hope it's not the case here in EMEA, because gameplay-wise, truly, I think that was the most hungry gameplay I've seen the whole day. I really felt it, that Heretics wanted that win so badly.
Just a little reminder as well, we have 2 draws in that one. That's absolutely insane. SK Gaming did manage to have a 7-draw game before. Trevor and me were so lucky to cast that one. So it is one of their specials, but they did not come out of top in the end, which is something we're not used to see. Well, we need a breather after that one. We're gonna head into semi-final number 1 and then 2 and then the grand finals after a quick break. So call your friends into the chat for the next one. It's gonna be worth it. Just tune in now, you've missed out on some crazy quarterfinals. EMEA is shaping up to be a very exciting day so far. I'm super excited to see all those matches, but you still tuned in for the semi-finals, so you still came into the right time. You also get to listen to a beautiful voice once again. We get Trav back. Hello, mate. How are you doing?
Hello. Honestly, I was on the edge of my seat that entire game. That was possibly, and actually not possibly, that was the best 3-0 I've ever seen, I think, in my entire life. Every game was so close. Every round of knockout, every game in Gem Grab, every game in Brawl Ball was so close. And honestly, you replay that and it goes to a 3-2 more than likely. Like, it's actually crazy how Heretics have managed to sweep it. But yet again, another thoroughly deserved match by that team.
I mean, we saw Spoos and Ark's reaction in that one. Throughout the Brawl Ball set, I was just sitting there like, what is going on? I just couldn't. I was speechless throughout that set. I hope the next few matches promise or are just as exciting as the one we just witnessed. Otherwise, yeah, I would have liked to have that one as our grand final. Semi-final number 1, though, is going to be Foot Esports versus Novo Esports. Both of them beat their opponent in the quarterfinals 3-1.
One of these teams is unlike the other, though, in terms of the journey that they had here. For esports, across the board, we were just feeling that they weren't really playing up to their full potential. And I hypothesized that maybe they just don't care about quarterfinals and they just didn't prepare for it. Not the best sort of thing, but hopefully against Novo Esports, they have something in the bag.
Novo has to face off against the former world final champion. We wanted to hear what they have to say about their opponent.
Foot Esports ultimamente stanno facendo molto bene e secondo me in questa finale mensile subiranno molte persone.
Okay, they're looking forward to this matchup. We have the term merchant again. I'm gonna go throw that to you again, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's just destined to lose in the semi-finals this year, it seems. 2023 world champions, so they're very capable of winning, don't get me wrong, but this year just doesn't seem to be their year. Obviously, you're looking at the teams who they've been beaten by, the SK, the Inner Circle, they're Humble. They're all teams who have gone and done extremely well in those monthly finals as well, so you can't blame them for it. They're consistent, they get to the semis, they lose, and obviously they're going to want to go and win, right? Everybody wants to win, but if they get to the semi-finals every month, they're going to be in a very good spot for those post-season spots.
Definitely looking very consistent, not making it into the grand final, still had some strong showings in the previous 3 monthly finals. On the other side, Novo had one phenomenal monthly final, one in March, and in the other 2 came a little short. Inconsistent when you want to say that, and yeah, we're looking at the predictions, and inconsistency is also Spoo. Why are you not voting against us this time around?
There comes a point where you have to stop the antics and you have to go with your heart. My heart tells me that Novo Esports are the better team today, so just split with them.
I see. Since you're the script writer of today, Trev and me, finally we get a prediction right. I'm looking forward to that. I still hope that FUT Esports has a good match in this one. They looked good against Bambao, not as good as we expected though, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? You kind of expecting, like, FUT Esports, if you just look at the players, you look at the past, you look at how they've done, FUT Esports should be the team who wins this, right? Novo Esports, they've only really been in the top end of competitive this year. And I usually find myself just sticking with the past, sticking with what I know and predicting with how well teams have done in the past. But I'm kind of decided, okay, maybe I'll look in the present now and just, you know, go with whatever Spoo says, because he seems to be writing the scripts today. So I'll just copy Spoo's predictions for the rest of the day. But Novo Esports, they're a new team, they're a fresh team, they're really exciting, very mechanical, good at draft, and in my opinion, they just had that better quarterfinal.
Looks like the audience agrees with us. 62% now on our side. FUT Esports, where are the fans at? I thought these guys, former world champions, would be getting a little bit more love today, but not the case apparently. Community agrees with the panel. 62% of them in the crowd also waiting with us.
I'm really looking forward to that one. Semi-final number 1 is on its way. FUT versus Novo. Who's going to take it? Novo comes out of a Italian showdown against Totem 3-1 in the end. FUT had a 3-1 against the newcomer team. So on paper, Novo had the stronger opponent, you could say so, in the quarterfinals. So they definitely warmed up for Ring of Fire. The bans are already in. Lumi is going to be banned out. Makes a lot of sense. She hasn't lost a single set yet in this month's monthly finals. Also yesterday, Griff, Poco, and Amber on the side of FUT Esports. They're bailing out a lot of area control. Could that indicate they're gonna go with something tanky, maybe with a thrower? Could also be quite possible here in Ring of Fire. What do you think, Spoo?
I was gonna say Lou is coming, but well, I guess they lead with the B. The bans, the Poco ban is the one to look out for, and that basically indicates that they're keeping that option open. Didn't opt to go for it first pick. Maybe they thought it was too big of a gamble, and that's gonna let Novo Esports steal it if they want to do so. There's a lot of other viable mids here that you can still go. Gus is most certainly a pick that's just skyrocketed in popularity in terms of just the favorable mid over the likes of B or Byron. It is to slip through the pool. Let's see if they take it as 2-3. Yep, Gus is going to be the first one. We've already seen quite a fair bit of Pam as well. That's another selection that Novo Esports can consider. But these guys, their draft has always been so clean and precise that their ideas, I think, basically go on to define metas for the future.
I'm the boss of bosses.
We'll still have the second pick now as well, and pretty even playing so far in terms of the range in mid. Crow's going to come along with it for Novo Esports then. Honestly, not a brawler I've seen here too much recently. Still very good. The ability to have that shield or have that slow depending on what you choose to go for. Be able to rival that B slow if you do choose to go for that. I don't mind it. Pretty decent overall, and has a good bit of mid-range / range to go along with it as well. So can fight off against quite a lot of different opponents. But knowing that kind of Pam's been a mainstay on this map, it worries me a little bit, because Crow's been known for ages to just tickle it when they've got a healing station up. But we do see the Hank slide on in for Esports, and yeah, I think that's a good pick, good shout. It's been really working today.
This is going to be great coming in here for FUT Esports, though. We already saw one team with that obsession get eliminated for today, and was against Novo Esports. I don't know if it's, enough to support with this Hank. And the fact that this Crow is already in the mix, yeah, they're not going to go for it. They just wanted to pick up the Hank to make sure that it's not in the hands of Novo Esports, I guess, because it would have made a pretty decent last pick. Juju, a thrower that we don't see as often here, but it was used a fair bit at the Brawl Cup as well. There's a little bit of water you can play on Ring of Fire and just give you that little speed boost to just run at people. And when there's not that much damage, which currently Novo Esports don't have, it's completely viable.
Yeah, well, Novo Esports last pick, they're going to with the Frank, just tank down some of this damage. I feel like it's obviously going to struggle a fair amount against the B, but should be fine against the Hank. Going to tank a lot of that damage and still be able to move on. Same with the Juju as well. So, solid pick. I don't mind it at all. Both compositions seem to be pretty valid to me, at least.
I think it's a 50-50, quite close on both sides. They're going to be playing for supers and timings. Crow Hypercharge is going to be the big team wipe that they will be looking for. He's going to probably consistently get it because there are decent targets like the Hank to farm off. That is going to be the plan for FUT Esports though. Try and deny that Hypercharge as long as possible and just play this, in a sense, superior mid matchup.
Well, into it we go. Now we're getting hit pretty hard off the start by this Crow. He's going to the shield then as he just runs straight into him, but now he'll get one of his own now. And some good shots in. Biso probably will go down here, but taken so much off him as well that Marco might be able to trade, but what a wonderful start this is for FUT. Now he's going to survive and should be able to heal up as well, and all-out control goes their way.
For now, Novo Esports are the ones behind Nawi with a nice super that just top up most of his health. That's going to buy so much more time. Another bubble going to be flying on Sabim. He's finally going to be brought down, but just look at this Gree bullying the entirety of Novo Esports. He's still at large here. 50% over there in the pockets of FUT Esports.
Yeah, well, jump eventually comes in. It's straight into that shot from Nawi. Gero is going to go down. Just about burns, and the first signs of life from Novo are there as the shield was provided to Frank, and he does a good amount of work to pick it up. Sliding on into this bush, just going to try and play for some time on his own rather than take any kind of overzealous action in the mid. Now he's just going to run it down there with the Hypercharge, and one of those little things comes back as well. Now the Hypercharge from the Crow gets the Hank, but I'm sure he probably would have liked more out of that.
You know, the best target that I think he was looking for, probably getting Meow out of the way would have been more ideal. Marco going to be probably a Hypercharge of its own. Doesn't really find any real connections. And FUT Esports just continue to just maintain that dominance inside the mid. Now counting up to 90%. 91 and counting. Another gadget flies out. Novo Esports aren't even trying at this point to fight for the mid.
I mean, 100-32 is quite a convincing first game. FUT definitely looking a lot better than they had done in that quarterfinal. You got a question of whether or not that was just because they were so confident. They were maybe just being a bit complacent there, and now they know Novo are a team that they can't really mess around with, and may have therefore just locked in a little bit. But too early to say. FUT Esports just looking a lot better than in the previous game, and Novo Esports the complete opposite.
They're playing a lot cleaner, and I think they understand that their comp is just a lot stronger at certain timings and their mechanics as well. Gero just winning a 1 versus 1 against Marco there. Novo Esports, they're starting to just look like the underdogs in this match.
Yeah, Meow gets some speed there as well. Will clean up Biso. Now moves onto a bigger target, and Frank's obviously going to be able to eat a lot of this damage. Gets pinched in by Marco, but already at near 35% now. Slow comes in for Gero as well. He's getting pinched in by the Gus, but now he should be able to take the control of that. Meow throwing over these walls will take Sabine down. Still nothing being shown by Nova, really. Starting to worry about them a little.
I'm really not sure what the plan is here, but putting Crow up against the Hank to farm up the supers, then jumping into Gero when he has shielding up. Novo Esports, they've got resources, but they're not really executing it well. Finally, we're starting to see some kind of counterplay from them. Sabine with a nice 2-man stun. That's going to be buying Novo Esports at least some breathing room, but no, now he's already back with the Hypercharge.
Yeah, well, Gero has a Hypercharge of his own. No super just yet, though, and a good kill coming in there from Nawi as well, just running them down. Hypercharge used by Marco, but can't even get the super off in time. Now one from Gero, and he'll slow Sabine down, but Bisa will come jumping on in with a Hypercharge. Didn't actually get too much damage, but Meow, luckily enough, has missed a couple of shots. Grigri will clean him up, though, and this should be the last percentage required. Grigri will tank the damage out. Frank, even if he gets this stun, they're still going to be on the zone by the time they've died, and FUT Esports, a very, very dominant first set, and I'm starting to worry again for Novo Esports now.
We might be getting flattened out here in our predictions. Perhaps I didn't really write the script. Maybe I do need to flip the script sometimes for these kind of things to happen. But FUT Esports love the fact that, you know, this is what we expect for them. The world champion div is there. They are the champions in 2023 for a reason.
I mean, Trav, you said it during the cast as well. FUT Esports is looking a lot better than in that quarterfinal, and Novo kinda the opposite. But they also started out with a loss. In that first set against Totem, it looked like Totem had everything in the bag already. It was a sweep, it 2-0, and then Novo started to turn things around. So it's not over just yet. We do have a lot of kills on the side of FUT Esports. They played phenomenally, outskilled them in that one, and also heavily outdrafted them. I was so puzzled when I saw Frank come in against the Beespoo.
Yeah, they just needed to look for some tank options against the Hank, and I don't know why they didn't consider Ash there. They opted for one of the more weaker tanks, and as you mentioned, it's just so bad into the B. Maybe he was just banking on Marco just gapping Gero, you know, which I think is fairly unrealistic to expect for your teammate.
I mean, Yeah, I don't know if you want to really have a tank to counter the Hank on the other side. In that case, I would have probably went with Draco anyway. But it was a try. It didn't work out for them. In the end, they warmed up now, though. Let's see if they're going to do a bit better in set number 2. We're going to head over to Goldarm College Knockout, which Novo hasn't played today yet. So we're going to see if they're prepared for Knockout just as much as all the maps they played against Totem, Trev.
Yeah, well, we'll see. It's a bit of a slow map, this one, so it takes a bit of the kind of fizz off we've just been seeing in Hot Zone, which was very fast-paced, get killed, go back spawn, come back up. You kind of got to be a bit more patient and wait around in Knockout for the kind of opportune moment to go in and get the kills. But draft rolling on in then. We'll see what these two teams do choose to take. Novo Esports kind of needs to get back into this one because I think, what did they get? A combined 50% in that one, Sonny?
Yes. Foot Esports did play Knockout in their match against Bound by Oath, and they showed us one of those comps that we've been seeing all day long in Bound and Knockout. A tank, and then 2 brawlers to support that tank. You could go with a Byron Max in the tank. What they did was Gus, Kit, and Daryl on Bells Rock. Let's see if we're gonna see something similar from Foot Esports. Daryl is banned out by themselves, the Grey as well. I know Trav is happy about that. Technically, they could still go with that comp though. The Hank, for example, still open, and a lot of those support brawlers as well, Spoo.
I'll be quite surprised, honestly, if Foot immediately snaps up the Hank here. One of the main pairings of Hank on this map is going to be that Hank Meepo selection. With Meepo being banned out, I think it sort of reduces the odds of it happening. And Foot, if they want to play it safe, okay. No, they don't. They make the statement. Sonny is right. You know what, guys? I'm not going to talk about draft no more. Trav, what do you think Nova is going to be going for in that 2-3 against this very obvious Hank pick?
Yeah, listen, I probably shouldn't be one to talk about a draft either. We should just let Sunny chime back in, to be honest with you. She seems to know what she's talking about these days. And obviously, with the Daryl banned out, they probably wanted to go for a different tank option. Obviously, Hank comes in as their first. So, Novo Esports, they've got a lot of opportunity to go and counteract this now with kind of 3 picks after the very, very early tank pick coming in. As you said, they went very bold. So, Gene comes in for Novo Esports then as their first. Bit of a different vibe, definitely not as aggressive, can just kind of work for the pull, work for the hypercharge, and maybe take a bit of this aggression out of the Foot Esports roster, because they won't want to feed too many of those pulls, and especially if he pairs it with something that's going to be absolutely going to be able to rip through this Hank.
They need damage. That's the key. Shelly was picked up yesterday in East Asia to try to pair up with that Gene, but I think we both remember that it wasn't really very successful. So Novo Esports, they're not going to develop and show the damage dealer just yet. They opt for safety, pick up the thrower that sort of just gets the most value in that late game. Now that you know that Hank exists, you have a consistent target that you know that you can charge supers off. So no sense in going for more risky throwers. Just go and lock in the Juju early on, save the damage dealer for that last pick.
Yeah, well, Foot Esports back over to them for another 2 picks now. See what they go very shortly. Just 2 seconds remaining until this one comes in. But yeah, as you say, they haven't really gone for too much damage, which is honestly a bit surprising. The Barley comes on in, and honestly, it's been a bit of a while since I've seen a Barley on this map. Usually kind of around one of the later throwers, I'd imagine, being brought in, and then the bow as the 3rd and final from Foot Esports. So it feels slightly odd, but some of the choke points you can cover with the bow mines very solid for the late game if you're just able to pin people out, keep them in the zone. But yeah, it does just feel like a bit of a weird draft to me. But obviously Novo Esports with this last pick gonna have to still bring something in that's gonna do well against this Hank.
For the poor man's bell here, they could have gone for that as a quintessential answer to the Gene here. Nonetheless, Novo Esports, they want to show off a little bit. Not gonna be opting for the hyper amounts of damage. Instead, they opt for just added utility with the speed. Just go to show that they want to dominate some of the tempo control in this game, not really play for that late game timing. They're confident in their skills. I'm glad that we're seeing the return of Max here in EMEA.
Yeah, well, it's a good pairing. Obviously, the Max Genes, it's been very dangerous over many years in Brawl Stars, but it did seem to phase out a fair bit, and now kind of back here, brought in by Novo Esports, in a position where they really need to get a set on the board right now, because if they do lose this one, they're going to be 2 down against a world champion. It's not an easy position to come back from. Little invis coming in from Sabine. Or will be caught out just because he's going for the Gene and he finds himself in a bad position. Biso will go down as well, as now he picks that one up, and Marco shouldn't be far behind, sorry. Got a super, but not really much else for the next round. Might want to work for Hypercharge, but not feed the supers of the opposition.
Traditionally a slow game mode that we expect, but with this kind of comms and both teams just really wanting to fight it out in the early game, believing that they're superior in that regard. We're already seeing fireworks come out. Foot Esports, they take the first round of this game. Positions are the same though in this number 2 here. Not sure if this is a good idea from Novo Esports. They didn't have enough damage to even get through this healing tonic, and that's gonna put them on the back foot. Only Marco is outside the base.
Yeah, I mean, it did seem like coming into it that, you know, after the first 2 picks, we were expecting one of the first 2 picks at least to be something with a bit of damage to do with the Hank. But even after 3, you know, Max hasn't got a small amount of DPS, but it's not like a direct counter by any means. And they did get absolutely battered in the first and force a phase shifter out there to survive into the late game. Great pull though, has the super, can't really get too much from it. Grigri tanks it all and he does survive, but it's not going to be enough in the long run. Bow mines were down and they get baited out quite quick as well. 3v2 and a pull available from B, so does use it actually. Cycles a couple of shots back onto him and just Meow left alive to try and get some work done, but he's going to head for the gas, I'd imagine.
A miracle, honestly, coming out from Novo Esports. We talk about how they basically don't have the damage, and it basically nearly happened, right? Hank had to pop the super that almost managed to walk away there. I think it was the last Grigri shot that took him down. But that's 12,000 points of damage that they had to get through. A picture-perfect pull. Every single shot had to land to make it work.
Well, hypercharge galore coming in for Novo Esports now, and even more speed coming out. Biso didn't really get enough. I'm pretty sure he popped his hypercharge as well and kind of wasted it, but now he just... Oh, Sid building up this bubble, but Biso narrowly misses that super. Just kind of pinned in here with the Juju above them, not even with the extended range at the moment, and the other 2 coming around the bottom. But now they're starting to break out, get some health back, and a few good shots on Sabine will back them off a little bit.
Novo feel pressured to try to win it out now before the smoke comes in. Once again, speed immediately used, not even considering to save it. They're just diving in blindly without a gene pull. Just cycling it out. Marco is just so confident. He feels that he can just charge these max supers like he done it. But Jero now with a hypercharge of his own is going to be making the big play. Dropping the mines in the mid. 3R remaining there. Now Meow with a hypercharge of his own. This is the timing that they have to capitalize on. Sabine though, not being brought down just yet. Should be pitched out here. The pull flies out. But it's desperation plays. Foot Esports, they're going to clean this one up.
Yeah, Marco was very aware of what was coming then. All 3 members of Foot Esports ready to absolutely batter him if he tried to put up a fight. So just accepted defeat, headed into the gas, trying to move on to the next game. But honestly, I don't know how many next games there's going to be at this point, because it seems all Foot Esports. Yes, they got a round in there in the middle, got a nice pull in there. He almost survived and almost was able to flip it round. But not seeing a lot from Novo Esports is filling me with confidence with my prediction at the moment.
I agree with you. I'm feeling a bit shaky with that selection. And with the positioning as well, Novo Esports, for the 3rd time in a row, they opt to go for this double left 1 max at the right strategy. It's a gamble that teams usually play off and it doesn't work out. Maybe they're predicting that Foot would swap positions, but no, didn't really pay off. Now the max speed is going to be flying out here. They're going to be diving straight for no target in particular, because that's the point. They don't have a gene pull. They can't concentrate the damage anywhere.
Yeah, not a lot they can do in this stage of the game, and towards the late game it doesn't work for them either. So it's a weird composition that just doesn't seem to be working at all. Had a few moments here and there, and the moments did get them around, but overall, I'm not really convinced by anything that Novo are doing at the moment. Gene trying to go on a flank around the bottom, and Juju invising around the top, and will get a max speed as well. Tries to move in, but instantly, just a click of a green button, they should be pretty much healed.
Grigri gonna be chasing down Meow here on that left side. Should be answered quite soon though. The max coming out. Biso, he finds the damage. Pulling Hank into the smoke. One more teammate for Novo Esports. He's making the gas work for him.
Yeah, I mean, the gas did trade him out as well, don't get me wrong, so it's working for and against him. But in the end, even Meow committed a Barley super into the mix there as well. So nice moves from Novo Esports. They did manage to get that round on the board in a bit more of a convincing fashion that seems so much better than the previous ones. Hypercharge ready for the max as well, but a couple of supers ready to go for 4 also.
Novo Esports, I like to see this. First time I'm seeing some adaptations come up for them in this game. They've got the Hypercharge Max Super, but they're not immediately popping it. After that last game, I think they're convinced that they have a shot in winning the late game. As long as they can deny Meow his Hypercharge and Super as long as possible. They do need Sabim Super as well and Beastos to come online though. So right now, I don't know if their Supercharge is close enough and they're just banking on that Max Hypercharge to get those Supers. If it is, good strategy from Novo Esports. Otherwise, here we go. The timing comes out. Yeah, 2 Supers immediately come online. They're making the play for it.
Yeah, they're really going for it now. Max speed cycle as well. The bow mines were placed. Grigri's going to go down. Sabine not taking any damage just yet, though. And Foot still looking fairly healthy, but pinned into a corner. It's really going to come down to the end of it. And Sabine goes into the gas to try and get a flank round. Meow still alive, pulls there, and Biso just running straight towards them, but still unable to win it after using Hypercharge, double max speed, Gene Pull, everything. And they still can't win the round.
They threw the kitchen sink at Foot Esports, and Foot Esports caught it. Essentially, they just shrug it off. Biso didn't really land the mark there on the pull as well. Could have been a great advantage to get right in that position. But now Novo Esports, they've changed up the strategy again. Now they go on the aggressive. They know Biso has the pull. They're all in position to capitalize if he can get it. But Foot Esports, they're just way too disciplined. Just camping out the bush.
Yeah, just waiting. I mean, why not as well? Sabine gonna come round, and it's the same move as last time. Speed being provided to the invisible Juju. Just checking if anybody's at the top. Gero has these mines, 5 placed in the mid, and they're trying to bait them out instantly, and 3 of them do. 2 still remain. They need to be very cautious of those when this late game hits.
Biso's got the pull. That's the key thing to watch out for. And Meow, he's got that super of his own as well. So when the late game closes in, there's nowhere to go. But Foot Esports, they strike early. They don't want to play out that game. Now we have a super of his own. Pull flies out from Biso. Doesn't connect here. That's no more resources. The Bali super is good. Just completely boxing out Novo Esports. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Only gas is left. A bubble to pop the last member. Novo Esports now 2 sets behind. And Foot lead the series.
And it's not like the sets were close either. Like, they're giving me no hope whatsoever. Like, Novo just aren't in this game. Foot Esports are all the way out ahead. You know, Novo got a combined 50% over there in Hot Zone. I think they got 1 round here in Knockout. I need more from them. They just don't look like they're in this.
The teams this month just don't want to do whatever we're saying. Whenever the majority says Team A wins, Team B is gonna win. It's not over just yet. Novo Esports still has another chance to prevent that match point. This time around, it was the draft, really. Bo popping off here with the most kills. Could be any stats here we're looking at, honestly, because the draft was just not there for the side of Novo Esports. They had the Gene, Juju, Max, they had 3 support crawlers. Once again, not really a win condition outside of the Gene pool. And that pool just didn't really come when they needed it. I would have loved to see a Shelly, for example. I think Spoo, you mentioned it during the draft as well. Gene, Shelly against the Hank would have been so much better. Pull someone into a Shelly. Have that 1 more win condition on your side.
Yeah, I said they needed damage. Shelly probably being the best option there, or at least the option that we see the most. But really, there's just so many ideas that you can go for. Max, not the one that I was hoping for. I know that maybe they were just really inspired by Mebius's performance and they just wanted to show that they could play Max too, but now they're 2 sets down. Not worth it.
I mean, Gene Max is a combo that we've seen since Brawl Stars is a thing. Since 4 years already, that has been a synergy really good in most of the monthly finals. Max just not really in the meta at the moment. Yes, we saw Inner Circle bring it back, but that doesn't mean she's good on every single map and mode, I feel, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so difficult for Novo Esports to do anything there. As you say, they just needed some form of damage. Shelly wouldn't have been a bad shout, or pretty much anybody but Max, who gives a bit of damage, I feel, would have been probably a little bit better. Really unfortunate for Novo Esports, though, and yeah, I feel like a lot of it is lying in this draft stage. It was kind of the Frank in the first one, the Max in that one, and by no means are they bad brawlers. They're good on the maps as well, but it's just what they're being played into is the big issue here. Shooting Star, though, is up next, and we've seen this played, you know, vastly differently to how we would usually, or in the past we'd have seen it played with just long range, a couple of throwers here and there. We start to see a bit more of this mid-range being introduced and a lot more kind of passive play being played as well, unless the aggressive tanks come in, of course.
It's gonna come down to whether Novo Esports get that Lumi pick once again. I don't expect to see it though. For Esports, they probably were watching the previous game if they had the time. And they'll know that the only reason why Novo Esports excelled on this map was really because Totem just kind of left out a lot of picks in the pool, and then they didn't punish any of them.
If you're right, Spoo, and for Esports has prepared for that eventuality, they're going to ban out Lumi, Jaeyoung, and Ollie. Now, those three brawlers were the ones that Novo Esports picked up against Totem, and the bans are in now. Jaeyoung is the only one of those banned out by Put themselves, since they have first pick. Lumi's going to be banned out by their opponent. Now, this is the last chance for Novo to turn things around here, to prolong this a little tiny bit and not be beaten 3-0 today, Trev.
Yeah, well, Angelo does come in. As you say, a couple of those bans came through as well, along with the Gene, Jaeyoung, obviously Lumi, and then the Piper, Byron, and Jaeyoung as well. So Jaeyoung banned off on both sides. Clearly a brawler, both teams kind of like, nah, we don't really fancy that. Don't want to be playing against it or really playing it at the moment. And for Esports, got rid of the more long-ranged ones, and kind of the Lumi, more aggressive route came out of the way from Novo. Angelo is a first very good, able to kind of like move across the water, rotate quite easily from mid to right, to the left. It's, you know, there's nothing really hindering him. Bell, as I always say, just very versatile, very solid at range.
As solid as she is, I think it's starting to show Novo Esports, the psychology of where they're really at here. They're opting to go for safe picks that they're familiar with, and they're not really developing any sort of threatening things on their own. For Esports though, leading with this Angelo, it's putting a significant amount of pressure, because if you look at the bans, both Piper and Byron, two matchups at the long range that are actually pretty decent into Angelo, already taken out. Foot, they're just putting the pedal to the metal. Just completely just drafting out in such confidence, picking out this Gus and the Carl in quick succession. They knew exactly what they wanted going into this. And Novo, I don't think that they have many long-range sharpshooters left that they can compete.
Yeah, I really like this from Foot. It's like one of the competitions that I just like all three brawlers, really. Very, very solid. Ollie's obviously not bad. We've seen it have good moments on Shooting Star, but for the most part it's suppressed, and you have to kind of have that one play that turns the game around. RT gonna be good at short range, long range, so decent pick, but I really like this for Esports competition, Spoo.
I have to be real here. I already saw a 0-3 Ollie yesterday in East Asia. This is starting to look like more or less the same. The Carl shuts down. If he goes for Flying Hook, which he may not even have to, mind you, but if he does choose to go for Flying Hook, that already shuts down the main sort of play for Ollie, which is just to take that blue star and just run back to base. Yeah, Jero's taking out Flying Hook, and that's just gonna deny half of what Novo Esports have planned. Now it's just a matter of holding for the rest of the game and just watching this Ollie be completely useless.
Yeah, this thing, and Ollie's got to push into these kind of three longer range brawlers. And if they hit, it's going to have a very hard time. Gonna, as they have that kind of one opportunity where he can turn the game around. But other than that, he's going to be really doing nothing and relying on Biso and Marco to put a lot of work in.
Feels like a 2v3, but at least Zubeem now managing to edge up against Jero. This position is looking good. I expected he should be running the long-range hypnosis to try and find some crowd control for him. Meow is the one in danger. Biso has him marked up. This mark might be a kill if he uses the hacks. Don't see it come out just yet. The Biso's tapping out super duper well. The entirety of Foot cornered into the left side. That's gonna buy time. Finally, a kill for Novo Esports.
Well, every one of the Foot members just lost a lane, which is why they've just been absolutely obliterated. Lucky to only have one of them going down there. And these bell bounces between Meow and Nowie not having the best of times was marked up as well, but it eventually wears off, and then he gets marked instantly back. So Marco misses hits with his super, but Biso doing a good enough job for both of them at hitting those long-range shots. Zubeem taking some fire now and getting pinched in, and Gero has a super of his own.
Yeah, it's reversal of the positions. Foot Esports now banging on the door of Novo Esports. Nowie hopping the shield, going into Marco. There is a nest egg over there, just a bit scary there to go up against. Gero goes in for the spin, but Marco, no follow-up there, even though his teammate had the hypnotized down. For Esports, they've reversed it. Surprisingly, only one kill for now.
Yeah, he got out so well, and with 15 seconds left, no Sabine Super, just using it before death as well. He doesn't have it nowhere near 6 now, as Meow kills Marco, and Meow can just die himself and keep people back if he really wants to. Make sure Biso doesn't have that pinch, but Gero's the one going in. And if the RT got within range, that could have been very bad for Foot, but clearly a much more better approach. I couldn't find the word, but better approach to it than what I thought they had done. Much better from Foot there. Good turnaround and well retreated.
No throws coming out from Foot today.
Yeah.
That's good to see. Good to see, right? I mean, hopefully Jero communicated to that, you know, if he dies, no one else can die. That's what you usually like to see. Now, time to see though. Novo Esports, the strategy that they relied on last game was, as you said, just let Biso and Mako kind of gap their lanes, buy Subeam time to just sneak up and just push Foot to the edge of the map, maybe get one pick off, then defend for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I think maybe Crazy Raccoon and Totem over the past couple of days have given me a bit of like late game turnaround bounty PTSD, to be honest, because like I'm expecting the team to be ahead to be losing now, and Foot Esports just managed to remain on top. But match point, 1 minute 20 seconds, Blue Star in their hands, and don't seem to be as pinned down at this time in the game as they were in the previous. Is a good look for them.
Mako eats that cookie popper just to the face, really. Now he already charged up one entire Gus Super. That's just gonna be so much more health for them to go through. Novo Esports, I want to point out, they don't have, you know, a significant amount of damage. They really have to funnel all damage into one person if they just want to get a kill. And so far, Biso, he's the guy that really needs to tap things up just to give them that damage that they need. He's getting to inch in a bit closer on that right side, but look at Meow's positioning, just so stellar, dodging out everything, just throwing shots back in return. Biso's gonna fall here even.
A wonderful pinch from now, and he might be close to that Cookie Popper. Why he was going so aggressive on Marco there. If he got the shot and the follow with the Cookie Popper, he might have been able to get him down. He does land it on Sabine instead. Marco has the mark, but not able to use it just yet. Finds it onto Naui, which puts him at a bit more of a risk, but they need someone as well as him.
They need 2 kills. They need quick 2 kills in less than 20 seconds. And looking at Foot's position, I think they understand the assignment. They just need to defend carefully. Subeam finally getting a super of his own, managing to get Hypnosis. Okay, that's 1 kill ticked off the list. But Jero, he's just flying all the way to the other side of the base. He knows that he's got 4 stars. He can even die here. It wouldn't even matter for them. And Foot Esports, the final nail in the coffin has landed. And they're going to a grand final.
I mean, they've finally broken this curse of just semi-finals this year, but in the most anticlimactic way I've ever seen in my entire life. Novo Esports, great in the quarterfinals. Foot were terrible in the quarterfinals, and they've just swept them in the semis. Not what I was expecting at all, not what any of us were expecting, or the public included. But that is 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 is such a good Foot performance, and will put fear into whoever's facing them in the finals.
Congrats to Foot Esports for finally making it into a grand final without dropping a single game in the semi-finals too. Looking at the stats here, Gero popping off on that Carl, not a single kill on Ollie. And once again, I'm just not happy with the draft. I always have to say something about it, don't I? Ollie didn't show up at the Brawl Cup really. Now, it's been coming back big time also yesterday in East Asia. Europe picks it a lot more often too, but his win rates are really bad today and also yesterday. So I'm wondering why everybody keeps picking him when it just doesn't work out. I really feel for Novo Esports here. That could be their second time coming into a grand final. Maybe even against Inner Circle again. That would have been a funny little storyline that we could tell. But yeah, in the end, it's Foot Esports, their first appearance, and they definitely deserve its boot.
100% deserved. Glad to see that one team prepared for the semi-finals. Hey, that's actually a good sign to show here. Maybe Novo Esports, they didn't mind taking this loss. Maybe they're just basking in the fact that they have so much more points in the circuit that it's actually okay to just beat out Totem and maintain that lead. Nonetheless, though, well-deserved from Foot. I'm happy to see the world champs finally come back on top.
I can't believe we're already more than halfway through the day. So many 3-0s today, Trev. It's crazy.
Yeah, and honestly, I hate to say it, but I'm kind of expecting this next one to be a 3-0. It doesn't actually, don't even listen to me. It doesn't matter what I think today. Everything's going up like the opposite of what I actually say regardless, so it's not good for me at all. I think it's probably going to be a 3-0 to Heretics, which means it's probably going to be a 3-0 to Inner Circle. So whatever way you look at it, just don't listen to me, guys. Go absolutely against whatever I say.
I think you just triggered another mad tweet from Rama, but we'll see. Maybe he's not listening to you right now. After all, they're only playing in semi-final number 2, which is up next. First up though, MVP of the semi-final number 1, a member of FUT Esports. And who else could it be? Nobi takes it for the second time today, Spoo.
Well deserved from him. Well, aside from getting the most screen time and probably being one of the most handsome players with, very handsome reactions here, I think he piloted this Hank to just great pedigree, showing just mastery of this brawler in all 3 of these sets. Not just in this particular replay that we're seeing here, but he just basically understood the assignment. He even didn't mind getting pulled at some point. Here on his Gus as well, just controlled the mid so many taps. And didn't even look phased, didn't even look happy to win, to be honest.
I really hope the people that voted over at the event website did get some Prompass XP from their votes, because mine are looking miserable. Yesterday I was 7 out of 7. Today I got 1 prediction correct. Phenomenally. Well, you still have some time to get your predictions in right now. If you didn't do that yet, who's going to win Inner Circle or Team Heretics? Who's going to be in the grand final against FUT Esports? We're going to find out after a quick break.
I think SK gonna be first because they're always winning. They won twice already, so definitely top 1 for me. The second, it will be Humble. Even though they didn't qualify this month, I think still they are champions of Worlds, Brawl Cup, so let's put respect on this name. Third, I think it's gonna be FUT. It's gonna be FUT. I really like these guys, and they are doing good job. Always semi-finals, so that's why. 4, I think it's gonna be us. We're gonna prove everyone that we deserve that, so just wait for us. And 5th, I would say Team Heretics. With joining Zar, I really like how they play, so only good for them.
After a little bit of an underwhelming first semi-final, we're hoping that this next one is going to be a lot closer. We're bringing back Ark as well. I'm sure you sat at the edge of your seat after that one, no, during that match.
Not so much at the edge of my seat, just wanted to throw things at my screen, and yeah, I mean, just predictions out the window today, aren't they? I mean, like, just there's no point at this stage. Like, we're just 2 in the mud, aren't we? Really, let's be honest.
We are ready for semi-final number 2. It's 2 teams that have been showing up quite a bit in the monthly finals, but never really made it that far. Inner Circle, yes, they did win the March. They did got second in the March monthly finals, but only second. They would have loved to come further. As Team Electros, next month they were Inner Circle, and with the signing with the new org, they didn't even make it into the monthly final anymore, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit disappointing, really, from them, but like Inner Circle, they're very hit or miss. Like, they've had such like a drought of performances for a good few months now, and seem to be doing pretty well. They seem to be back. They seem to be performing better, or at least they were against Papyrus Supermassive. But this is a real test for them in Team Heretics. They're another team who's had a massive drought over the past few months. Just brought in Zar and seem to be doing a lot better.
Heretics, as we all know, has brought in a new player and a new coach as well. Let's see what Inner Circle has to say about that.
Heretics, pretty good future for them. A new coach, new member. They're gonna prove everyone wrong, that they deserve it. That's it.
Inner Circle, again, another team that I don't speak a lot to. Rama is pretty chill and solid players as well. I hope to face them in semis, any of those 2 teams.
So one team is looking to prove that they can win it all, not only get second, and that they can be a bit more consistent over the course of the year now. The other team is looking into finally making a big appearance at all. Heretics did not have the best start into the year. Now the summer split could change it all for them.
Yeah, and from what I've seen today, Team Heretics looked so fierce, didn't they? Versus a team like SK Gaming, to make it look that convincing, that's special. And for me as well, we got to talk about Philip, because he tweeted out during the show, in fact, to say that he is now back working with Inner Circle, a school which he's been really quite a key component with back in the days of A&R, with maybe it's a knob, and then VN Esports, of course, and that was a great synergy, you know. Philip obviously went across to North America, did some stuff with KCP and Proto G most recently, but now back where, in my opinion, he kind of belongs. I feel like it's kind of like, you know, a time capsule kind of scenario, and they were the glory days for me with A&R and VN Esporting. Now with even more experience to their name, it's quite an exciting prospect.
Yeah, I mean, I think so as well. But look at this prediction: 77% to 23 of Inner Circle. And honestly, after that first performance from Heretics, that is pretty accurate, if you ask me. Already faced and already beaten what I would argue is the biggest opponent in this bracket in their quarterfinals. So if they carry on playing like they were from this point on, they should probably get to the final and win it. But draft is here. We're looking at the Finks, we're looking at the Lily and the Rico bands from Inner Circle, and then over there with the Gus, the Lumi and the Hank from Heretics.
We had a lot of upsets today. Just looking at the teams who made it through the quarterfinals weren't the ones that majority thought they would be standing in the semifinals right now. So congrats to every single one of them. Now it's Team Heretics and Inner Circle, time to prove it to all of us. First pick is going to be that great. Prev surely is happy about that. And yeah, I'm hoping to see some more tank action now from Team Heretics. They do have Lena on that team. They have Chaos that loves to play those long-ranged brawlers. I'm sure they're going to find a well-balanced comp here to Arc.
Yeah, for sure. I'm thinking sort of with Hank Ban, Jackie. Yeah, Jackie or Ash were the two that I had in mind for sure. I mean, the Chester still available here. Could be a combo that Team Heretics might like to pick up here. Or Jay Young as well. That's another kind of brawler which escaped the bans so far. Certainly for me, two good choices there. Buster still could be an option here for Inner Circle, but the Hang Ban as well, very targeted. We saw earlier today just how well Ramen was playing on that particular brawler, so I'm quite happy with kind of seeing that shape up to be. But Bo, yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a wild one. I mean, I personally really love Bo. I know I haven't sounded like I have in broadcast because I love playing it. It's just everyone else always telling me how bad it is. It's kind of rubbed off on me. It's just not too special. It's not too shiny, but it gets the job done. And Heretics think it's good enough to pick up, so I'm all for it.
Yeah, well, back over to Inner Circle now, and I kind of got a question whether or not they're just taking the Jackie away from the kind of combination with the Grey, because that is one of the better ones as well. So, but they get the Kenji themselves, which is, I'm sure, something that Heretics would have liked to get after seeing Linane play that brawler. Sorry, it was Joker who was playing that. I'm completely losing it. But Linane on that brawler is very good. Don't get me wrong. Very capable on that brawler, so that's taking something away from Heretics as well. But very well rounded so far from Inner Circle. The Grey, disgusting. And you know what? I keep on saying, oh, the Grey, really cheesy compositions. I don't mind the Grey as a brawler. I just think when you TP in a Jackie into the spawn or into the middle of the map, it can get a little bit boring sometimes. But at this point, I don't really mind. The Grey Nita comes along as well with it for Inner Circle. And back over to Heretics for their third and final. But I really like this Inner Circle composition.
Yeah, me too, for sure. The Kenji, of course, did receive a slight nerf to the hypercharge, but nothing that's really caused too much of a dent, in my opinion. It has made a difference, but I think Kenji's still so fierce. It's the healing qualities for me that really make Kenji such a danger. And I do feel like in the hands of Lenan, that would have been the best person to have with that brawler. So good from Inner Circle. Mo. Oh, don't know how I feel about Mo. I mean, historically this season, Mo has not had good results, not by a long shot. More often than not, especially with Team Heretics, you got to consider the fact that they brought Mo into Dueling Beetles, and that was their very unfolding, wasn't it? No, that was a terrible showing for them previously. So putting faith back in it, I believe that was back in April, maybe Power Supermassive. That seems to ring familiar to me in that fifth final set. But hey, bringing it into Hard Rock Mine, it's not for me. Is that homage to Drake? I'm not sure, but nonetheless, Heretics putting an awful lot of faith in a brawler that to me isn't very meta.
Yeah, hasn't got the best history for them either, really. Caused a few issues in that team. That kind of baked in it, really. So, yeah, I don't know about it. I think it's completely fine. Like, I don't mind it at all. It's been known to be pretty decent here. Not having the best of times, though. Early on, he gets taken down, and Chaos will go in and get that kill, leaving just Rama and a few bow mines as well in that mid portion of the map for Inner Circle.
Yeah, nice. Already. Chaos playing it really nicely for me, and making me consider it as being relatively decent here. Certainly into the Nita. It's got a longer range, and of course, being able to get that drill to hand eradicates Nita quite swiftly. Puts the moment into a very aggressive spot. Nob in the top right-hand side with Lenan. Lenan finds the upper hand just. Will need to survive on a little bit longer to heal. Hypercharged mines going out for Zar, and already Rama's too low to continue to contest this mid. Nob's got to be dancing around these mines, and that's the thing, you know, these bow mines are great when they're getting value, but for the most part, pros can use specific brawlers to kind of either TP away or dance around them, and already only 2 remain in that mid.
Yeah, you're a real hater of these bow mines, aren't you?
Like,
I've noticed that over this weekend. Like, they can do big things. I definitely like them a bit more than you, but 2 still do remain here. Rama got to be aware of them and does get both of them baited out. The name is there to get the kill. Nob comes in and will get taken down as well, but the gems have miraculously almost evened out now. It's 8-6, but Rama is in control at mid. Sets up a nice TP for his team, and Kenji might use that to be able to exploit it.
Yeah, already Nob's aware of the mines. Placed directly onto the TP, who's flanking around to the left-hand side, but Lenan has got hypercharge as well. Nice connection there from Ram with the Walking Cane. Just about finds the bow, but Lenan in Nob there. And Nob with the hypercharge strength to Zar. Zar in opponent's position, forces like Chaos back as well here. And now, cannot get out. He's actually doing it. A robbery from Inner Circle here. As Team Heretics are floundering with 10 seconds to try to reset things. It's possible, it's doable, but Chaos, he's just used super. Rama's got a hypercharge here as well. And Nob will be helping here on this left-hand side. Nothing for Lenan. It's going to be a game which really, Inner Circle had no right winning.
Yeah, I mean, it was fairly even in gem-wise all the way out. I was expecting it to go to a bit of a late-game battle, but just cut off a bit earlier than that, as Inner Circle did manage to kind of clean things up and do a really good job. But I don't think you can write Heretics out of this one. Regardless of losing that game, they seem to be the team who was in control for the most part. So we'll see if that's something they're going to be able to recreate in the second one, but obviously change a little bit as they did lose it.
Good mid-control, but I can't say the same for the gadget there from Rama, which misses Zar. Zooms by his ear. Nob still staying on that right-hand side, shadowing Chaos. Trying to work his way forwards to gain supers. Lenan going for a charge. Does get Mabius just about 500 HP. And Rama with no utility to be able to do anything about it. Escapes away. It's going to be, though, Nob that does claim the right-hand side. Lenan's quick to the mark, however. TP to Zar, and Zar perilous now, healing up. It's a good start for Inner Circle, who've got 7 gems to their name.
Yeah, it really is. Lenane will go in and get that kill. Don't think he's going to be able to get out, though, and doesn't. Nob cuts him short and makes sure that he can't get those gems away from where he wants them to be. Zar playing through this mid, and would be decent to be able to have some bow mines on that TP, and that's exactly what happens now. Rama came in with 7 gems and almost went down, but survived nonetheless. And with a hypercharge on this right-hand side, Lenane can make some big plays if he gets within range.
Well, if that Walking Cane had connected there, Nob was in such a dangerous position. Didn't find anything off the super either, so Heretics gained the upper hand, and again, Chaos on that strange, bizarre Mo pick. Trying to find something against Mabius here, but doesn't find too much at all except low HP and nowhere to go. Nob taken care of by Lenan, and now a key moment in this game. 6 gems to Heretics, 8 to Inner Circle. 1 there in the mid. Rama's already got down the hypercharge portal now, so the shield's going to be there. Lenan goes in, and he should get some value. Oh, he gets double the value. Somehow Rama is still alive. Unreal that he was able to stay in the mix there, because I thought Heretics had a steal of their own. It's not to be. And now that 10th gem goes the way of Inner Circle at just the time of a hypercharge for Nob, who's going tearing down on his right-hand side. Inner Circle, I've got all the gems, and it needs to reset. Zar, low HP here as well. 5 seconds. It's not going to happen, I don't think. Inner Circle are going to get this set.
I mean, honestly, what is happening today? It's just crazy. I can't predict anything. I get everything wrong. Inner Circle come out really nicely here. Didn't really deserve the first game, but second one really did. Regardless of a nice few plays from Lane, TP being able to get the hyper charges off, use those supers, get some shots in. There was always a TP away from Rama, and he always seemed to keep those gems in his spawn and never drop them in compromised situations.
You're right, Trev. So far, every single time the minority was voting for a team, that minority was right in the end. I feel like those pro players just don't want to give us that pro pass XP, it seems. Lena, putting him on a tank always works out. He again has the most kills, has the most DPS, but it's just still not enough, and it's also not the objective of the game. Yes, a lot of pressure gives you a lot of area control, but in the end you need to pick up those gems from the ground arc.
Yeah, it always works out until it doesn't. But I want to go back to what Trav was saying, actually, because I think he raised a really valid point, which was the fact that they were taking the Jackie away from Inner Circle. I don't think it was the tank that necessarily Team Heretics really wanted. The Kenji was available at that time. They didn't go for it, but it was an early stage in the draft, so maybe they just felt like it was too soon and showing their cards too early, perhaps. But it is surprising that they didn't go for the Kenji over the Jackie. Leon does like to work with some assassination brawler attempts, something to close the gap with. Jackie isn't really that aside from the speed, which didn't really bring too much for me in that game.
We all know Lumi's nerf didn't really hurt her too much. After yesterday, I actually felt like Kenji's nerf did hurt him a lot. He had a 0% win rate after East Asia. Now EMEA seems to do a lot better with the brawler, picked up 3 times, won twice. Maybe, yeah, East Asia region just can't play the Japanese brawler. I don't know. Penal Punt is going to be the next map, and now this is a map with a lot of area control usually. Meeple could come in here, even though we don't really see him a lot on other maps anymore. This is still going to be one of his best maps. And then, of course, the usual suspects. Jackie's going to be super good here. Max, if you want to play her somewhere, this is going to be good here. Hank, B, of course, anything with a lot of range and area control here, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map that Heretics should be able to do well on. It's their kind of map, their kind of mode. But Inner Circle looked really strong in the first one, so I don't know. Heretics really need to get this on the board, otherwise Inner Circle is going to be too open. They're going to have to be forced to reverse sweep. Bans of the Lou, the Crow, and the Chester from Inner Circle. They first picked the Hank, so nice and early tank pick from them. Then the Lou, Finks, and Lumi banned out from Team Heretics. So they got some good bans out of the way, but still slip through Inner Circle. Take the Hank. There's like the Kenji still on the board, the Jackie that they've obviously just leaned on themselves, Ash, so much that's still decent against Hank. So surprising to see you taken as a first and not a bit further down the line.
Inner Circle, love it. Heretics got some choices though. B could be a good option here for me, but certainly to let the Hank not be banned, says quite a lot. I like the call there, Trav with the Kenji. Definitely a Team Heretics idea, which they might be able to float around here, but I mean, Buster as well. Jae Yong is available here, which is very much a high pick for them also, but Buster has the higher of the win rate percentage for them. Let's see how they're feeling on this one. Meg's a bit of an oddball one, which comes up here sometimes as well, but not necessarily one that I'm a big fan of, but it's an Inner Circle brawler where the Team Heretics are really savvy to it, and they want to pick it ahead of time. They go with the Carl. It's definitely a very Lena pick. But it didn't give them the cleanest of wins in Brawl Ball earlier today, but a win's a win. So regardless of it, it's definitely not a bad shout. I like the aggression of which it brings to the side of Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, the Carl is just so good for Lenane to have in his locker. A really, really good brawler that he's so capable on as well. So that just amplifies it that little bit more. In the Circle, though, do have these next 2 picks. But so far, I really like Heretics' draft, and I do feel like maybe they picked this Hank just a little bit early. First pick really leaves them a bit susceptible, regardless of how good the brawler is. It's not as good as it kind of once was before the hypercharge nerf. Gus as well for Inner Circle then is another brawler that Team Heretics did take on their previous Brawl Ball set. So Inner Circle, not only is it good for them, but it's good to have against the Heretics side as well.
Yeah, Amber's got quite a high win rate here as well. Could be playing nicely into the Hank for Heretics if they want to pick that up next. But Inner Circle could always snatch it from them. Kenji, yeah, I mean, taking that away from Heretics. But they want it in the first place. You know, they've already picked the Carl, and that's definitely a Lenan brawler. So it feels to me like they already kind of accepted that they were not going to be playing into that Kenji for me. Draco did have some moments on this map. It's kind of drifted away just a little bit recently, but still a tank wouldn't be the worst of shouts here for Heretics. Frank maybe even could be a possibility, something to be able to really overthrow the situation, charge forward with, or again, potentially even a Meg. It's just a bit of a wild card. I'm not too convinced of it. Jaeyoung's still open here if they want to have the additional speed, and yeah, it's going to be the Meg. Again, it's an odd one. It's a bit of a strange one, but when it shows up, it does tend to show up. You know, it's like the sort of pick the Humble bring in from time to time too, and it does tend to get the results. It's just a bit of a brawler which I've just kind of yet to be fully behind in that regard. But it's always worth a mention, and sometimes it does show its face. It's just, again, one of those brawlers that's just lacking a bit of range for me these days, since a few sort of reworks and nerfs along the path of her journey. But now the Hypercharge, of course, has a big, wide range on that swipe, so gotta be cautious around any brawler really in the current meta which does have a Hypercharge.
Yeah, well, Rama really low and is going to be taken down early on. Zar doing a good job against Nob on the left as well. And explosive start from Team Heretics and getting some really good control. Might even be a goal scoring opportunity here. Did you just get that shield? They've given him the ball. Well, it was a great start from Team Heretics. I was expecting to just start talking about Inner Circle going the other way, but it does result in a goal, and within about 25 seconds, as well. So wonderful stuff, and 3v2 already.
Yeah, I mean, and that was all thanks to the Meg as well. So Zar played it perfect, and the results were there. Nob now trying to go on the aggressive on his right-hand side. Lenan then pops a lovely little gadget, burning down Nob. He's healing as best he can, but again, this Meg, it's going to be a tough thing to crack. Now that Zar's out of mech, things might change, but already big taps into Mavis from him. Not going to do the most in damage, but certainly in terms of getting him back in mech, and already, I think one tap away, and there it is. Zar back in mech, playing this mech exactly how he needs to, keeping his team in this mid-control position. That's exactly his role here.
Yeah, with a Hypercharge ready to go as well, it is looking quite bad for Inner Circle now. After a very good first set, they're looking a bit susceptible in Brawl Ball. Chaos with a slow available as well. Nebius takes a heavy shot to the face. Luckily not an even bigger one from B, but that could follow up now. Hypercharge ready to go. Misses his Hypercharge swing on both of them there. Really unfortunate for him. But Zar continues to just move forward. Rama, Hypercharge used and will fall again. Ball sent to the corner. But Heretics aren't going to mind that. They're in a powerful position with only 55 seconds left for Inner Circle to get an answer.
Again, lovely heat ejectors from Lena, making that Kenji dash make it look so easy, and it's not. It's very dangerous, and you got to tread around it cautiously. Hypercharge for him already. Yeah, and a great pitch from Zar. Heretics really communicating better since that last set, and now again it's Inner Circle that have got to make the move here. Behind in terms of the goals. Rama trying to scoot his way forwards, got the shielding to hand. Zar then, just eradicated him as well. Nice pinch between himself and Chaos. It's Heretics just looking great, isn't it? Shielding from Mavis pops Zar out of mech, but that's about it. 15 seconds for a much needed goal for Inner Circle, and can they even get across the map in time?
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was expecting Heretics to come out with in the first set. This is the Heretics that I thought, after beating SK, were going to show up and just decimate Inner Circle. And don't really they have done in this Brawl Ball game. But in Gem Grab, it looked like a different team. So nice to see them bounce back and not have their mentality waver. So they've had quite a slump off in the spring split. Now we're into the summer split. Things get a bit more impactful with the double points. Need to make sure they're getting a lot of points on the board. And that seems exactly what this Heretics roster has showed up today to do.
Like I said, you know, going into this draft, when they didn't pick Kenji and they picked the Carl first as a preference, I did say that I felt like the Leon was very comfortable with that brawler pick. Again, it's going to be a walking goal potentially here. If maybe it gets knocked back, it's the only thing that could happen. And Zar gets knocked back out of mech, still gets the ball and lands it in the first opening 18 seconds of time. Incredible stuff. And like the way that he's taking care of the Kenji, Nob is not a threat to him because the pickaxe is just landing time and time again. Robert from the left-hand side can't find a bubble connection, and these Hypercharges from Zar, they're cycling tremendously well, and there's a double kill for him. Again, it's just maybe it's all alone there as well, and it should be another walk-in, a swift set for Team Heretics, and as quickly as that, we are tied up. We've got a series on our hands.
Yeah, amazing from Heretics. Did Inner Circle get out of their half of the map? I don't think they did, which, you know, going on from this point makes you feel a bit worried for them. And going into, I was worried for Heretics, and obviously I feel a bit stupid about that after watching it all now, but really nice performance from Heretics. No matter all the defending they did, they knocked Zara out of his mech a couple of times, managed to grab the ball both times, a little bit of an early gust shield as well, didn't get the knockback off that. The defense wasn't on point, but Heretics were absolutely on point all the way through.
today is a very emotional day for Trev. He's changing his opinion after every single set, it seems. Heretics looked good in that one, surprisingly, honestly, after that set number 1, but they had a phenomenal draft. They had Carl, which is Lena special, you called it as well during the draft, guys. And yeah, just looking at the kills here, we seem to have a little issue with those tanks getting close enough to actually do damage and get those kills, Orc.
One kill on the board for Mavis. And, like, you know, he was the last man standing time and time again, you know, on that goal line, but you still expect to see more than that to show for a set, don't you? I mean, Rama back on that Hank pick, which has been really dominant all day long, and it wasn't bringing any of the goods in on that matchup for Heretics. And again, I think it's a really great draft. You know, they didn't ban the Hank knowing that it was going to be an inner circle pick likely to be had, and they had the counters ready to hand. That's what I want to see from a team like Heretics.
Both of those teams had a little bit of a rocky start into spring. I love to see them both here in the semi-final now. They definitely deserve it after the run they had through the quarterfinals. Literally, they both beat their teams 3-0. One's Papar Supermassive and one's SK Gaming. So definitely some strong opponents there. Now they seem to finally have found their match. Since it's a 1-1, we finally have a game that is going to be a little closer here. Open Business is going to be our next map. We saw it today already. Lumi was paired together with the Berry. It kind of got handed to Noah. That was the map that we were kind of upset that Totem just let those two brawlers slide through the draft. Lumi is banned out in this one, so Heretics does not make that mistake. Berry is left open. Let's see if he's going to be picked up again, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, Berry is a very good pick on this map, and would not be surprised to see it picked throughout. I mean, I'm sure one of the 6 picks will probably be Berry. Not sure when it'll come through, but yeah, the Finks, the Lily, and the Rico from the side of Inner Circle. Surprised to see Rico banned out, to be honest with you, on this map. I'm not saying it's bad by any means, I just didn't think it was really one of the top 6 brawlers, and the Gus, the Lumi, and the Hank on the other side. So I think it's probably fair to say that it's going to be Inner Circle with the first pick, considering Heretics bans.
It's a Night Chaos shout, isn't it? But again, like on this map, is it the greatest of brawlers?
That's what I mean. Even if Chaos is incredible on it, don't get me wrong, but even Chaos on Rico, is it a Rico map?
Is he going to pick it? Exactly, yeah. It's not even really data from their scrims, which they're looking at there for. So I'm not sure whether maybe Phillips is saying, like, you know, just bear in mind that, you know, this could be one of those brawlers which they just don't scrim because it's just one that they're so comfortable with. They can bring in sometimes. But it is the oddball there for me, for sure. So let's see. Open Business, of course, you know, in terms of the game mode itself, the big ones, the heavy hit, you got to be cautious around for me are, you know, B, Griff, Hank and Frank, you know, the big tanks and the tank counters really, and of course the heals, you know, Berry, you know, stuff like that is where this kind of map for me lies. And you know, at the moment the teams are just kind of recollecting themselves in the lobby, but certainly I think that you know, at this stage of the competition, Inner Circle with a good start coming forwards. They had the momentum. They looked very strong in that first set, but then it was the very opposite story in the second, as Heretics start to then climb themselves back in. Let's see, as the draft going underway, how they're feeling about this time round. And for me, our predictions were United on Team Heretics, but Inner Circle did surprise me again in that first set. Very capable of going the distance here today. They've been in 1 grand finals already this year, which is more than we can say for Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, Inner Circle, they may have looked good in the first set, but it was nowhere near as dominant as the second set going to Heretics. They walked over Inner Circle, whereas it was a bit back and forward. Inner Circle ended up with the set and didn't use the momentum off the back of it either. So Heretics now have that momentum in a more dominant set, moving into, you know, something that they should still be very good in. You've just got to expect that they're going to start to walk away with this one, because I don't think there's any argument that they're probably the better, more experienced players on Heretics, but you've got a question of whether or not Czar is going to be that, you know, integrated into the team at present.
Well, players are drafting and shortly about to go in. And again, on maps the most like this, you know, that's the man that I'm looking at. What brawler is going to be with Lena, because he's the danger, in my opinion. And again, with such a map that just really gravitates towards tanks or vice versa, whatever way you look at it, you know, that's the scary prospect for me here. Let's see, he's shortly about to go in, but you know, Draco as well, you know, it's definitely a danger to consider on this kind of map. Again, the Frank, the Hanks, those kinds of things. Inner Circle certainly would be looking on that front of things. B-Ban as well. You've got to think about how many options you even have to defend with. So, when that is out of the mix, maybe Griff is not the worst of shouts, especially with the hypercharge addition. Not a bad one at all for me. But let's see as we go into the game very shortly who's going to be coming out on top here. But draft-wise, we'll see as the players go in what they've gone in for. They've got the Grey, the Amber, and the Chester. So Chester there's the tank counter of choice for Inner Circle. The Meg, the B, and then I think, of course, the Griff there as well. So big tank counters on the side here of Team Heretics for a tank that didn't really show its face.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine they probably picked Grey fairly early on, and then we're like, okay, they're probably going to take a tank, let's compensate for it, and then slightly overcompensated. But this is still a very capable composition no matter what they're going to be faced off against. Because seeing this Grey, you're kind of expecting a tank to be TPing on in, but it's refreshing to see the composition that has a Grey that's not just followed by a Jackie or a Frank or something like that. And this is a very good start for Heretics. The walls are starting to get broken up. B should be able to thrive in these conditions. And the TP not being used straight back to spawn. A little bit surprising, but with no tank, it becomes less valuable that way.
Well, pretty close. Nice connection there from Nob. And then just surviving on. Zar pushing down the left-hand side, but there's the TP as well, which is quite nice for Nob there. And away from the Rattled Hive too, so getting some heals off the back of things. Rama there with a splash of oil in the mid. And a break from Lenan to allow this B Griff comp to be able to shine. Just one tile there, though, still standing, but that might prove helpful for some coverage later on. So far, they've got the Shik maybes from this mid. Chaos got to find some connections here and tap Zarlo HP as well. Poppers gadget for some additional heals. Does then find Nob and misses the Walking Cane. Gets the connection from the hypercharge there. Chaos starting to come to life now, but Nob has got the hypercharge and he's still alive here. Goes in and catches Zar at a perilous point in time in terms of his HP. Now, Lenan, Chaos clustered on the right-hand side, and Rama has got the hypercharge. He's going to lay it down now, and it's going to cover the whole entire map.
Yeah, I mean, he caught Chaos and Lenane with that. Zar's going to go down to the chest to hypercharge, so nice moves here from Inner Circle, and Chaos falls there as well. Nob actually TP'd without using his hypercharge too, so still has that in the bank. Not sure he's really going to need it, considering the 95%. This should tick all the way to 100 in just a second as they kind of edge in and out of the zone and eventually get it done. Inner Circle bouncing back really well then, and that seemed a very dominant game for them.
Much better, for sure. I want to see Heretics trying to open up the map a little bit more, be a little bit more cautious of this Grey, as it's the credit to Inner Circle really in their judgment as to when to go in with it. Not the easiest of brawlers to kind of make work against the B. It doesn't really, again, into the Meg. It's Nob is landing a lot of these gadgets. Good break on the left-hand side from Lenan, opening things up, trying to push forwards onto Mavis. Rattled Hive not going to find anything at all. And Rama gets a little bit of a burn onto Zar. There's another nice Walking Cane onto Chaos, who has the shield and an amplified shot to hand, but whiffs it. And can't be doing that too often in this set, or it'll be swiftly going away from them.
Yeah, I mean, already got the percent lead. Rama's going to throw down that puddle of oil. Doesn't actually find a connection, but gets Zar down anyway, so has the same effect, moving him into a bit of a compromised position. TP comes in from Nob, and that's a good kill. Not a bad TP either, really. With those walls up, it's good to be able to get into that position, but I imagine Lenane's going to come and destroy those in just a second. But this is a vast lead for Inner Circle, and Team Heretics are just being left behind.
Yeah, Nob is just absolutely tapping everything in sight. He really is. Now the hypercharge as well, going into the Meg, easy peasy. Not IK's going to find a slow here, but I don't know whether Lenan can really get close enough to land the shots. Maybe just keeps him back, and it's Inner Circle springing to life. 70% on the zone, and now just 30% to be able to secure this set. Again, Nob on every single player. Walking Cane connections, tapping up, TPing in. He's just the one-man band in this scenario, but the team are there to helping hand it all the way through. Shield down for the back of the hypercharge. This one's basically done. I mean, if Team Heretics can hold this off, it'll be the most amazing feat. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, I mean, Nob just TPs in off spawn and gets that 100% to 11. Heretics, what is going on? It's just a night and day difference from both teams. One team's been battered, one team's done really well, and then it just flips in the next set time and time again. Inner Circle looking very, very good. Heretics in the mud once more, and now only one needed for Inner Circle to be able to take this and go to the finals.
We're really doing the flip-flop in this one. First set, take by Inner Circle. Second, Heretics. Third set, again by Inner Circle. If we follow that pattern, we're gonna go all the way through to set number 5, and Heretics should win the next one. Looking at the stats here, Ark, anything that sticks out to you in particular?
It's great to do more DPS really on the side of Inner Circle, let's be honest. Lanal and Zar had tough games, no doubting that. And for me, a standout player. You know, you could see it throughout the entirety of that set. He was just like all over the field and utilizing so much utility. You got to land those Wolf and Cane gadgets, you know, you really do. And he was doing just that. I think for me, really standout stuff. But I mean, the whole squad on the side of Inner Circle, good scores for Team Heretics. You know, it just didn't feel right. The draft just wasn't really there for them, and you know, there wasn't really that much aggression. Like Chaos whiffed a few shots on the B pick, and I think Lanal, you know, again, I was saying this in previous series is today, the key really is just taking Lanal off brawls which he's going to be able to pop off with, and that was a prime example of that. He didn't really have that aggressive nature that he's so used to having, and when he's not able to make those pop off moments, he's left control, which is not really his playstyle.
I just want to lay out the stakes for you one more time here. We have Inner Circle on 5th at the moment in the leaderboard, and then Team Heretics on 7th. But we did enter the double point split. Now, the summer split is full of potential for those teams that are a bit lower in the leaderboard. Thanks to this double point system, either of the two could take the second place in the leaderboard today if they win it all. Inner Circle could even take the lead over SK Gaming, that are sitting at the top at the moment, which would be absolutely mind-boggling. SK Gaming won 2 monthly finals. They did well, at least qualified also in that one that they didn't win, but with just one win now from Inner Circle, they would be ahead of anyone else.
I mean, that's huge. It's absolutely huge for Inner Circle, and it gives a big opportunity to the teams who are just trailing behind a little bit. Those who haven't had the best starts of the year, i.e. these two teams pretty much, can really bounce back into it. But it also means that the teams like SK and Humble have to continue to do well if they want to keep their spot at the top of the table. That hasn't been the case so far, with Humble not qualifying and SK being knocked out by Heretics. It's really unfortunate for the top teams in the kind of second half of the year if they don't get off to a good start. But we're on to Bell's Rock. Decisive one here, as Inner Circle could take it and win 3-1 and move on to the finals. But if Heretics do it, we have to go all the way to a set number 5 to decide it. Gene, Angelo and Lumi bands from Inner Circle, the Kit, Gus and Hank bands from Team Heretics.
This is the map we've seen before from Foot versus Bound by Wolf, and I talked about it before already, how a lot of teams seem to show up with a tank followed by 2 supportive brawlers here. For example, Daryl, Gus, Kit is something you could play here. Hank, Byron, Max is something we've seen. Or of course, you just pair it with a nice little grey to teleport your Jackie in, for example, Ark.
Yeah, I'm looking for the Kenji here myself. It's definitely an Inner Circle pick, and the Gus being banned is their top one, so good signs from Team Heretics for locating that one. Ollie as well, I think it's really going to be the tank of choice for me on a map like Bell's Rock, and the grey, you know, it's a big deterrent of any kind of thrower. So, you know, Inner Circle do like to bring those in. Dynamites and Sprouts, that kind of thing, are going to be off the cards for them, and they would have liked to get them on their hands. RT, the legs, of course, great for those later overtime stages, and for tanks. It's a pretty decent tank counter. Aside from that, I was thinking Pearl, but RT is really nice on this map, especially at this stage of the draft too. So I quite like where their minds are thinking. But I'd like to see a tank really followed up at this stage of the draft for Inner Circle, really. I think that they have to take something away from this grey, and it's just kind of choices to, if they want to go Ollie, which is going to be quite tough to make work in the early game. Pearl will be better, but is it really the brawler that you want to have with the I mean, they're going to go for it anyway, but I was going to say, the Gene ban is there. That's the kind of pairing you want, so it is a bit of a risky one to pick at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 2 very good late game brawlers, which is, you know, very solid to have, and especially when you're looking at Heretics, they've got that grey, which is good on its own, but if you want to pair a tank with it, you're going to be good in late game too, so maybe Inner Circle are kind of accounting for that fact, whether or not Heretics kind of just pivot and play for the rest of the game, other than late game, which, don't get me wrong, Pearl and RT are still capable of doing that, just not as well as some of the other brawlers, but they are going to take the Ollie over the flip side, going to have that ability to TP in with the grey portal, and then Byron to round it out, give Ollie some heals, keep grey in the mix. I like it from Heretics, but I also really like what Inner Circle have here.
Yeah, I do kind of too. I feel like it's a bit more rounded. It can just kind of sit back and buy its time down. Team Heretics are going to have to go on the aggressive, I feel, a little bit here, or and the Ollie is going to depend upon these Byron Hills. If the Byron goes down, it's going to struggle. Lou is really not a brawler that you expect to see, but it makes some sense into the Ollie just to really freeze him out. You need as much time as you can kind of muster up to be able to just take down an Ollie, and also just to bring your team's awareness to the peril of which it brings. So, I mean, Team Heretics are looking to run it down. It's as straightforward as that. Circle are looking to just last out the clock, take this to a later stage of the game, have the Lou as well to try and freeze out the Ollie and deter him from just pushing up the map. An interesting draft. I think I'm kind of siding here more within a circle. I'm really hoping that Team Heretics can bring some aggression and some good plays. It's already a good start from Zar. With a nice walking cane opening up that entire right-hand side, but he's playing into a Pearl. That's kind of brought that can thrive under those circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, it gives, like, obviously it's not good for Ollie main game, but when the walls are down, he has a bit more of a straight path to catch people off guard with that super. Chaos just kind of walking in a straight line behind Linane at this point. Splash comes in, Pinch should be there, doesn't get the shots, and Nob will stun out Linane and bring him down. Nice walking cane there, and a cycled Splash from Chaos doing a good job.
Kenzar finds Rama. Oh, he goes for it and he gets it. Lovely stuff. These hills going to be needs being on point here from Chaos. The first one was crucial to locate where Nob was going to be. Then he can focus on the more important factor, is keeping Zar in the mix. That was great. Zar had an absolute precision moment there, keeping things alive for his squad. But now moving some shots. He needs to gain a couple here. He's got the TP as well. Would prefer to save it. Got the hypercharge for the next round too. Nob should go down here, but then making it a bit long-winded, more than it needs to be. The round is there, the utility is saved, and Heretics kick things off.
Definitely made that a bit harder than it had to be. Yeah.
Yes.
And even committed the TP to it as well. You'd have thought, oh, yeah, if I get stunned, he's going to shoot me and Byron can just clean up. But, he won the round nonetheless, and I'm sure Heretics will be pleased about that. Splash comes in onto Nob, who does have a super of his own. He did use it, in a bit of a tough situation, so at least he did cycle that one out. A walking cane hits on Mebius, and he is a bit low, backed all the way up. Hypercharge TP available, and he goes for it, gets the kills. He is burning down, though, after a gadget from the Pearl came in upon his entry. Nob gets some great shots in, not able to stun out Zar, just gets him stunned, but he goes down himself. Nightmare for him. And now Rama all alone, the Heretics will win the game.
Zar there just skidding around the ice, getting to the TP just in the nick of time with a clutch kill there from Chaos to really seal it, and just the exit was just honestly so clutch, so tight. The Heretics, again, those great plays that were crucial for me there from that man Zar. I mean, gaining those crucial moments of a low HP brawler and closing the gap, bringing the scoreline into your favor. I love it from him. And these walking canes, he hasn't missed a trick.
Yeah, only one more needed to take this all the way to set 5. Nob should be dying here and does, and Linane's going in. Mebius quite low. Heals from Byron are there as well. TP from Zara. This set's moving so fast. The ones that Heretics win are done so fast. Like, they know they're going into it and winning. And Rama low here provides Linane another shot as well. Chaos got a splash of his own, and one round now will take us to a set 5 to decide it all.
I still don't mind the drop from Inner Circle. The Lou, sure, I mean, it's a bit of a wild card, but it makes sense into the Ollie. It's a pretty decent deterrent on the defense for him, and it's just Zar's going crazy. And Chaos is always there and always present for those escape moments to keep the squad in a 3 versus 2. Good splash into Ron, but he is low and marked up there from that RT amplified shot. Has to retreat now, and maybe this is cooking through that mid. If he can close the gap and try to get a gadget on anyone really, just to burn them down. It's Zar who is the problem, and in this kind of map, when everyone is segregated in their lanes, the Lou is not really going to be able to do too much. There's not too much synergy, but the Grey can go to town.
Yeah, hypercharge TP is ready to roll as well, but can't really go towards Nob. He is almost stunned at this point, so that would be kind of admitting his demise. Linane goes forward there. Bit of a weird situation. Stunned out Zar will fall down, and the Chaos might have to heal Linane up a bit here, but I feel like they are inevitably losing this one. Actually, go in, hypnotize onto it, but actually just about gets the kill. Linane surviving well. Chaos does go down, and then trying to get Mebius here, but I don't think it's going to be possible. He's going to try it anyway. I take it back. I take it back. I take it back. Oh, the ice block. Oh, he gets it. He gets it in the end. I was like, how can I commentate over this tiny little bit? But incredible ice block there. I don't know how he got it off.
It's like the least commonly used gadget in the BSC, but when it shows its face, it makes plays like that unreal. And it keeps Inner Circle in this conversation. hypercharges, 2 of which are with Mavis and Nob. So they've got to make that utility work. And Lenan is lurking, he's got the heals and the splash available to him from Chaos. Crucial moment now. It really, really is. 1 round for Heretics to gain a set. The Inner Circle to the back of that clutch moment there. Might be able to muster something up. Mistwalking came from Zar. It's a rarity to see, honestly, here in this series. And pressure mounting. Good taps them to Lenan. But everyone else on Heretics alive and healthy. Really, now the gas is going to play a key role in forcing everyone into action.
Yeah, but 2 hypercharges ready to go. Nob moving up the map, gets hit by Zar, provides him a TP. Now the hypercharge is rolling in. I think he just missed. Oh, he gets Zar, clips him on the edge. TP, though, forwards into the most compromised position ever. But Mebius is quite low. Uses his hypercharge now. 1 shot left. Splash available for Chaos. Might get Rama. Does. Then 2 of them fall, but he TPs away. He TPs by accident. An ice block again. The ice block clutches 2 rounds in a row. And Inner Circle are going to be on match point.
You can't write it. You cannot write it. And great reservation there on that ice block to get the timing of which can be quite hard to achieve, especially in those clutch moments. It's tense. It's hard to time. Nob is getting it right when it matters. Literally, Inner Circle have the ice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying, like, Zar's TP just set them up for failure. He TP'd into the middle of 3 of them himself, and then the TP pushed Linane into the gas. Absolute nightmare to have that linger in there. Linane would have won that definitely if he did not get pushed away by the dimensional door. Really unfortunate for him, but he can still get back into this. Inner Circle just 2 rounds away from victory. Good shots from Linane. He is going to be marked up by that. Oh, bringing him very low, but the walking cane will pull him in. Ice block is inevitably still going to die. And Mebius falling low again. Burned up. Yeah, gets taken down by a great shot by Chaos, and now just a 3v1 as Rama going in, trying to get a super, and does, but will go down. Now 1 round needed for Heretics to get this to a set 5.
It's like Heretics have all of a sudden realized that they do not want to see a meme following a loss of an ice block gadget that caused their demise. Oh, look at Zar again. Rama was 1 shot, very closely whizzing by his head there from going down. Stays alive, just about. Has got the super to hand. As has Lenar, and he'll be healing up now, joining his teammates, all 3 there. Chaos pops gadget as well, marked up though by Rama. He's gonna have to think better of it, and that gadget could go to waste. Kind of does there as well. Wants to use it there just to get the resets and get the timer ticking down. Icebox to evade the splash again from Nob. Everything the Inner Circle have got to their disposal is being used, honestly, to stay alive here. Heretics still 1 round away from taking this to a 5th and final set.
Yeah, they really need to evade giving Zar this TP again, because he can use it as a hypercharge. Linane goes in, going to be able to hypnotize one of them. Nob might be able to ice block here again, doesn't get it off. Linane will get that kill. Zar going for the shots in, gets the walking cane, maybe a slow as well. Linane coming in now, but might go down before it. And that's going to be the game going to Heretics. They take the set along with it, and we're deciding in a set 5.
This is one that I said in the quarterfinals when it was lined up was my favorite of the semi-finals, and it's proven to be just that. It has to be decided this way. The first game of the day to go to a 5th and final set. And it's so back and forth, isn't it? Like you said earlier, Trav, when Heretics get the draft they want and feel the vibes, they slay through the sets. Inner Circle now, I mean, they're dwindling slightly.
Flick, flop. We're just heading back and forth between the 2 of them. They're making it a very close series, and honestly, I would expect nothing less in a semi-final in EMEA. This time around, it was Heretics taking it again, evening out the score. All in all, we're now heading to a set 5, and it's gonna be a decisive one on Safe Zone. Looking at the stats here, Trev, anything you want to point out here? Maybe Zar with that 8 kills?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a Zar show. Set up some good TP, set up a bit of a questionable one there that did get Linane killed and provided a game at least to Inner Circle, but for the most part, some very good gameplay from him, getting good kills, picking his moments well, and yeah, Inner Circle. I don't think the comp was bad by any means, and they managed to do some good work throughout to kind of drag it to that 3rd and final game to decide it. But in the end, I think it was inevitable. Some great moments from Nob here as well, getting these ice blocks in. And he's obviously going to be just decimating his screen with auto aim, and the name's got to time it perfectly. So it's really tough to be able to win an interaction like that if you are Linane. But yeah, it's some great stuff from both teams here, and such a close game. And I don't think there's any better way than a set 5 to decide it.
I think Lin also summarized it perfectly with his reaction. Wow, what was this match? Every single one so far was kind of one-sided. It was a 2-0 in the first one, 2-0 in the second one, and so on. I think you get the idea. Then Bells Rock all of a sudden was a little bit closer, and now heading into set 5, the match really couldn't be anything closer here, Arc. Safe Zone is going to be our decider. It really could be anyone's game, but if we're following that flip-flop, that back and forth, it should be Inner Circle taking that one.
Yeah, and all I can say is if Team Heretics win this and Zard doesn't get MVP, I'm going to riot. I am going to absolutely riot if that happens. But for me, Inner Circle, Nob would be an MVP as well from those loot plays alone so far. But it comes down to this 5th and final set to decide it. The bans will shortly be coming in. I want to see a Miko ban. We haven't seen enough Miko bans in Heist for me, of course. But, you know, Bonnie as well hasn't really, so far today in EMEA, translated over, which is a surprise to see as it is still one of the most picked brawlers in the scrims and one of the highest win rates as well. So let's see. Miko is banned and the Bonnie. So good stuff from Team Heretics. I like that. The Carl ban as well as the Chuck, the Angelo and the Lumi does leave a little bit of an open door potentially here for things like Daryl as opposed to the Carl. Melody as well is open here, which is quite a dangerous thing to see for me as well. Both got to talk about it, but I'm not a big fan of it. Bell, always a safe pair of hands. Plenty of options, but good bans so far.
Definitely agree with you in that Bonnie pick here. She is banned out, so not a possible choice here for Team Heretics. What is, though, is Rico. He was banned out every single time a Rico map came up, and Safe Zone, in the past at least, was one of Rico's best maps, so it could be that we finally see a Chaos Rico. I know the viewers are hoping to see it. First up, though, we have the Eve, which is maybe a little more reasonable in the current meta than Rico. She's just super good on this map because you can go Overwatch with her, super good in having some control. So what they need now to round up their comp is a little bit of an aggressive pick still, and something for the mid, of course, Trev.
Yeah, exactly. It's good shout. I really like the Eve. Bo comes in as well. Listen, I know what Art's going to say about this, but it's good for the mines on safe, good for covering like the one choke point down the middle. Because if you don't have something that comes over water, which obviously Heretics do, you pretty much got 2 choke points, and if you do have the water, it's 3. So the bow mines being able to cover that can definitely change games, catch people off guard, force them into positions they don't want to be, and the damage isn't bad either.
The Cupid bow card, I was going to say it's a bit of a wild card, but would they go for it? And they actually did. I don't know. The bow, so there's a thing where bow can basically put mines on the safe, and if you pop them at, say, 26%, the damage will proceed past that final stage. It won't stop at 25%, it'll go beyond it. And that's kind of why we're seeing a lot of bow in Heist. It's a feature for the moment, let's say. And, you know, it does tend to, if you can time it right, get some healthy damage beyond those stages. But is it warranted? I'm not overly convinced. As a first pick brawler, at least there's the spell that I was saying might come through for Heretics. Again, a relatively safe pair of hands. Could be there to mark up a potential Daryl, which is still an option. They might even go for it themselves and have that as the pairing. That might be the play here for Heretics. With the Carl ban, that would start to be the math for me. Inner Circle with that Kaze. It's a very, very wild time to bring it in. On the 5th and final set, it's going to lack a lot of range, got some good mobility, and of course super that can also be quite helpful. You can't see outside of that range, and there's the Melody. Yeah, surprised it took this long to actually get to her, in all honesty.
Yeah, I mean, I prefer that to be the case rather than like an earlier pick, because then you're just going to be pretty much heavily counted out, right? You're going to be playing Melody and you're just going to be pinned, unable to do anything. But if you wait until the last, they're pretty much going to have, like, unless they've like pre-accounted for it, one very good brawler against it, and then that leaves them in a bit of a tough position. So I like this from Heretics. They've waited there for the right moment to bring this Melody in, taking them by a bit of a surprise. We'll see what Inner Circle are going to be able to do against it. Bringing in the Penny. A very, like, I'm going to say odd draft here from Inner Circle. I'm not saying it won't work, I'm not saying it can't work, but obviously it's going to be good against the Eve. But I quite like what Heretics have got here.
It's not the draft that I would have ever come out and said was going to be a winning one for here for Inner Circle, to be completely honest. Team Heretics are definitely playing this more to the book, more what we would kind of expect to see on Safe Zone. It's a really bold play here from Inner Circle. In the 5th and final set, you know, if this was an early stage of this series, I could understand it, but these are quite bold. The Penny, of course, can get some great effect. If that turret goes down that left-hand side and Heretics aren't ready for it and have got no answer for it, then there's going to be trouble for sure. And maybe it's definitely a great player with it. If Rama can get mines on the safe, then of course they're going to be popped instantaneously, or left and just whistle down the safe and just try and get the timing in their favor. But I much prefer what Heretics are running with here.
Yeah, and clearly Penny's good against the pets as well. Can't take that away from her, so not the worst of things in the world. But Nob just running in and feeding over and over again. It's like watching Chitampo play it on Shooting Star. Linane going in now. Didn't manage to crack that first shield, but a good few shots to follow up. 10% taken. And now Nob should be able to make a bit of a move around this right-hand side and cause some more issues.
Yeah, good evasion from Nob there. Dancing his way forwards, opening up some space for his teammates in the middle. There's the hypercharge from Lanana. He gets through as well. Oh my word, the damage is going to be coming down. There goes the first stage of the safe. And just the 1% made. A dent, a scratch by Inner Circle, who are now way behind. They're safe down to 65%. And that was a wide open door that really should have been slammed closed earlier. Lanana's had his way with things, and that cannot happen twice.
Yeah, well, incomeless pets, only 3 of them this time. Linane trying to follow in behind, get his super, and does. Might be able to make a bit of a breakaway here. Nice mark there from Zar with the hypercharge, and he'll go down instantly again. Not seeing anything from Nob so far. Dashes through, and this should correct the second shield. Linane gets it done, just about, with a bit of help from Zar. And now a dash forward. Zar will go down, but should be cleaned up by Chaos. He is, slowed, but didn't get anything back from it. And now it's Inner Circle's turn.
Hypercharge on the safe. Let's see if they pop it at just the right time. 84, 64% there. You see, it went straight past 75, didn't it? That's exactly the tech that I'm talking about with this bow. And the reason why teams are picking it in high specifically. You're going to see how the damage with the hypercharge mines especially really do pack a huge punch beyond the stage. But now Lanan slipping through, gets the safe himself. If you can get it down to 25% and secure that stage, it would have been huge. But Rama comes in at the spawn and shuts that very idea down. There's a hypercharge turret now on this safe. Perilous for Team Heretics. They've got to take it down. And Chaos pushing forwards. 10 seconds on the clock. If they can get to the safe, Heretics have still got time to secure it.
Yeah, they are down, but look at Linane causing so many issues, leaving them so susceptible. They've got to crack the shield as well if they want to bring this one back. Got to get a shot onto it, but even if they do, the shield's going to be there still, and they can't get the work done. Really nice stuff from Heretics. Managed to burn down the clock and get the last say on safe, and that's match point to them.
You can see it there in Lanan's eyes. He means business. And Heretics are focused up. Again, prior to today, their best performance was February, and that was a loss in the semis. Now today, it could be looking at a grand finals appearance in double points season, no less, which would be enormous for them. They would rocket up the leaderboards if they're able to achieve this. Can they do it? That is the question. Pushing forward. And now coming through again. Finds. Oh, gets taken care of by their Rama. Nob staying put on the right hand side, but he is marked up by Zar. Zar will fall. Nob staying alive, but for how long realistically here? Oh, he's doing pretty good, but goes down now. Hatchling's about to come in. The Heretics, so far, pretty much in the defense this entire time.
Yeah, but those mines doing some good work, not yet cracking that shield. And the pets coming in, they're going to provide some good ability to splash for the penny. Salty barrel placed, but didn't get much back from it. And then shooting the bow instead of the penny there, really unfortunate. Getting some big damage in now. And this is a much better start and a much better game from Inner Circle.
Well, Anan gets 5% on the save, but this is a much better defense so far from Inner Circle. Trades. It's going to be IKAS who stays alive on the left, the Heretics, and Nob who stays alive on the top right. The Inner Circle. Both are pests. The hypercharge there, the hatchlings, will allow a little bit of an opening here for Lanan to find the safe. Rama has the hypercharge. They need to keep him back for sure. Those mines do nothing as Lanan just scoots around them. And there's one more left, and he surely knows it. Trying to trigger it before moving forwards. But it's actually Rama who uses the gadget for it and gets nothing off the back of it. It's still about 20% of a lead, though, so far for Inner Circle. They're doing a much better job this time round.
Yeah, tripwire didn't work, but the right idea. Linane coming in now doesn't get... Oh, shield doesn't really work either. Maybe it's on this left-hand side doing a good job. There's still a salty barrel just lingering, and Heretics are a little bit behind. Nice little mark there, but a good move. That's going to explode a bit late as well. I don't think it brings him down, and it doesn't. But the penny turret is set up, and Inner Circle in a much better position.
I'm sorry, but Zara with these prediction shots is the Kaze of all brawlers, and Lenan then escapes to the safe. That stage is going to take away a lot of the damage of which that Melody would have absolutely caused, but it definitely provided a good little amount of damage there for Team Heretics, but their safe is under heavy fire, down now to 42%. This push has got to count, but Nob is staying alive in the top right, and they're going to be escaping through as well. Heretics have gone for the base race of which they cannot win. It's match points, match points. Next game wins it all and proceeds to the grand finals today, and both sides have shown such promise.
Yeah, had to crack through 2 shields there, and the time just didn't allow it. It was really nice play. It's kind of been whoever's had the better start in both of these games has won them and dragged us to this double match point. So will it be Heretics? Will it be in a circle? Got to question if they're going to see the same tactics, because Linane just dealt with Nob a few times before going towards the safe last time, but in just the previous one, it was just kind of left him a little bit and tried to get some damage. This time he does pick him up well, and that's a much better start for Heretics.
Yeah, not great there from Nob, not at all really. Lenan made it look very straightforward. Big taps onto Rama, keep him suppressed. Lenan just trying to wait for a player to fall so he can get onto the safe, and now he's lost his notes. Got super to hand, of course, but you need to be able to have those notes and get this damage on the safe. Zar tapping has been phenomenal this game. He really has. Tapping anyway, gets the mark as well to Nob, who falls yet again. Nob is really finding it hard to break through this defense so far, as Team Heretics seems to be much more savvy this time around. 3% of damage, but it's the positioning and the confidence that's being exuded that's more important to me. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, that was really nice, but still didn't get much back from it other than the fact that the bell's just not there and unable to keep the bow back, which means Linane might have to forfeit a bit of ground. Nob coming up now, so low instantly. Does switch modes and get a few shots in, but no connections. Now the hypercharge is there for Zar, and Linane will go in and try crack this first shield. That shield, his own shield, gets cracked instantly by the penny, and he does get some good damage in, down to 74%, but Nob will defend, and Zar just trying to get back up, but that nest egg is going to provide some real issues for Nob.
Yeah, great placement, huge slow, but Zar couldn't finalize things as Rama proved to be the greatest distraction, but again, these marks landing every time. Nob going on the right-hand side, low HP, and it's Lenan who comes out yet again, and Lenan got hypercharged too. But so far, Inner Circle have done a pretty good job of just deterring the amount of damage that, to be honest, Team Heretics could have laid in. But this hypercharge for the Melody, it is crucial. Nob has also his. That's a concern. They're trying to keep back Rama. Again, if Rama gets hypercharged and those mines at just the right time, that's going to be a ton of damage that Team Heretics cannot afford now as we approach 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, you got to see as well, they've cracked that shield that's on 74. Nob going in, not getting a lot back from it, just gets the kill. Chaos might be able to have a little bit of a runaway here, but chooses to stay back on defense. Penny Turret does some good work. 23 seconds on the clock and control in their hands, but here comes Linane, just the bow on defense too. They might be able to get this straight down to 50, and Kaze going in as well. So close, but they're not yet able to crack the shield. Penny Turret still raining down. Zar's going for more damage himself, and he's replaced the turret. He doesn't even have anything more raining down. 7 seconds on the clock. Penny can't get anywhere. Nob trying his best, but it's not going to be enough to get this done, and just about Heretics hold on to take the game and head to the final.
What a result for Heretics. It came down to the wire, but they are in the grand finals, and they can barely believe themselves. They had to fight tooth and nail to get it, but they did. Again, their best performance until today was a loss to SK Gaming back in February. But, oh my word, the addition of Zar, he is MVP. There's no doubt. Again, if he's not, I write. Unreal from Heretics today.
With their performance today, they're now ahead of Inner Circle and Humble in the leaderboard already, and they could claim in one more slot if they win it all in the end. From qualifying, getting into the quarterfinals, to not qualifying, to quarterfinals again, now to the grand finals. What an explosion of Heretics, demonstration of their true potential. Finally, they found their missing piece in Zar. He followed OT's footsteps and moved across continents to excel in another region. And oh, did he well. He's a phenomenal addition to the team. Once again, though, Lena with the most kills on the team. MVP before. I'm sure the people that are voting on the event website right now are going to vote him again here, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty even across the board in terms of stats, to be fair, and the games were as well. Such close games. Coming down to the wire, I think it was about 5% between them in the last one. It was just the shield that saved Heretics in the end. But yeah, Inner Circle so close to getting to their second grand finals of the year, which would have been a massive, massive thing for them after such a lull. And then the same for Heretics. Both of these teams have been, the major ones that in the spring split haven't had the best of times, and now they've come into the summer one double points and really shown their worth. So I think Inner Circle is one to look out for over the next couple of months, but massively Heretics, who are going to be flying up that leaderboard now.
And finally, we do get a close one here. We had a lot of 3-0 sweeps today. Both of those teams have swept their opponents in the quarterfinals, and now they finally have found a match. In the end, Heretics takes it. It's a 3-2 that went all the way to double match point arc.
Alright, let's got the word from production. I'm angry. What a banger of a grand finals we have lined up, by the way. For esports, you know, they've made it look easy today. They, for all intents and purposes, should be the prediction, really, because of how smooth their journey has been. But Heretics, big question mark. Have they just put so much in to get to this point now that they're exhausted? Or is there still fuel left in the tank? That's the big question now as to where your predictions are on the event site for this grand finals. All I know is it's going to be awesome.
And we talked about the MVP already. I kind of predicted it. I'm very proud of my fellow Swissman. Lena made it through the votes one more time. He's your MVP from the side of Heretics, Trev.
Yeah, I think he deserves it. If you look at his melody there, I know he's the one who's meant to be getting the damage, but he's doing his job so well. And I'm not saying Zar hasn't, but you know, I say this a lot. All members of Heretics doing exactly what they needed to do, but stats backed it up as well. That Linane was doing a real great job shutting down that Kaze so much as well. So I do think he deserves it, regardless of a lot of the time they get it because they're the big name in the squad. But yeah, like Zar played well, but Linane I think equally deserves that MVP.
He definitely does. Just to put into perspective how close that really was, I already drew a little graphic to show us how Inner Circle did throughout the months. February, quarterfinals, to making the grand finals, second place in March. After that, not even qualifying. Not even qualifying. And then in the end, I thought they would go into the finals, but yeah, in the end, semi-finals for them. But yeah, it's kind of the same story for Heretics as well. Again, quarterfinals is sometimes and then not even qualifying in others. Well, in any case, Heretics deserve a short break after that one. They're going to be facing off against Foot Esports in the grand finals. And yesterday we had a reverse sweep in the finals. Soon we're going to find out what EMEA has in store for us.
With the new additions of the World Spot and the LCQ, I think I'd have to say my team. And from LCQ, I don't know, like the top 9. Maybe it's NXT Experience. I think they're pretty good right now. I don't have enemies. Yeah, I like to see everybody in.
Welcome back. We're in the grand finals here from the EMEA June monthly finals, and today has been full of upsets. Nobody got their predictions right, except one person, of course. Spoo, welcome back.
I've got some of them wrong so far. It's not that one-sided, guys. I mean, at the very least, now I think heading into the grand finals, we're all cheering for the same team.
That wasn't convincing. You're a time traveler, aren't you? I feel it.
We're going to have a look at that in a second. Both of those teams have made their way into the grand finals for the very first time. So whoever wins this one will be the first different winner in EMEA that we had so far. Foot is 50 points ahead of SK. SK is 50 points ahead of Foot Esports at the moment. Foot is sitting on that third slot in the leaderboard. If they win, Foot is going to be sitting 30 points ahead of SK in the end. That just shows how strong this double point season can influence the leaderboard arc.
Absolutely so. Now he just seems to be checking himself out right now. I mean, like, don't worry, mate. You look lovely.
He definitely is.
You're looking great. We're all cheering for your looks. You know, you're a handsome guy. My word. The it's not a mirror. It's a camera, mate.
We're looking at all of the finals that we've seen so far in EMEA. And as I said before, we're gonna have a new winner after today's brew.
A brand new winner to just usher in the summer split. Double points in tow as well. So far, we've just seen, you know, the same few teams that just come out on top every month. SK winning 2 monthly finals. Novo Esports winning another. All 6 teams here not represented though. This is a brand new configuration. Foot Esports are going to be going up against Team Heretics, which at this point, just given the way that they've been playing, have become my personal favorite that I'm cheering for in this tournament.
And once again, Summer Split has started, Double Points has started, and with that, whoever wins this one, even though neither of them have ever been playing in the Grand Finals, will take the lead, or at least second place in the leaderboard, which is absolutely crazy in this one. And yes, now we are looking at what Spoo mentioned already. We are on the same page in this one, but I think it's safe to say that neither of us really knew what to vote after today's craziness in the EMEA arc.
Yeah, so in the break, the way that I broke this down was saying like that Foot Esports could start the day with a match that was really questionable against a really kind of underdog squad, and then make the semi-finals look so easy against a really commendable team like Nova Esports, and then they look like the team on paper that should be like the clear-cut prediction here, in my opinion. And it's just a question of whether Team Heretics have exacerbated all their energy. They got through SK Gaming in the circle, really tough squads to make the grand finals. Like, you know, have they got enough left? That's my kind of reservation here. Have they got the energy to do this? There's no doubt that they're hungry for it, and that's why I think we're all united.
They also did have a little bit more of a break just now, playing in semi-final number 1. We just watched Heretics go all the way there to play 5 sets. Maybe they're a little tired of that one, and we didn't give them too much of a break. The way I usually go about my predictions is I vote for whoever did better in scrims. Now for the finals, I did the opposite. Foot did win more of the scrims against Heretics, but since, yeah, my predictions are just out the window today, I went with Heretics. Why not, Spoo? We're heading into Layer Cake. It's gonna be the first map of our grand finals for EMEA.
It's time to say who takes it. The very first monthly final here in EMEA of the summer split. Leading out the bans, though, Foot Esports, they've taken out Jackie, Juju, and Gus. There's some research coming in here, I think, just from the past. And yeah, that Jackie ban telegraphs that early shade pick that immediately Foot Esports snatch up. Team Heretics, though, banning out the Hank, Lumi, and mirroring ban on that Gus. Both teams just respecting this long-range sharpshooter that just seems to have decided so many of these matches that we've seen so far.
The first brawler is a Finks. I'm calling it straight away. It's Team Heretics' best brawler on this map, and it's not banned. It's like by far their highest win rate, 69%, 17 picks in scrims. How could it not be Finks here for me? And it is exactly that. Good stuff from Heretics. They're getting what they want, and that for Foot Esports might not be the best of things. Shade, I didn't even have on my radar, honestly. It's definitely going to make a lot of good plays on this map. I can see it. It's a brawler that works for sure, and that's always a dangerous prospect for me, that if I'm not seeing something that I am expecting, then maybe it's been kept a secret by Foot Esports, who might be cooking something quite nasty here. The Heretics as well. Now the Great is open too. Going to be going for Gene here. Interesting stuff. Willow, though, could be a brawler which they might be reserving for some control later on with that, you know, sort of ban there as well of the Juju. A thrower being out of the mix, quite interesting for me. Meg, yeah, I mean, it's one that Foot have been playing around with, but is it that great with the Byron? It's going to be a helping hand for sure. I'm not too sure if I'm sold on Meg here, though.
I think it adds to the stability of the Foot Esports roster. They're just looking for something that just shields against a potential tank angle that Team Heretics might want to pull on the last pick. Team Heretics, they've already picked up the Gene. I think that is gonna be their check for this Shade. Let's see if they go for the thrower, as you mentioned, because it is not particularly the best of matchups going into that Shade. No, they're gonna go for the Buster instead. 2 pulls now on Heretics just to make Jero's life on that Shade even more miserable.
It's a very interesting draft here from Foot. I think the Shade is probably my favorite brawler there. Meg and the Byron, you know, are we missing a trick here? You know, Meg is definitely that kind of underrated one, but every time I see it played, it does tend to win more often than not. So maybe I'm coming around to it. You know, it just doesn't excite me. And that's always basically been Meg in Brawl Esports history as far as I'm concerned. It's not that necessarily of an exciting brawler, but it's got survivability and bounty that is quite key already. Now we're getting tapped up straight away. Gary just finding Lennart as well and gets a nice gadget into the mid. So great results from him. And already super, and almost finds Zal there as well, but just shy.
Foot Esports, they take the tempo of this game, led by Jero Super there. Now Lennart trying to get a pull in, but Meow just hiding behind the wall. That is getting 2 quick slaps in. The first kill, he's just gatekeeping this place. He knows that he can't get caught, just hides through the walls. Even throws out the pull. Not even gonna get it, but then a misstep from him immediately after. Meow, in his zeal, overstepped.
Oh, it was so great until that moment. Why did you have to ruin it, Meow, and overstep yourself? Oh, well, 3 stars apiece in the blue, of course. Most importantly, with Foot Esports currently. Big splash again from Gera on this right-hand side, who's playing this Byron fantastically well. Not overstepping the mark, just to continuously being behind the Meg, making plays of his own as well, which is great to see as well. Meow again can just sit behind that. Oh, what a pull there as well from the slow-mo replay of Lennart. Now he almost went down. This is out of Mech. Time Warp goes down for iChaos. And Foot live to fight another day. They still got that blue star. Look at Lennart creeping round. And Meow pops super, goes straight into the wall and finds then Zar by Gero. It's good stuff from Foot Esports, but a very shy lead.
Only 2 stars is the differential. Meow now going back into the walls, trying to get a kill. Zar just not being able to land the marking onto Meow, but Lennart does though. With that pull, that puts them back to equal 5 to 5 stars. But the blue star still in Foot's pocket.
Well, Team Heretics take an affirming role in the mid. There's a hypercharge here for Lennart, and I think he's got to go in the next few seconds, realistically, here for me. He's going to go for it. Shielding Zara along the way. Now goes straight into the wall and taps up the behind the Zar and Chaos, and they cannot find the stars. They just need one single takedown. Zar's not got pull, and then the stars are just not flying over. But Esports stay firm with just the blue and get the first game.
Meow there, definitely the highlight player for me. Just that very last super coming in clutch for their... Just by banning out this Jackie and setting up this Shade at first pick, they had an entire draft. Heretics could have countered it, but they couldn't really find the mark. Zar there, missing 2 crucial pulls there. Just really, really good gameplay coming out from Meow.
Oh, what a start there from Lennart, but now he's out in perilous position. Oh, the Byron Hill is going to be enough to whistle him down with the poison. Zar's magic path said it's not quite enough to clear the excess. So now Chaos healing up in the mid has got the time warp to hand again. So far, it's for Esports that have looked so much more confident this time round. They've got 4 stars, 2-star lead for Heretics. Meow goes in yet again and makes it 5 in the blue for themselves, gives them the lead, most importantly there as well. 7 as well, and he's going to be getting out with the help of Gero with his Byron Hills. Lennart as well might whistle down here to a low HP, 1,200. Meow not done yet. Look at this. This Shade, it's disgusting.
It's absolutely just tearing through the fact of Heretics right now. The pull finally comes through. That evens the score just a little bit. They're still 2 stars behind. At the very least, they've got this blue star now. Melee is going to be dropped onto iChaos. The Vengeful Spirits trade out against Zab, but it's really Meow that they need to control. Her Lana going to be the one to go in there and get that kill. A big one for Heretics.
Huge from Lennart, but they've got to hold on to this, and it hasn't been the easiest of roads to do so for Team Heretics now. And Foot in this position for the majority of this first set so far. And time again, they come back with stars, normally in Meow's hands. Popping the gadget, iChaos going round again, but outstays as well. Couldn't get the gadget off in time. He'll fall. Lennart as well. Pinch between Meow and Naui, who pick him up. 20 stars to finish things off for Foot Esports. A commanding first set.
as foretold, mind you. I think you called it out. You said that FUT Esports most likely coming into this series will be just looking so confident. And I think we're seeing that in that preparation. I can't believe it. Just a simple Jackie ban, Hank banged out as well. And FUT Esports, they spot the best pick that they could go for. They commit to it. It just works flawlessly.
That was almost clinical, like they performed in this set. And of course, EMEA keeps playing with us. We voted for Heretics to win it all. So of course, FUT Esports takes the first set here, Ark.
And one thing I'll say, about FUT Esports is like, I'm not calling them out here necessarily, but the word on the street, okay, is that they don't take their scrims very seriously. And I think that could be going in their advantage here. If you're not picking brawlers that you're, genuinely trying to try out and see and picking comps that you might be likely to play, then all of your data is kind of hidden. That's exactly kind of what I see with this Shade first pick. It was experimented with a little bit, but it wasn't the first pick worthy brawler as far as their data is concerned. They kind of hold back. And I think that could be going in their advantage here. That Shade just worked out so well. Immediately I thought, wow, that brawler here, yeah, why is it not banned here? It's so strong. And Meow played it to perfection, quite honestly. And Heretics will need a better draft next time round.
We didn't really see Shade yesterday in East Asia, but EMEA finally have picked him up himself and seems to be winning with that East Asia tech. Let's see if it's going to be going as well as it already did for FUT Esports so far. They had a run through their quarterfinal and also through the semis, a clean 3-0, only dropped a single set in their quarterfinal match today. Very similar to how we talked about State Division actually yesterday. They didn't drop a single set until they came into the finals. FUT Esports so far looking even better than that. Let's see if Heretics can take that set of them now, Spoo.
Coming on to Bridge Too Far, this is not a map that, too much new tech has really been discovered. I think the most latest one that we've got to watch out for has to be that Miko selection, but so far in EMEA hasn't really found much success. So I'm not too sure if either of these teams are going to really go for it. FUT Esports, they've impressed me so far, and I think they definitely coming into this one have a little bit more of a grasp on terms of what they want to do in this map.
Bridge Too Far is forcing those lane matchups. You usually just play your 1v1 as long as you can't break the walls after all, or you play one of those brawlers that can walk over water. Juju and Angelo would be two of those, both of them banned out for just this reason. What is left open here, Ark? A brawler that you mentioned as well is Bonnie. We haven't seen her too often today, but she is one of the best brawlers in Heist right now. They decided to go with that third brawler that can walk over water here. It's going to be the Eve, once again coming out as first pick in Heist.
Well, I don't really feel like it's a Bonnie for Esports. It'll be a Bonnie for Team Heretics, if any. It's still going to be available here, but to not be picked up first. I mean, the E first, it's definitely a good shout. Again, like, there's few brawlers that can do that. Carl is going to be quite a key one here that I think FUT Esports might want to take off the table, because Heretics would probably quite like that themselves. Bell being banned out as well is quite key there by Team Heretics too. They're going to actually go for Bonnie. Okay, interesting. I mean, definitely one that they've played before, but I'm just kind of surprised. It's kind of more of a Heretics kind of pick. They really did use it quite a lot in their prep process. Colt is a bit of an oddball one, but it is one that FUT Esports will definitely bring up. And they've been very good with Nanny, not one that they've really kind of scrim with, but FUT Esports have always kept that in the back pocket. They don't need to scrim it. It's just so good in their hands. And I think one that we kind of always forget exists in these days. Lola, of course, coming through then for FUT Esports. Underrated for sure. Just going to put it out there. Melody is still available here. It's tough to make work on the lanes here, Spoo, but it's an option.
I think FUT have covered the angle really well, though. It's going to put them in a position. I think we already saw some matches today where Melody on Bridge Too Far, it's a bit of an awkward map for her, because despite the fact that, yes, you can dive across the entirety of the lanes, if you pretty much open up the other two lanes as a result, it ends up in a pretty awkward base race that doesn't really go well. And they've already got two matchups, Bonnie and Lola. These are two matchups that I think Melody isn't really great into. So I don't think they'll be poised to go for it. Yeah, they're going to bring out the new brawler of the season. Kaze is going to make a debut here on Bridge Too Far. I think it's definitely going to be Lanan showing off on it. He's the playmaker of the team. I'm just a bit concerned though, because we've already seen one attempt of Kaze, a different map. It wasn't safe zone, but I didn't really feel the impact from the brawler.
I'm dubious to say the least, on Kaze, because we just don't know. That's the thing. It's definitely got the maneuverability, for sure, in the geisha mode. 8-Bit coming through. Again, I do really like the pick, especially down the mid lane. 8-Bit can do work, and with a damage booster as well, it's dangerous, for sure. TP into the map as well, if you want, but I think for me, extra credits on the safe is always a must, really, on Heist. For Esports, giving it some thought here, for sure. But the 8-Bit is going to be susceptible to movement. That's quite key. Sometimes the Colt could be able to just tap down an 8-Bit for that very reason. Daryl, it was their first pick brawler in scrims. It was the most played and a 45% win rate. It was okay for them, but I'm surprised that they left it this late in the draft. It kind of makes sense when you can see the big picture. I mean, yeah, it was either that going to be or the car, right? So it's definitely a danger.
It's really going to come down to this, Kaze, whether this is the X factor that Heretics need to just bring it across the line here. Because if you're looking at formula, you're looking at theory and what's supposed to work, then Foot Esports most certainly 100% have the better draft here. That said, though, Team Heretics, they've introduced a new brawler that nobody really understands. Lanan's the one piloting it. Let's see if we can bring it to fruition.
Yeah, that is my biggest reservation, because we just don't know how it's going to fare. This comp by Foot Esports is tried and tested. You know, it's safe in that regard. Lanan has found a little breakthrough, but as has the down on the right-hand side of now, he lands it straight onto the safe as well. And there is immediately a stage down as Foot Esports make the first really big landing blow. Not to say that Team Heretics didn't do some good stuff themselves, but they have yet to break through that first stage.
Yeah, seems like the way that this Kaze is playing is similar to a Miko that's just diving over, but doesn't really work out very well. Already nearly 50% down. At the very least, they get to maintain that middle of the shield. Now, Fanstorm going to be dropped, but not at the edge, whereby the damage is actually going to be dealt. That's a little bit of a misposition there from Lana.
Wow. So a hypercharge there for now, onto the safe, and again, every time he lands it, a stage goes down. So if he's counting 2 more rolls in, and that's going to be Team Heretics losing the first game. You've got to be focusing a bit more attention to now on this right-hand side lane, in my opinion. IKEOS has the damage booster down, but Esports can just sit in this mid. Zara going forwards, but do they really care? Gary's not too concerned. Places the ego in a nice defensive role there as well to tank some shots and stays alive. Forcing Zara to have to jump over, but now he onto the safe yet again. He's going to be defended off this time around, leaving the safe on 30%-ish. But, I mean, it's still dwindling down as the body is still there as well for Esports.
This is a time deal for Team Heretics to strike. Lanan's finally got the hypercharge. He's in a good position now. Meow's answered there on the right side as well. Hypercharge Fanstorm comes down. It's doing so much damage on the safe. That's going to bring it down. Probably no. Very close to the last 25% of shielding. Very unfortunate for Team Heretics. Now Meow, he's got to jump poised. And finally, yeah, the shielding does go down. It's a tied game.
Yeah, important shots there from Zar. They need that shielding to go down to allow this damage to rain in and have it all land on the safe for Esports. Clean it up and turn this game around. Oh my word, that was crucial to get the safe down that stage. Zar had to get down below 25%. That meant that every single ounce of that 8-bit with that damage booster and everyone hunkered down would shred it through against all the odds, because for me, that game was all for Esports until that moment in time.
And for Esports, they body blocked it so well as well. That was every single shot that they could have blocked, and they did, and it wasn't enough. Team Heretics, they found the weakness in the Foot Esports draft. Turns out, guys, Eve with Hypercharge can do a fair bit of safe damage as well. Now Lanan, he's going in for the backline, actually forcing a rollback from Noe. That's a good thing for Team Heretics.
Yeah, what isn't a good thing for Team Heretics is they're safe. Passing that first stage. Now he's rolling in. Zar jumping over. There's one more roll as well. Now he's going to choose to hold on to it, but we won't have that second roll to close the gap too much. Lanan, that's closed the gap. It's the safe to 86%, so just 9% already in this, or my math is not mathing, 11% in it. Let's see now as Meow gets to the safe, dropping it down further, but now is the hypercharge that Lanan is looking for, and this is the damage that he needs. But again, that shielding is going to be there. Immune, a lot of that wasted hypercharge in my opinion.
He had to get the damage in. Now, only a 10% differential between both teams. At least both of them, they're equal in terms of the shielding. Now, Lanan trying to just sneak into the base. Noe is forced to go back and respond to him. But Lanan, as you can see, he did manage to still do 9% of damage. Meanwhile, though, IKEOS and Zar, they've been tasked to be the designated defenders, and they're doing a great job.
Now scooting forwards, but as is Naui, this needs to be a strong defense here by Zara and Chaos. And there goes down the hypercharged hatchlings going to that left-hand side, and Gero is trying to zap them all up. Chaos to the rid though, and that's going to be a tremendous amount of damage. Gets through down to 42%, still one stage left, as now FUT Esports do bring the safe down to that next stage. 2 stages left for FUT Esports, and then Heretics now almost down to 1. If Lenan can get these few shots, which he does, now danger for FUT Esports.
FUT Esports managed to just chunk the safe here, though, with a nice roll, capitalizing on this poor defense. Lenan is kind of in the wrong position now, opting to go for that mid. They've still got the security of 1 more shield. It's going to be probably popped here by Meow. No, not there. 2% left. Zaz on the other side, though. He's the one that's chunking the FUT Esports safe. A roll comes out from Noe, but it's not going to be enough. He still has to tear through 2% more to pop that last bit of shielding. I don't know whether FUT is going to be able to stop this one. The damage is not ticking down. Finally, the shield being popped. 1 second left. We can't even see it. It's not enough. Team Heretics, they take this set 2-0.
I got to shout out iChaos because he was tapping on that 8-bit, both on the defense and the offense, most importantly, because the offense is what won them the game. But again, the Daryl was what almost made them lose the game. So huge moments from him in that game. If you go back and look closely, that 8-bit came in clutch.
I love to see this as our grand final. Now, finally, I'm sitting at the edge of my seat once again. Even though this was a 2-0 win in the end for Heretics, it was super close. It could have went either way. And so do our sets, it seems. It's 1-1 now. We're with the back and forth. Spoo, back in the flip-flop.
We gotta give that big shout out once again to iChaos. 12 kills to his name, and whenever we see DPS numbers cross the 400 mark, and especially just in 2 games, that's really a lot of taps that he had to do. It was into a Daryl, is into a Bonnie. He was winning his matchup against Jiro the entirety of those games. Leonardo is, as I said, the X factor there. He was the reason why Team Heretics was even managed to chip away for 90% of the damage in all the games.
I mean, I thought it was Naui getting all the damage on the Daryl pick. It was actually Meow just going crazy on the Bonnie. But again, those defenses are so crucial there. That damage booster blocking a lot of the shots on the safe as well. I think that for me, Team Heretics did a fantastic job of defending in those moments.
We wanted to see a Bonnie finally in EMEA too. It almost worked out for FUT Esports, but they did not account for Chaos's 8-bit in that one. I always thought Kaze is an assassin. Well, I guess you can also pick her in heist and just play her fully unsafe. Lena, not really going for any players. He's just rushing through, putting everything he has onto safe. He can trust that Chaos has his back. Now, we're back on out in the open. We did see that map before today. It was Team Heretics versus SK Gaming. Let's see if they're gonna show us something similar here. They played Angelo, Byron, Daryl, and they made SK Gaming look like don't really know what they're doing, Spoo.
Yeah, they did kind of toy with SK there on this map, but this isn't SK that they're facing. It's a completely different beast in the form of FUT Esports. And out in the open, there's a lot of different strategies. It's a very variable map that you can go for. SK opted to play safe and go for formula. I think FUT Esports, they might do a similar thing given the way that they've been drafting throughout the day.
Wow. Knockout is a tough one. You've got to be able to shut down that left-hand side lane. And again, Angelo being the key component for that. Got to be a must ban for me just because we've seen how good iChaos was with it early today. Gus is worthy ban here for me. One of the most picked brawlers, the highest win rate in the region. And it is banned out by FUT Esports. Great stuff, as is the Angelo by Team Heretics. We don't have the coin toss, so that makes a lot of sense as well. Lumi and Brock with their bans, as well as the Griff, which is an interesting one. But the Hypercharge does make it quite scary, as well as the Pearl. So FUT Esports have the first draft. They've got some options. There's a Hank potential pick here, which is a scary one. Max as well. Could be quite dangerous. Byron first pick. It could be brewing something with a potential Meg here, dare I say it. But the coin toss comes back to them. Will they go for it?
It's definitely been the flavor of this monthly final. We've seen a lot of really good Byron gameplays. Interestingly enough, though, with Brock and Griff being both banned out, the sort of easy wall breaks to access that mid lane has been taken out of the pool. Nani is a reliable one, but not immediately at the outset, and I think going into this Byron pickup, not the best of options that they can have. Team Heretics, they need to find a different sort of win condition. They're gonna opt for this Gene pick. That is gonna give them access to that magic hand, which is gonna strengthen that late game. It's also giving them a lot of scouting power in the mid to make sure that they always can see where all the brawlers are. I expect that they'll pick up a long-range brawler of their own. I know the Bell has been an excellent shout the entire day. Not sure if they want to go for that or go for something even sharper, maybe a Piper or a Mandy.
Ollie for me is a danger, you know, especially in the hands of Esports with that Byron potential. Do Heretics take it off the cards now? We're going to be going with Eve because of that, again, that Angelo ban is the next best thing. It's a bit of an interesting choice, and now I'm just so concerned for tanks here for Esports. I have a Max as well. I mean, this is dangerous. Now I'm looking at Hank. Yeah, it is going to be a Hank. No, danger now for Heretics. They kind of need to go Ollie, but it's a really risky one to have. You're depending so much on the Gene to get the pull and have the heals to be able to advance him forwards and bunch together. So, you know, Jae Young is not going to be doing much to a Hank, so that's kind of out the question now, really, for me a little bit too. Bell could be an option for the mark, but it's kind of leaving little options. Maple might not be a bad shout here. They're going to be going for Lou to freeze it out, but I mean, that is really a response pick. That's not something that you tend to see ever played out on this map.
Yeah. At the very least, they can punish this Hank in the early game. They will have priority on the lanes because with that tank selection, that's one less range brawler that can contend in the mid. I like the Lou direction. I had the thought in my mind that they could go for something cheesy, maybe bring out the Shelly, maybe even consider something like a Tara if they really wanted to go wild. But no, they went with the Lou because it's just this in-between point. It answers the Hank. It offers you more stability for that late game and gives you some opportunity to even get some sticky picks in the early game if your team lands a tremendous amount of shots.
A great aggressive start from FUT Esports, straight off the mark, and already Team Heretics pushed back. Not a good sign. Good smash from Gero. Oh, and he almost finds the kill there on Zar. Just got by with the hair on his chinny chin. Honestly, that was a bit close for me. But Team Heretics live to fight another day so far in this first round. Chaos trying to make some space, but the speed from Meow will force him back immediately. He's got the hatchlings. Will he want to really use it, or will Team Heritage try to get out this spawn another way? If someone goes down, I don't see Chaos using it. He's going to put it out now, but Lanar's going to fall. That could be wasted utility now. In a 1 versus 3, he's got no chance.
He's going to be looking to cycle it out at the very least, try to get some of that supercharge here. And yeah, for Esports, they're not looking to sort of feed any of it. They're going to have to trade for it eventually. Yeah, Noe just gets the shot there, and iChaos, after getting back his super, he said he's had enough. Jumps into the gas, ends the round prematurely. Try to fight another round instead.
Again, huge speed, straight off the mark for FUT Esports. Zar has the pull. He finds Gero, that's crucial! But can now he close the gap here? Zar falls. Lenan there freezes now. Ian actually gets it as well. Chaos jumps away. And there's hope for Heretics. Unreal. Oh, they get it as well. We're tied up. Next round takes it. Crazy.
Now the Hypercharge Super comes out from the Eve. Once again, Meow opens the round with the speed. He wants to get the tempo control here, but as you can see, the hatchlings are driving FUT back. For the first time, we see Team Heretics take the lead. Hypothermia drops down onto 2. That's gonna halve FUT Esports damage. A stun onto Meow as well, and no one blocking shots for him! His teammates just left him out to dry! Jared with the heal didn't come in time either! What was that from FUT?
Huge blunders and the hypercharge for Lenan will be enough to make sure that Naui will go down as soon as he comes out of this spawn side. Even the heals of the Byron won't be enough because Zar is going to be there for support as well. If Chaos can get the hatchlings too, what can Naui really do? He's going to be depending so much on Gero. Look at the amount of damage he has soaking up so far, but as the gas comes in, it's going to be less of a place for him to maneuver. Zar has got the magic hand. He's got to connect it now. Will he go for Gero? Will he go for Naui? Either way, the support's going to be there. The freeze is down. Naui then finds that top left-hand side. It's going to be a 2 versus 1. And as Chaos used to lower, jumps to the sky just for safety. And they get it on the side of the Heretics. Pretty smooth for the most part. A few blunders from FUT, but I don't want to take anything away from Team Heretics there because they bounced back strong in that first game.
every misplay that Foot Esports made was immediately punished by Team Heretics. Just a slight misposition, getting a pull, immediately capitalizing on that with Lenan. Lenan as well on his Lu is just landing so many shots. This man always seems to have a super online. And now heading into the next match. Now Lenan falling a little bit low here. It seems like it'll be falling to be a similar story. Now we might just get tapped out by iChaos. Drawn first blood already. That early aggression finally punished by Team Heretics.
Gary forcing the splash, but I mean, those hatchlings are going to be coming out one way or another. The full HP. Meow in a really tight spot, way out of position there, even with a phase shift. I mean, those shots are still going to land, the poison trickling down. Garo's now down to 972. He cannot keep healing you, and you're going to be able to get tapped up now as the pinch is going to be a matter of time. The healing puffs of Zar are going to be available. He needs to heal up himself, of course. Won't be using that magic hand just yet. They want to get this first round clean. Deprive Meow of this speed would be my best advice. Yeah, a gadget pop. Vengeful Spirit is out. This is just basically Foot Esports buying their time and trying to gain something, but they actually are bouncing in this set. I think Zara might pull now, which he does, yeah. I think Tony Harris is just like, yeah, go, go, go. Let's just wrap it up and then get the utility back in the next round then. But still, one round away are Heretics from a set here. Foot Esports have not really done much to show for things.
Very interesting choice from Meow there to actually pop his super. It might have been more advisable to save it for this half. Now instead, Yuki, he does still get it eventually. Noe now being slowed up there by the loose super. Meow with the freaking speed running in, and Lenan tearing him to pieces. Now we're going to be able to assassinate this E-Pet as well. It's going to be Zar and iChaos left to fend for themselves against the full might of Foot.
Zara is very close to these Byron shots. Oh, he makes the bubble as well. He gets the hypercharge, but he doesn't land it. I'm surprised. It looked like he was going to bring back the Hank, but it didn't. And now low HP is easy pickings for Garo. And it's just like Chaos in the 1 versus 3, trying to get some utility, but the gas will be shortly coming in. Garo's coming from the left-hand side here, trying to get some taps for himself. Now he'll be the one to really try to get something. He hasn't got super yet. He'd quite like to be able to retain it. So if he can get a landing shot here, it'd be great for him. Either way, it's going to be Team Heretics. They're going to be losing this round. And for Esports, in a great spot. You know, the hypercharge as well for Meow going to the next round for Naui. That could be crucial to getting him closer to a super and a hypercharge. Here it is.
I don't know if Zar just forgot the fact that there's going to be one more round. I don't understand why he would expend the hypercharge super 2 versus 3. They didn't even have the damage to deal with any members of Foot. Now, going to the third round, they're at a severe disadvantage for what otherwise should be a favorable position for them.
Well, Lenan can't really do much in this position, and his response is primarily for the Hank. He's had a tough game so far. It's really been Chaos and Zara that have been holding fort for all the most part. Vengeful Spirit's out, speed coming in for Naui, closing in on this spawn side. Big tap from Garo onto Zara, and Garo's been tapping as well to Lenan. He's got such a great angle here as well. Heals are at the ready. No Chaos, too low to be able to contest the right-hand side. Gas closing in. Team Heretics are going to have their hand forced now. Zarfos!
Not a good start for the overtime. 1 more to 4. iChaos as well. Just Lenan against the wall. He's all right. All right. He's waving the white flag. He knows this is done. He just says, let's just go to game 3. This was a horrible round for Team Heretics and a great round for Foot Esports.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Both comps absolutely can hold their weight in gold here for me. They're good on both sides of the field. It's just about who has got the ability to just compose themselves enough. It's Meow. He's honestly the gatekeeper. If they can get rid of him, then no speed for the Hank or the Byron. They can't push back nearly as strongly. So if Chaos can get some taps, oh, he almost gets it there. That's the plan. You know, if they can just deprive Naui or get him taken care of, it's just so beefy, so tanky. These Byron Hills are just keeping everyone alive from Garo.
iChaos with all those taps has brought such a significant tempo lead for his team, finally allowing Team Heretics to see the sun of the mid. They finally broke out there. Now with full mid control, they're barreling down on this Foot Esports choke point instead. Foot, they're going to be relying on Meow's speed, and if he's using the right star power, he can probably charge it automatically. So it's only a matter of time. Yeah, he gets it here. He's going to be popping it out there. Now he's going to be able to run it down. Going to be able to at least hit one shot, and no, not enough. Though gets pulled by Zar, but pops the super. Not enough damage. This is the weakness of the Team Heretics draft. You can get a pull in, but you've got no damage. It's still not over there. Lenan, one man against the wall. That's 2 taps from Jiro. I'm going to end it. No ice block for him. He's using the other gadget.
You never know. Oh dear, we've seen that today, of course. But I mean, you know, it's looking tough. I mean, I've got to point out that pull. I mean, that was like the worst team pull. You can't pull a Hank like that without support to ensure the swift takedown, because otherwise you're just signing your own death certificate. You really are. This hypercharged hatchlings have got to come in from Chaos. This utility has to go down for Team Heretics. Use it, and use it now, because this round could be dwindling. This could be a set if they don't. They really have to go now. There, go down the hypercharged hatchlings, and they've got to get a pull. Zara needs to connect realistically here with Geru, because if they get the max, then the phase shift is going to be there. The heals potentially too. So they're forcing their way forwards, but at the moment, the HP is still pretty healthy for Esports.
Gero falls so low. Now Zara pops the hypercharge, but no pull just yet. He knows it's a bad target. This time, though, he gets onto Naomi, and the follow-up is there. Lana now two-man stun, freezing up the entirety of Foot Esports. It's just Meow desperately trying to charge a little bit of super, but a great round from the Heretics.
Exactly what I mean. Pull the Hank by all means, but just make sure you got your teammates there to pick up the kill, because otherwise that Hank can cycle that super. Lenan out of position there, throws down the freeze, and Chaos might be able to make something of us on the right-hand side, getting some good taps, but now Gero coming in to helping hand this situation. Hypercharged hatchlings down for Chaos. Everyone from Foot Esports pushed into that corner now, and gonna have to defend and doing a pretty decent job so far. Zar needs the pull. If he can get that, then his teammates can definitely make a 3 versus 2 of this. Ooh. So far, Foot Esports out of position still, and gonna be pushed even further back.
Meow fell so low there. Just one more tap from IKEOS would have done it, thankfully. He had the phase shift to just get away there. He's trying to get up his super here, but Zar, he's the guy with the pull. Vengeful Spitz are gonna go out here. Zar keeps flashing the pull. He's threatening it, forcing Meow to speed just to buy a little bit of tempo back inside the mid. Now, finally, hitting the target! Meow! Phase shifter into the pull instead! Disaster strikes for Foot Esports!
Big test from Gero though. Zar stays standing now. He's tight in this right-hand side and goes down 3 versus 1. Heretics have been able to dig deep enough to get this round short. Gero with one last-ditched attempt to get some damage splash or some heals, and it's not good enough. Heretics get it. Oh my word, that was a huge set to earn.
And well-deserved Zar. When his team needed him most, he summoned the most perfect, the most precise magic hand that he could muster. And against what we said as well, we said you can't pull the max because he's got the phase shifter. Well, turns out you can if he pulls into it.
Every single member on the team did phenomenally well in that one. This loss was served ice cold by Lena on that luge, stunning 2 teammates every single time. We had a hypercharge on the other side of things. And then we also had Chaos cycling not only ults but also hypercharges. With 10 kills on Lena, a whopping 264 VPS on Chaos. Heretics is looking like they want to win, and I would expect nothing less from a grand finalist here, Ark.
Yeah, absolutely. So, honestly, I mean, Zara with the low stats there, but I think the pulls were quite crucial. Okay, sure, they weren't always the best of pulls, but the ones that he landed were the ones that had to land to win the set. Didn't necessarily make it an easy ride for Team Heretics by a long shot with those kind of blunders, but you know, to ensure it, you know, those had to be helping-handed things for sure. Because when you look at the Hank and the stats that they were getting on the side of Foot Esports, that was so dangerous. That pairing with the Max as well, you know, they believed in it so strongly to pick it so early in the draft. So it's huge credit to Team Heretics. I mean, this is kind of what I wanted to see from them this monthly final, a complete night and day turnaround.
They finally break out of the rhythm as well. As said before, we saw a lot of tank +2 supportive brawlers. We saw this comp before from the side of Foot, Max, Byron and Hank just doing that. And then we have Heretics showing up with something a little bit new. Finally, no tank, but Lena also does well on that Lu. It was a phenomenal draft, phenomenally played. Heretics now 2-1 up. They could close this one out early in a 3-1. And a little reminder here, they just played a 5-set semi-final against Inner Circle. Now they're about to close out the grand finals in a 3-1, backed by their new blood in Zar. They really chose well with him. We'll see. Maybe we go all the way here as well. I'm just saying, Heretics already has a 5-set behind them. They must be tired at this point, but they don't look tired, Ark.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, both sides, I think, you know, have been through a lot today, but certainly Team Heretics, you know, have been through the most. It's been such a long day for them, and especially with this back-to-back this grand finals. Little time to rest. Bans coming in swiftly and surely. Again, with a map like this, heals are a must. Berry for that reason as well, combined with a lot of tanks, needs to be in the bans. It's not actually going to be there. The Hank ban is there for Team Heretics, as well as the Byron and the Barley. They're big healing brawlers. It could be a Berry first pick here for me, potentially. I mean, they're banning a lot of heals. What else after the Berry is going to be there for heals? Poco? I mean, it's a bit sort of directed, isn't it?
It's a bit weird there for sure. Griff also slipped through as well. That's one of the few answers that you can have. Just break up that left wall. With his new and improved hypercharge, it's a big threat, but they've got to be considerate about the pick. You can't pick it too early because there are still nonetheless counters. No very first pick. Team Heretics don't opt to go for that route. They don't feel that confident. They're gonna go for the B. This does set up the Griff later on to pick it up, to play that wall break strat. But yeah, for the Esports, they can snatch this one for themselves and then just go for the berry themselves.
But a pick and Pam. He's terrible into Pam. Like, this healing station goes down. And again, this broad has risen up, but they did use it a lot in scrims. Like, many other teams haven't used Pam here. It is there, that's what I'm saying. Oh, it's a trap. B into this, it's going to be tough. They've got to focus this Pam healing station now. I mean, it's a really nice starting draft here from FUT Esports. I cannot deny that at all. Finks is banned out here as well. That would have been a great pickup for Team Heretics. Buster could be an option here for them. Berry. Get that berry on the healing station, throw down that, and have the thrower add it with a tank. That's what I would do in this scenario here. It is going to be berry. Add the tank, and you stand a really great chance. And the Buster would be the one that I would go for, or the Kenji. The Kenji's left open here. That's the only way that they break through this Pam healing station, because they've got a problem and they know it. But Lenan is nodding. He knows it. I think it could be the Kenji. Please, I hope it's the Kenji. It's going to be something that Lenan is going to be able to pop off with, I feel for sure, regardless.
Carlo Kenji, there's two brawlers in selection. Maybe he's going to prove us wrong. Maybe he goes up the Kaze instead, but I don't think that does enough damage. Ark, at this point, you're writing the script for the draft. It is going to be the Kenji. There we go, Ark. Now you got to round out the draft for all of us. What can FUT Esports go to cap this one off and give us... Okay, no time. Did you have that in your notes as well?
It was either that or Draco, to be honest, but Draco has dropped off substantially, and it's, the berry that really keeps him alive in the zone. So, it was the last thing down for Esports. They combine it normally with a Poco, though, and the Poco is not available for the third and final pick. I think the Team Heretics have adapted so well to this draft. The B first pick is always going to be a tough thing, but it's a safe one for the most part. When the Pam is there, you've got to go thrower. So to combine with the Kenji, this is a winning draft for Heretics for me. I mean, this could definitely go to a fifth and final set for me, no doubt about it. The way that FUT Esports play, they are still dangerous, and the Juju into the Kenji is the thing that I think could be the kryptonite here. Let's see how they fare.
Yeah, Meow's gonna be cycling so many hypercharges this game. It's one of the easiest hypercharges of the game to get, but yeah, immediately Kenji coming in hot. 2 kills to Lanan's name and more to count. Noe boxed out at the right side of the map, nowhere close to getting that crucial healing turret.
Huge hypercharge from Meow. Kenji slices and dices, but does go down yet again to a cycle. Lovely stuff there from Meow. But there's a lot of catching up to do. There's only 5% on the zone for Esports now, starting to climb. Zar from the right-hand side has got the super, but the hypercharge from Chaos has been all over this game, bringing in so many heals. Meow out of mech and does go down. Nowie a long way away from turret here. Gero invisible here, gets some good value there onto Lenan, who comes straight back into the mix and continues to land the damage onto FUT.
So much pressure generated by Lenan. They're just buying so much space for the rest of Team Heretics. Now 72%. As long as Lenan is down, they're playing patiently. Now iChaos, hypercharge of its own, healing up Zar. Lenan, another hypercharge of its own. He doesn't care about the nerf. He lands it picture perfect onto Nowie, shredding him to pieces. Now finding another kill. Zar answers, adds onto his name. 95% and counting. Meow is trying to stop this one. Noe back in the mid, but Zar, one more shot will do the trick. Hypercharge coming in as well. Very shortly, Gero, to get this kill, but it's not going to be enough. Team Heretics, too much health, too much cycle, too much Lana.
I couldn't have put it better myself, honestly, Spook. Exactly that. I mean, this draft is a winning one. It just is for Team Heretics. And fancy that. Double point season starts for the summer split. And the team that have been one of the most underwhelming of the entire season so far are about to do the unthinkable against former world champions. Let's see whether there's anything that for Esports can say more. They're nowhere near the mid. Chaos healing up on himself, almost now at 30%. Nothing that really scratched the surface so far from Esports. They were so far behind. This is drifting away from them. They've got to be more present in this game.
They finally got the first percent on the board. They just seems to be scratching their head trying to answer Lanan. There's the answer. Put Noe and Meow together and maybe you can get 1 or 2 kills him. But it feels like an inevitability. The closer that Lanan gets to his hypercharge, the stronger he's gonna get. And you still got 2 other members you gotta deal with. Look, Lanan's found the target once again. Who cares if he dies like 3 times in the game? You're winning the objective. 55% and counting.
A really tough position for Esports, who feel like they're already defeated as they approach now 70% on the side of Team Heretics. A hypercharge here for Zar going down as well. Rattled Hive won't find too much, but again, the cycling of the hills from Chaos on the mid. 80% now, and already the pins are out as Team Heretics now just completely abolishing their competition. 10% is all that remains, and it is going to be Team Heretics that gets the win. They are your monthly final champions. It may have been a rough road at Brawl Cup for North America, but they bagged the best in EMEA. Zar brings the buff. Oh my word, what an incredible day for Team Heretics!
To usher in a new era of EMEA, Team Heretics, the love is out there. They beat SK. They go on to beat Inner Circle in a 5-match series, and now they have felled Foot Esports. Incredible from Team Heretics.
Unreal.
Bien joué, or buen jugado. I fumbled that one, but that's okay. They've never been into a grand final before, and now they leave it with a trophy. That's incredible. Well played by Team Heretics, and we didn't even have to go all the way to set number 5. As mentioned, Spoo, they did have to play a nail-biter against Inner Circle in their semis. Now the finals, a 3-1, something we've seen a lot of today, but I certainly did not expect it in a grand final.
The damage, the kills and the damage. All right, iChaos, he's got the most zone percentage. It's just, this is just so nice to see. Every single member of Team Heretics has a statistic to just back up their prowess. iChaos with his permanence, Lanan with his ruthlessness, and Zar, just so much damage that he just chucked throughout the entire game. We were so focused on Lanan throughout the entire, because he's certainly the star. But Zar, to me, he's not going to win MVP, I know for sure, but in my heart, this man flew an entire continent, changed regions, and now he's a champion.
Every single one on that roster certainly did well in that one. Not only Lena, but of course he did get MVP one more time. The people just want to vote him over at the event side. Well, again, every single member on that team played phenomenally. Zar, certainly the puzzle piece that was missing on that roster arc.
Yeah, any one of these players can be MVP for me. Everyone did their bit. There's no doubt about it in the grand finals, but I think that for me, Heretics have found the missing piece. No doubt about it. They are now right up there, and I cannot wait to see how things are going to mix up when we get Humble hopefully back in the mix, ? Hopefully so, fingers crossed. It's going to be Lanar for the MVP, and again, he's just been a phenomenal player today, so aggressive, exactly what Heretics really needed to have to open up some doors for them. They've got the control, but now the aggression can really start to shine, and that's exactly what Lanar did here today.
I'm just so impressed by Lanar. To me, he was truly the biggest playmaker, the most showy player, but also there was a lot of games where, lesser players would have crumbled under the pressure of having to do so much work. But this man simply thrives off it and just seems to top every game just better and better.
Yeah, it was a grand final for the history, certainly. Either one of the teams would have won their very first monthly final. Once again, Heretics has never even played in the grand finals, and now they are your June monthly final champions. Now that's a performance for the books. Ark, you feel like, they did seem tired after their 5-set match against Inner Circle, or did that not really matter at all? Were they warmed up thanks to that?
When you're that locked in and it means that much to you, your adrenaline is flowing like it was, I don't think that there's any sign of wear and tear along the way. I mean, of course they're going to be fatigued, but it's about how you still continue on regardless. It's that ability to do so which I think makes Heretics such a strong team.
And we get a little treat for all of us, the three of us, and also all of you watching right now. You voted him as the MVP. Of course, we get him over here at the broadcast to have a little chat with him. Ça va, Lena?
Ça va, merci. Hello, hello.
Very happy to have you sitting here. I do want to talk a little bit about your new addition here. Sar just joined the team recently and he already helped you lift a trophy. How has he changed the team dynamic?
I mean, honestly, when we picked Zar, it was like 50-50. Like, either we do better than before, either we just stay as we were. But knowing Zar passed, like, he was top 2 in World last 2 years ago, so he's, I think, the best pick we could have. So, only good thing now for us, I think.
Yeah, a massive congratulations to all of you guys. You absolutely excelled today. It was a phenomenal performance. I've got to ask about your prep process because, you know, the start of the season hasn't been kind. You know, prior to even getting Zara on board, like, what was going through your minds? Like, you know, those are dark times potentially, and you've got to come together as a team. So what did you guys do specifically to make sure that you were as focused and, you know, the way that you performed today required that? So how did you dig deep enough to achieve that?
So once Zar arrived in Europe, it means 1 week before monthly qualifier, we started scrimming like 3 days, 3 times per day. And after the scrim, we were talking about the draft, especially with our coach Sebas and Zar Chaos. We were talking like about every night about it. And we played Macherino together. Zar came to the house in Germany as fast as possible. Chaos joined him. And me, I joined him this week, and once we were all here together, we just stay together as much as we can to practice, and it worked.
You guys have had such an amazing run, and I'm just so happy that you guys won your very first grand final. Now, you guys have had quite the incredible journey from the monthly qualifiers all the way till now. You beat Humble, you beat SK in a circle, and then finally, yeah, NA on top. Zar, tell the world. But my question is, among all these great victories you guys had, which match was your favorite?
Honestly, against Inner Circle, because wow, the 3-2 is always intense match. Nobody can know who's gonna win, and for me, a lot of time I lose. So I'm very glad this time it happened as I win. So the semi-final, I would say.
I mean, it did came very close in that very last set against Inner Circle. What did you tell each other going into that final set?
I mean, not very much. Like we were prepared a lot. We just put the ready button and just draft, and we managed to did a good draft. So that's, I think, the 90% of the set is when the draft starts. So I'm glad we managed to do very well.
I mean, in the end, you got to believe in yourself, and it did work out. So congratulations one more time. And I hope you have a nice celebration now going on.
Thank you. Merci. Vive la France. Non, je rigole. Vive la Suisse. Bye bye.
Quoi? Switzerland is proud of you, I'm sure. He's explaining to his teammates. I'm going to explain it here on the broadcast. First he said, yeah, France, go or something. And then, yeah, he came back to Switzerland. A lot of people think he's French, so there's that. Well, you two, we have one more member on our squad here. Let's bring Trev back in as well. Unfortunately, he did not get to speak with Lena, but he gets to speak with us again. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, what a day it's been, honestly. Really, really good. And I mean, I think Heretics thoroughly deserve that. It's really cool to see them bring in someone from a different continent, bring in a new coach, and how vastly they've changed from the spring split to the summer. And it's going to do so much for them as well. The double points have just catapulted them up that leaderboards. And, you know, I couldn't think of 3 guys who are more deserving of that kind of move.
Ark, we're looking at the brackets here one last time. We did have some sweeps, but we finally got a closer semi-final number 2 and grand final in the end.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, we needed it, didn't we, really? There's too many 3-0 sweeps there, but I mean, I don't think it really says the full story, does it? I mean, especially when you look at that Team Heretics versus SK Gaming match down there in the quarterfinals for sure. I mean, 2 draws in Brawl Ball, that doesn't happen very often. So EMEA, our predictions out the water. It's what you'd expect. You just cannot predict such an unbelievably competitive region.
What certainly happened is that our leaderboard got completely reshuffled. Spoo, it's looking mighty different. SK Gaming is not at the top anymore. For the Esports is taking that spot, even though they only came second here in the end.
Incredible. Just looking at the just how close the top 3 are. 233 to Foot, 231 to SK, and they finished last, by the way, in today. Team Heretics finishing first, catapulting them to 3rd place with 230 points. And notably, Humble, they were knocked down quite a fair bit. Humble stocks down by 3 entire placements.
It's brutal. It really is. Down to 5th. After winning the Brawl Cup, that's going to be quite the hit, and SK down to 2nd. Look how close Heretics are behind them as well, though. They've just gone from a really poor position to 1 point off 2nd, so they're going to be very pleased about that, sitting right in the middle of all those World Final spots. And as I said, yeah, I couldn't think of a more deserving team to have that kind of leap up after such a big roster change. So congratulations to them, and obviously Foot for taking the 1st place as well. They might have been 2nd today, but in the grand scheme, they're on top.
We had an incredible round of upsets today. Ark, Spoo, and Trev, what was your final match today and why?
I think for me, I just got to say, Heretics just astounded me. I think that when you look at just like the night and day difference, kind of what double points is all about, taking a team which have had a rough start, but they're able to bring things back under control with a lot of nothing but hard work and passion. And that's what we saw today. That's why the leaderboards are so drastically different. Man, I feel for Humble. I mean, they're 8 points away from being knocked out of a World Finals spot. I mean, it just goes to show that you have got to qualify or you'll be out of the competition before you know it.
Yeah, you've only got so many chances, and I love the fact that Team Heretics today, they really capitalize on theirs. They knew that there was something wrong in the roster. We saw, tweets by Drake saying that he's been asking for a change. Finally steps aside. They pick up Za. I want to point out, this team was leftovers in EMEA at the start of this year, and now they're in 3rd place. They're not leftovers anymore. They might be poised for a favorite, and I can't wait to see them play next month.
Yeah, I mean, huge stuff. It really is so meaningful to qualify these days. It can change the biggest of things, but yeah, you got to feel for Humble moving down that much, and the same for SK as well, being knocked off that top spot. So, I think for Heretics, both of them had an incredible A, and how massively different it could have been if that quarterfinal number 4 went just the tiniest little bit different.
You're welcome, North America. We bring them over here, we buff you. You're welcome.
That's how it works. We've been saying throughout the whole show.
Being in Europe.
We've been saying throughout the whole show that every single one of those matches could have been a grand final match. So nice to see that you all will remember some of the quarterfinals as well. In the end, the EMEA leaderboard got flipped on its head with no Humble in the bracket. SK Gaming dropping out in the quarterfinals. This region's pecking order is now officially up for grabs. Heretics edged out Inner Circle in a 5-set thriller and now charged through Foot to claim their first ever monthly final win. Double point season is in full swing. I think we got proof of that today, that one big run can launch you into the top and one misstep can send you back down in the rankings. Thanks for spending your Sunday with us for a shake-up of an EMEA monthly final today. We're not done yet. South America takes over next Saturday. North America wraps it up Sunday. I can't wait to see those matches, honestly. And we'll see you again next weekend.
on the cool. Get busy. We making noise, balling's our hobby, don't disappoint, making the party jump, time to make your body bump, let's light the dance floor up, and do it like we want. Now wait, let's turn this up, okay, let's work it out, okay, let's shake and move, okay, do what it do, I'm feeling great, now let's turn on the cool, get busy.